Chapter 17 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Betrothed. At nightfall on the morrow, Adrian returned as appointed, and was admitted into the same room, where he found Black Meg, who greeted him openly by name and handed him a tiny phial, containing a fluid clear as water. This, however, was scarcely to be wondered at, seeing that it was water and nothing else. "Will it really work upon her heart?" asked Adrian, eyeing the stuff. "Ay," answered the hag, "that's a wondrous medicine, and those who drink it go crazed with love for the giver. It is compounded according to the master's own receipt, from very costly, tasteless herbs that grow only in the deserts of Arabia." Adrian understood and fumbled in his pocket. Meg stretched out her hand to receive the honorarium. It was a long, skinny hand with long, skinny fingers, but there was this peculiarity about it, that one of these fingers chanced to be missing. She saw his eyes fixed upon the gap, and rushed into an explanation. "I have met with an accident," Meg explained. "In cutting up a pig the chopper caught this finger and severed it." "Did you wear a ring on it?" asked Adrian. "Yes," she replied with sombre fury. "How very strange!" ejaculated Adrian. "Why?" "Because I have seen a finger, a woman's long finger with a gold ring on it, that might have come off your hand. I suppose the pork butcher picked it up for a keepsake." "Maybe, Heer Adrian, but where is it now?" "Oh, it is, or was, in a bottle of spirits, tied by a thread to the cork." Meg's evil face contorted itself. "Get me that bottle," she said hoarsely. "Look you, Heer Adrian, I am doing much for you, do this for me." "What do you want it for?" "To give it a Christian burial," she replied sourly. "It is not fitting or lucky that a person's finger should stand about in a bottle like a lizard or a pickle. Get it, I say, get it. I ask no question where, or, young man, you will have little help in your love affairs from me." "Do you wish the dagger hilt also?" he asked mischievously. She looked at him out of the corners of her black eyes. This Adrian knew too much. "I want the finger and the ring on it which I lost in chopping up the pig." "Perhaps, mother, you would like the pig too. Are you not making a mistake? Weren't you trying to cut his throat, and didn't he bite off the finger?" "If I want the pig, I'll search his sty. You bring me that bottle, or—" She did not finish her sentence, for the door opened, and through it came the sage. "Quarrelling," he said in a tone of reproof. "What about? Let me guess," and he passed his hand over his shadowed brow. "Ah, I see. There is a finger in it. A finger of fate? No, not that." And, moved by a fresh inspiration, he grasped Meg's hand and added, "Now I have it. Bring it back, friend Adrian, bring it back. A dead finger is most unlucky to all save its owner. As a favour to me." "Very well," said Adrian. "My gifts grow," mused the master. "I have a vision of this honest hand, and of a great sword, but there, it is not worth while, too small a matter. Leave us, mother, it shall be returned, my word on it. Yes, gold ring and all. And now, young friend, let us talk. You have the philtre? Well, I can promise you that it is a good one. It would almost bring Galatea from her marble. Pygmalion must have known that secret. But tell me something of your life, your daily thoughts and daily deeds, for when I give my friendship I love to live in the life of my friends." Thus encouraged, Adrian told him a great deal, so much indeed that the Señor Ramiro, nodding in the shadow of his hood, began to wonder whether the spy behind the cupboard door, expert as he was, could possibly make his pen keep pace with these outpourings. Oh, it was a dreary task, but he kept to it, and by putting in a sentence here and there artfully turned the conversation to matters of faith. "No need to fence with me," he said presently. "I know how you have been brought up, how through no fault of your own you have wandered out of the warm bosom of the true Church to sit at the clay feet of the conventicle. You doubt it? Well, let me look again, let me look. Yes, only last week you were seated in a whitewashed room overhanging the market-place. I see it all. An ugly little man with a harsh voice is preaching what I think blasphemy. Baskets. Baskets? What have baskets to do with him?" "I believe he used to make them," interrupted Adrian, taking the bait. "That may be it, or perhaps he will be buried in one. At any rate, he is strangely mixed up with baskets. Well, there are others with you. A middle-aged, heavy-faced man. Is he not Dirk van Goorl, your stepfather? And wait, a young fellow with rather a pleasant face, also a relation. I see his name, but I can't spell it. F-O-I, faith in the French tongue, odd name for a heretic." "F-O-Y, Foy," interrupted Adrian again. "Indeed, strange that I should have mistaken the last letter. But in the spirit, sight, and hearing these things chance. Then there's a great man with a red beard." "No, master, you're wrong," said Adrian with emphasis. "Martin was not there. He stopped behind to watch the house." "Are you sure?" asked the seer doubtfully. "I look and I seem to see him," and he stared blankly at the wall. "So you might see him often, but not at last week's meeting." It is needless to follow the conversation further. The seer, by aid of a ball of crystal that he produced from the folds of his cloak, described his spirit visions, and the pupil corrected them from his intimate knowledge of the facts, until the Señor Ramiro and his confederates in the cupboard had enough evidence, as evidence was understood in those days, to burn Dirk, Foy, and Martin 3 times over, and, if it should suit him, Adrian also. Then for that night they parted. Next evening Adrian was back again with the finger in the bottle, while Meg grabbed it as a pike snatches at a frog, and further fascinating conversation ensued. Indeed, Adrian found this well of mystic lore, tempted with shrewd advice upon love affairs and other worldly matters, and with flattery of his own person and gifts, singularly attractive. Several times did he return thus, for as it chanced, Elsa had been unwell and kept her room, so that he discovered no opportunity of administering the magic philtre that was to cause her heart to burn with love for him. At length, when even the patient Ramiro was almost worn out by the young gentleman's lengthy visits, the luck changed. Elsa appeared one day at dinner, and with great adroitness Adrian, quite unseen of anyone, contrived to empty the phial into her goblet of water, which, as he rejoiced to see, she drank to the last drop. But no opportunity such as he sought ensued, for Elsa, overcome doubtless by an unwonted rush of emotion, retired to battle it in her own chamber. Since it was impossible to follow and propose to her there, Adrian, possessing his soul in such patience as he could command, sat in the sitting-room to await her return, for he knew that it was not her habit to go out until 5 o'clock. As it happened, however, Elsa had other arrangements for the afternoon, since she had promised to accompany Lysbeth upon several visits to the wives of neighbours, and then to meet her cousin Foy at the factory and walk with him in the meadows beyond the town. So, while Adrian, lost in dreams, waited in the sitting-room, Elsa and Lysbeth left the house by the side door. They had paid 3 of their visits when their path chanced to lead them past the old town prison, which was called the Gevangenhuis. This place formed one of the gateways of the city, for it was built in the walls and opened on to the moat, water surrounding it on all sides. In front of its massive door, that was guarded by 2 soldiers, a small crowd had gathered on the drawbridge and in the street beyond, apparently in expectation of somebody or something. Lysbeth looked at the three-storied, frowning building and shuddered, for it was here that heretics were put upon their trial, and here, too, many of them were done to death after the dreadful fashion of the day. "Hasten," she said to Elsa, as she pushed through the crowd, "for doubtless some horror passes here." "Have no fear," answered an elderly and good-natured woman who overheard her. "We are only waiting to hear the new governor of the prison read his deed of appointment." As she spoke, the doors were thrown open, and a man, who was a well-known executioner named Baptiste, came out carrying a sword in one hand and a bunch of keys on a salver in the other. After him followed the governor, gallantly dressed and escorted by a company of soldiers and the officials of the prison. Drawing a scroll from beneath his cloak, he began to read it rapidly and in an almost inaudible voice. It was his commission as governor of the prison, signed by Alva himself, and set out in full his powers, which were considerable, his responsibilities, which were small, and other matters, expecting only the sum of money that he had paid for the office, that, given certain conditions, was, as a matter of fact, sold to the highest bidder. As may be guessed, this post of governor of a jail in one of the large Netherland cities was lucrative enough to those who did not object to such a fashion of growing rich. So lucrative was it, indeed, that the salary supposed to attach to the officer was never paid; at least its occupant was expected to help himself to it out of the heretical pockets. As he finished reading through the paper, the new governor looked up, to see, perhaps, what impression he had produced upon his audience. Now Elsa saw his face for the first time, and gripped Lysbeth's arm. "It is Ramiro," she whispered, "Ramiro the spy, the man who dodged my father at The Hague." As well might she have spoken to a statue. Indeed, of a sudden Lysbeth seemed to be smitten into stone, for there she stood, staring with a blanched and meaningless face at the face of the man opposite to her. Well might she stare, for she also knew him. Across the gulf of years, one-eyed, bearded, withered, scarred as he was by suffering, passion, and evil thoughts, she knew him, for there before her stood one whom she deemed dead, the wretch whom she had believed to be her husband, Juan de Montalvo. Some magnetism drew his gaze to her. Out of all the faces of that crowd it was hers that leapt to his eye. He trembled and grew white. He turned away and swiftly was gone back into the hell of the Gevangenhuis. Like a demon he had come out of it to survey the human world beyond, and search for victims there. Like a demon he went back into his own place. So at least it seemed to Lysbeth. "Come, come," she muttered, and drawing the girl with her, passed out of the crowd. Elsa began to talk in a strained voice that from time to time broke into a sob. "That is the man," she said. "He hounded down my father. It was his wealth he wanted, but my father swore that he would die before he should win it. And he is dead, dead in the Inquisition, and that man is his murderer." Lysbeth made no answer, never a word she uttered, till presently they halted at a mean and humble door. Then she spoke for the first time in cold and constrained accents. "I am going in here to visit the Vrouw Jansen, the wife of him whom they burned. She sent to me to say that she is sick. I know not of what, but there is smallpox about. I have heard of 4 cases of it in the city, so, cousin, it is wisest that you should not enter here. Give me the basket with the food and wine. Look, yonder is the factory, quite close at hand, and there you will find Foy. Oh, never mind Ramiro. What is done is done. Go and walk with Foy, and for a while forget Ramiro." At the door of the factory Elsa found Foy awaiting her, and they walked together through one of the gates of the city into the pleasant meadows that lay beyond. At first they did not speak much, for each of them was occupied with thoughts which pressed their tongues to silence. When they were clear of the town, however, Elsa could contain herself no more. Indeed, the anguish awakened in her mind by the sight of Ramiro, working upon her nerves already overstrung, had made her half hysterical. She began to speak, The words broke from her like water from a dam which it has breached. She told Foy that she had seen the man, and more, much more, all the misery which she had suffered, all the love for the father who was lost to her. At last Elsa ceased outworn, and standing still there upon the river bank, she wrung her hands and wept. Till now Foy had said nothing, for his good spirits and cheerful readiness seemed to have forsaken him. Even now he said nothing. All he did was to put his arms about this sweet maid's waist, and drawing her to him, to kiss her upon brow and eyes and lips. She did not resist. It never seemed to occur to her to show resentment. Indeed, she let her head sink upon his shoulder like the head of a little child, and there sobbed herself to silence. At last she lifted her face and asked very simply, "What do you want with me, Foy van Goorl?" "What?" he repeated. "Why, I want to be your husband." "Is this a time for marrying and giving in marriage?" she asked again, but almost as though she were speaking to herself. "I don't know that it is," he replied, "but it seems the only thing to do, and in such days two are better than one." She drew away and looked at him, shaking her head sadly. "My father—" she began. "Yes," he interrupted, brightening. "Thank you for mentioning him. That reminds me. He wished this, so I hope now that he is gone you will take the same view." "It is rather late to talk about that, isn't it, Foy?" she stammered, looking at his shoulder and smoothing her ruffled hair with her small white hand. "But what do you mean?" So, word for word, as nearly as he could remember it, he told her all that Hendrik Brant had said to him in the cellar at The Hague before they had entered upon the desperate adventure of their flight to the Haarlemer Meer. "He wished it, you see," he ended. "My thought was always his thought, and, Foy, I wish it also." "Priceless things are not lightly won," said he, quoting Brant's words as though by some afterthought. "There he must have been talking of the treasure, Foy," she answered, her face lightening to a smile. "Ay, of the treasure, sweet, the treasure of your dear heart." "A poor thing, Foy, but I think that it rings true." "It had need, Elsa, yet the best of coin may crack with rough usage." "Mine will wear till death, Foy." "I ask no more, Elsa. When I am dead, spend it elsewhere. I shall find it again above where there is no marrying or giving in marriage." "There would be but small change left to spend, Foy, so look to your own gold and see that you do not alter its image and superscription, for metal will melt in the furnace, and each queen has her stamp." "Enough," he broke in impatiently. "Why do you talk of such things and in these riddles which puzzle me?" Because we are not married yet, and the words are not mine. Precious things are dearly won. Perfect love and perfect peace cannot be bought with a few sweet words and kisses. They must be earned in trial and tribulation." "Of which I have no doubt we shall find plenty," Foy replied cheerfully. "Meanwhile the kisses make a good road to travel on." After this Elsa did not argue any more. At length they turned and walked homeward through the quiet evening twilight, hand clasped in hand, and were happy in their own way. It was not a very demonstrative way, for the Dutch have never been excitable, or at least they do not show their excitement. Moreover, the conditions of this betrothal were peculiar. It was as though their hands had been joined from a deathbed, the deathbed of Hendrik Brant, the martyr of The Hague, whose new shed blood cried out to heaven for vengeance. This sense pressing on both of them did not tend towards rapturous outbursts of youthful passion, and even if they could have shaken it off and let their young blood have rein, there remained another sense, that of dangers ahead of them. "Two are better than one," Foy had said, and for her own reasons she had not wished to argue the point. Still Elsa felt that to it there was another side. If two could comfort each other, could help each other, could love each other, could they not also suffer for each other? In short, by doubling their lives did they not also double their anxieties? or if children should come, treble and quadruple them. This is true of all marriage, but how much more was it true in such days and in such a case as that of Foy and Elsa, both of them heretics, both of them rich, and therefore both liable at a moment's notice to be haled to the torment and the stake. Knowing these things, and having but just seen the hated face of Ramiro, it is not wonderful that although she rejoiced as any woman must that the man to whom her soul turned had declared himself her lover, Elsa could only drink of this joyful cup with a chastened and a fearful spirit. Nor is it wonderful that even in the hour of his triumph, Foy's buoyant and hopeful nature was chilled by the shadow of her fears and the forebodings of his own heart. When Lysbeth parted from Elsa that afternoon, she went straight to the chamber of the Vrouw Jansen. It was a poor place, for after the execution of her husband, his wretched widow had been robbed of all her property, and now existed upon the charity of her co-religionists. Lysbeth found her in bed, an old woman nursing her, who said that she thought the patient was suffering from a fever. Lysbeth leant over the bed and kissed the sick woman, but started back when she saw that the glands of her neck were swollen into great lumps, while the face was flushed and the eyes so bloodshot as to be almost red. Still she knew her visitor, for she whispered, "What is the matter with me, Vrouw van Goorl? Is it the smallpox coming on? Tell me, friend, the doctor would not speak." "I fear that it is worse. It is the plague," said Lysbeth, startled into candour. The poor girl laughed hoarsely. "Oh, I hoped it," she said. I am glad, for now I shall die and go to join him. But I wish that I had caught it before," she rambled on to herself, "for then I would have taken it to him in prison, and they couldn't have treated him as they did." Suddenly she seemed to come to herself, for she added, "Go away, Vrouw van Goorl, go quickly, you may catch my sickness." "If so, I am afraid that the mischief is done, for I have kissed you," answered Lysbeth. "But I do not fear such things, though perhaps if I took it this would save me many a trouble. Still there are others to think of, and I will go." So having knelt down to pray a while by the patient, and giving the old nurse the basket of soup and food, Lysbeth went. Next morning she heard that the Vrouw Jansen was dead, and the pest that struck her being of the most fatal sort. Lysbeth knew that she had run great risk, for there is no disease more infectious than the plague. She determined, therefore, that so soon as she reached home she would burn her dress and her other articles of clothing, and purify herself with the fumes of herbs. Then she dismissed the matter from her mind, which was already filled with another thought, a dominant, soul-possessing thought. Oh God, Montalvo had returned to Leyden. Out of the blackness of the past, out of the gloom of the galleys, had arisen this evil genius of her life, yes, and by a strange fatality of the life of Elsa Brant also, since it was he, she swore, who had dragged down her father. Lysbeth was a brave woman, one who had passed through many dangers, but her whole heart turned sick with terror at the sight of this man, and sick it must remain till she, or he, were dead. She could well guess what he had come to seek. It was that cursed treasure of Hendrik Brant's which had drawn him. She knew from Elsa that for a year at least the man Ramiro had been plotting to steal this money at The Hague. He had failed there, failed with overwhelming and shameful loss, through the bravery and resource of her son Foy and their henchman Red Martin. Now he had discovered their identity, he was aware that they held the secret of the hiding place of that accursed hoard, they and no others, and he had established himself in Leyden to wring it out of them. It was clear, clear as the setting orb of the red sun before her. She knew the man, had she not lived with him? And there could be no doubt about it, and he was the new governor of the Gevangenhuis. Doubtless he has purchased that post for his own dark purposes, and to be near them. Sick and half blind with the intensity of her dread, Lysbeth staggered home. She must tell Dirk, that was her one thought. But no, she had been in contact with the plague, first she must purify herself. So she went to her room, and although it was summer, lit a great fire on the hearth, and in it burned her garments. Then she bathed and fumigated her hair and body over a brazier of strong herbs, such as in those days of frequent and virulent sickness housewives kept at hand, after which she dressed herself afresh and went to seek her husband. She found him at a desk in his private room, reading some paper, which at her approach he shuffled into a drawer. "What is that, Dirk?" she asked with sudden suspicion. He pretended not to hear, and she repeated the query. "Well, wife, if you wish to know," he answered in his blunt fashion, "it is my will." "Why are you reading your will?" she asked again, beginning to tremble, for her nerves were afire, and this simple accident struck her as something awful and ominous. "For no particular reason, wife," he replied quietly, "only that we all must die, early or late. There is no escape from that, and in these times it is more often early than late, so it is as well to be sure that everything is in order for those who come after us. Now, since we are on the subject, which I have never cared to speak about, listen to me." "What about, husband?" "Why, about my will. Look you, Hendrik Brant and his treasure have taught me a lesson. I am not a man of his substance or a tenth of it, but in some countries I should be called rich, for I have worked hard and God has prospered me. Well, of late I have been investing where I could, also the bulk of my savings is in cash. But the cash is not here, not in this country at all. You know my correspondents, Munt and Brown, of Norwich in England, to whom we ship our goods for the English market. They are honest folk, and Munt owes me everything, almost to his life. Well, they have the money. It has reached them safely, thanks be to God, and with it a counterpart of this my will duly attested, and here is their letter of acknowledgment, stating that they have laid it out carefully, at interest upon mortgage on great estates in Norfolk where it lies to my order or that of my heirs, and that a duplicate acknowledgment has been filed in their English registries, in case this should go astray. Little remains here except this house and the factory, and even on those I have raised money. Meanwhile the business is left to live on, and beyond it the rents which will come from England, so that whether I be living or dead, you need fear no want. But what is the matter with you, Lysbeth? You look strange." "Oh, husband, husband," she gasped, "Juan de Montalvo is here again. He has appeared as the new governor of the jail. I saw him this afternoon. I cannot be mistaken, although he has lost an eye and is much changed." Dirk's jaw dropped and his florid face whitened. "Juan de Montalvo," he said. "I heard that he was dead long ago." "You are mistaken, husband. A devil never dies. He is seeking Brant's treasure, and he knows that we have its secret. You can guess the rest. More, now that I think of it, I have heard that a strange Spaniard is lodging with Hague Simon, he whom they call the Butcher, and Black Meg, of whom we have cause to know. Doubtless it is he, and, Dirk, death overshadows us." "Why should he know of Brant's treasure, wife?" "Because he is Ramiro, the man who dodged him down, the man who followed the ship Swallow to the Haarlemer Meer. Elsa was with me this afternoon. She knew him again." Dirk thought a while, resting his head upon his hand. Then he lifted it and said, "I am very glad that I sent the money to Munt and Brown. Heaven gave me that thought. Well, wife, what is your counsel now?" "My counsel is that we should fly from Leyden, all of us, yes, this very night, before worse happens." He smiled. "That cannot be. There are no means of flight, and under the new laws we could not pass the gates. That trick has been played too often. Still, in a day or two, when I have had time to arrange, we might escape if you still wish to go." "Tonight, tonight," she urged, "or some of us stay forever." "I tell you, wife, it is not possible. Am I a rat, that I should be bolted from my hole thus by this ferret of a Montalvo? I am a man of peace and no longer young, but let him beware lest I stop here long enough to pass a sword through him." "So be it, husband," she replied, "but I think it is through my heart that the sword will pass," and she burst out weeping. Supper that night was a somewhat melancholy meal. Dirk and Lysbeth sat at the ends of the table in silence. On one side of fit were placed Foy and Elsa, who were also silent for a very different reason, while opposite to them was Adrian, who watched Elsa with an anxious and inquiring look. That the love potion worked he was certain, for she looked confused and a little flushed. Also, as would be natural under the circumstances, she avoided his glance and made pretence to be interested in Foy, who seemed rather more stupid than usual. Well, so soon as he could find his chance, all this would be cleared up, but meanwhile the general gloom and silence were affecting his nerves. "What have you been doing this afternoon, mother?" Adrian asked presently. "I, son?" she replied with a start. "I have been visiting the unhappy Vrouw Jansen, whom I found very sick." "What is the matter with her, mother?" Lysbeth's mind, which had wandered away, again returned to the subject at hand with an effort. "The matter? Oh, she has the plague." "The plague!" exclaimed Adrian, springing to his feet. "Do you mean to say you have been consorting with a woman who has the plague?" "I fear so," she answered with a smile, "but do not be frightened, Adrian. I have burnt my clothes and fumigated myself." Still Adrian was frightened. His recent experience of sickness had been ample, and although he was no coward, he had a special dislike of infectious diseases, which at the time were many. "It is horrible," he said, "horrible. I only hope that I mean you, may escape. The house is unbearably close. I am going to walk in the courtyard," and away he went, for the moment at any rate, forgetting all about Elsa and the love potion. Chapter 17. Book 2, Chapter 18 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Foy Sees a Vision. Never since that day when, many years before, she had bought the safety of the man she loved by promising herself in marriage to his rival, had Lysbeth slept so ill as she did upon this night. Montalvo was alive. Montalvo was here to strike down and destroy those whom she loved, and triple armed with power, authority, and desire to do the deed. Well she knew that when there was plunder to be won, he would not step aside or soften until it was in his hands. Yet there was hope in this. He was not a cruel man, as she knew also. That is to say, he had no pleasure in inflicting suffering for its own sake. Such methods he used only as a means to an end. If he could get the money, all of it, she was sure that he would leave them alone. Why should he not have it? Why should all their lives be menaced because of this trust which had been thrust upon them? Unable to endure the torments of her doubts and fears, Lysbeth woke her husband, who was sleeping peacefully at her side, and told him what was passing in her mind. "It is a true saying," answered Dirk with a smile, "that even the best of women are never quite honest when their interest pulls the other way. What, wife, would you have us buy our own peace with Brant's fortune, and thus break faith with a dead man and bring down his curse upon us?" "The lives of men are more than gold, and Elsa would consent," she answered sullenly. "Already this pelf is stained with blood, the blood of Hendrik Brant himself and of Hans the pilot." "Yes, wife, and since you mention it, with the blood of a good many Spaniards also, who tried to steal the stuff. Let's see, there must have been several drowned at the mouth of the river, and quite 20 went up with the Swallow, so the loss has not been all on our side. Listen, Lysbeth, listen. It was my cousin Hendrik Brant's belief that in the end this great fortune of his would do some service to our people or our country, for he wrote as much in his will and repeated it to Foy. I know not when or in what fashion this may come about. How can I know? But first will I die before I hand it over to the Spaniard. Moreover, I cannot, since its secret was never told to me." "Foy and Martin have it." "Lysbeth," said Dirk sternly, "I charge you as you love me, not to work upon them to betray their trust. No, not even to save my life or your own. If we must die, let us die with honour. Do you promise?" "I promise," she answered with dry lips, "but on this condition only, that you fly from Leyden with us all, to-night if may be." "Good," answered Dirk, "a halfpenny for a herring. You have made your promise, and I'll give you mine. That's fair, although I am old to seek a new home in England. But it can't be to-night, wife, for I must make arrangements. There is a ship sailing to-day, and we might catch her to-morrow at the river's mouth, after she has passed the officers, for her captain is a friend of mine. How will that do?" "I had rather it been to-night," said Lysbeth. "While we are in Leyden with that man we are not safe from one hour to the next." "Wife, we are never safe. It is all in the hands of God, and therefore we should live like soldiers awaiting the hour to march, and rejoice exceedingly when it pleases our captain to sound the call." "I know," she answered, "but oh, Dirk, it would be hard to part." He turned his head aside for a moment, then said in a steady voice, "Yes, wife, but it will be sweet to meet again and part no more." While it was still early that morning, Dirk summoned Foy and Martin to his wife's chamber. Adrian, for his own reasons, he did not summon, making the excuse that he was still asleep and it would be a pity to disturb him, nor Elsa, since as yet there was no necessity to trouble her. Then briefly, for he was given to few words, he set out the gist of the matter, telling them that the man Ramiro whom they had beaten on the Haarlemer Meer was in Leyden, which Foy knew already, for Elsa had told him as much, and that he was no other than the Spaniard named the Count Juan de Montalvo, the villain who had deceived Lysbeth into a mock marriage by working on her fears, and who was the father of Adrian. All this time Lysbeth sat in a curved oak chair, listening with a stony face to the tale of her own shame and betrayal. She made no sign at all beyond a little twitching of her finger, till Foy, guessing what she suffered in her heart, suddenly went to his mother and kissed her. Then she wept a few silent tears, for an instant laid her hand upon his head as though in blessing, and motioning him back to his place, became herself again, stern, unmoved, observant. Next, Dirk, taking up his tale, spoke of his wife's fears and of her belief that there was a plot to wring out of them the secret of Hendrik Brant's treasure. "Happily," he said, addressing Foy, "neither your mother nor I nor Adrian nor Elsa know that secret. You and Martin know it alone, you and perhaps one other, who is far away and cannot be caught. We do not know it, and we do not wish to know it, and whatever happens to any of us, it is our earnest hope that neither of you will betray it, even if our lives or your lives hang upon the words, for we hold it better that we should keep our trust with a dead man at all costs than that we should save ourselves by breaking faith. Is it not so, wife?" "It is so," answered Lysbeth hoarsely. "Have no fear," said Foy, "we will die before we betray." "We will try to die before we betray," grumbled Martin in his deep voice, "but flesh is frail, and God knows." "Oh, I have no doubt of you, honest man," said Dirk with a smile, "for you have no father or mother to think of in this matter." "Then, master, you are foolish," replied Martin, for I repeat it, flesh is frail, and I always hated the look of a rack. However, I have a handsome legacy charged upon this treasure, and perhaps the thought of that would support me. Alive or dead, I should not like to think of my money being spent by any Spaniard." While Martin spoke, the strangeness of the thing came home to Foy. Here were 4 of them, 2 of whom knew a secret and 2 who did not, while those who did not implored those who did to impart to them nothing of the knowledge which, if they had it, might serve to save them from a fearful doom. Then, for the first time in his young and inexperienced life, he understood how great erring men and women can be, and what patient majesty dwells in the human heart, that for the sake of a trust it does not seek, can yet defy the most hideous terrors of the body and the soul. Indeed, that scene stamped itself upon his mind in such fashion that throughout his long existence he never quite forgot it for a single day. His mother, clad in her frilled white cap and grey gown, seated cold-faced and resolute in the oaken chair. His father, to whom, although he knew it not, he was now speaking for the last time, standing by her, his hand resting upon her shoulder and addressing them in his quiet, honest voice. Martin standing also, but a little to one side and behind, the light of the morning playing upon his great red beard, his round, pale eyes glittering as was their fashion when wrathful, and himself, Foy, leaning forward to listen, every nerve in his body strung tight with excitement, love, and fear. Oh, he never forgot it, which is not strange, for so great was the strain upon him, so well did he know that this scene was but the prelude to terrible events, that for a moment, only for a moment, his steady reason was shaken and he saw a vision. Martin, the huge, patient, ox-like Martin, was changed into a red Vengeance. He saw him, great sword aloft, he heard the roar of his battle cry, and lo, before him men went down to death, and about him the floor seemed purple with their blood. His father and his mother too, they were no longer human, they were saints. See the glory which shone over them, and look, too, the dead Hendrik Brant was whispering in their ears. And he, Foy, he was beside Martin, playing his part in those red frays as best he might, and playing it not in vain. Then all passed, and a wave of peace rolled over him, a great sense of duty done, of honour satisfied, of reward attained. Lo, the play was finished and its ultimate meaning clear, but before he could read and understand, it had gone. He gasped and shook himself, gripping his hands together. "What have you seen, son?" asked Lysbeth, watching his face. "Strange things, mother," Foy answered. "A vision of war for Martin and me, of glory for my father and you, and of eternal peace for us all." "It is a good omen, Foy," she said. "Fight your fight and leave us to fight ours. Through much tribulation we must enter into the kingdom of God, where at last there is a rest remaining for us all. It is a good omen. Your father was right and I was wrong. Now I have no more to fear. I am satisfied." None of them seemed to be amazed or to find these words wonderful and out of the common. For them the hand of approaching doom had opened the gates of distance, and they knew every one that through these some light had broken on their souls, a faint flicker of dawn from beyond the clouds. They accepted it in thankfulness. "I think that is all I have to say," said Dirk in his usual voice. "No, it is not all," and he told them of his plan for flight. They listened and agreed to it, yet to them it seemed a thing far off and unreal. None of them believed that this escape would ever be carried out. All of them believed that here in Leyden they would endure the fiery trial of their faith, and win each of them its separate crown. When everything was discussed, and each had learned the lesson of what he must do that day, Foy asked if Adrian was to be told of the scheme. To this his father answered hastily that the less it was spoken of the better. Therefore he proposed to tell Adrian late that night, only when he should make up his mind whether he would accompany them or stay in Leyden. "Then he shan't go out to-night, and will come with us as far as the ship, only if I can manage it," muttered Martin beneath his breath, but aloud he said nothing. Somehow it did not seem to him to be worth while to make trouble about it, for he knew that if he did, his mistress and Foy, who believed so heartily in Adrian, would be angry. "Father and mother," said Foy again, "while we are gathered here, there is something I wish to say to you." "What is it, son?" asked Dirk. "Yesterday I became affianced to Elsa Brant, and we wish to ask your consent and blessing." "That will be gladly given, son, for I think this very good news. Bring her here, Foy," answered Dirk. But although in his hurry Foy did not notice it, his mother said nothing. She liked Elsa well indeed, who would not? But oh, this brought them a step nearer to that accursed treasure, the treasure which from generation to generation had been hoarded up that it might be a doom to men. If Foy were affianced to Elsa, it was his inheritance as well as hers, for those trusts of Hendrik Brant's will were to Lysbeth things unreal and visionary, and its curse would fall upon him as well as upon her. Moreover, it might be said that he was marrying her to win the wealth. "This betrothal does not please you. You are sad, wife," said Dirk, looking at her quickly. "Yes, husband, for now I think that we shall never get out of Leyden. I pray that Adrian may not hear of it, that is all." "Why? What has he to do with the matter?" "Only that he is madly in love with the girl. Have you not seen it? And you know his temper." "Adrian, Adrian, always Adrian," answered Dirk impatiently. "Well, it is a very fitting match, for if she has a great fortune hidden somewhere in a swamp, which in fact she has not, since the bulk of it is bequeathed to me to be used for certain purposes, he has, or will have, moneys also, safe at interest in England. Hark, here they come, so, wife, put on a pleasant face. They will think it unlucky if you do not smile." As he spoke, Foy re-entered the room, leading Elsa by the hand, and she looked as a sweet maid as ever the sun shone on. So they told their story, and kneeling down before Dirk, received his blessing in the old fashion, and very glad were they in the after years to remember that it had been so received. Then they turned to Lysbeth, and she also lifted up her hand to bless them, but ere it touched their heads, do what she would to check it, a cry forced its way to her lips, and she said, "Oh, children, doubtless you love each other well enough, but is this a time for marrying and giving in marriage?" "My own words, my very words!" exclaimed Elsa, springing to her feet and turning pale. Foy looked vexed, then recovering himself and trying to smile, he said, "And I give them the same answer, that two are better than one. Moreover, this is a betrothal, not a marriage." "Ay," muttered Martin, behind, thinking aloud after his fashion, "betrothal is one thing and marriage another." But low as he spoke, Elsa overheard him. "Your mother is upset," broke in Dirk, "and you can guess why, so do not disturb her more at present. Let us to our business, you and Martin to the factory to make arrangements there, as I have told you, and I, after I have seen the captain, to whatever God shall call me to do. So till we meet again, farewell, my son and daughter," he added, smiling at Elsa. They left the room, but as Martin was following them, Lysbeth called him back. "Go armed to the factory, Martin," she said, "and see that your young master wears that steel shirt beneath his jerkin." Martin nodded and went. Adrian woke up that morning in an ill mood. He had, it is true, administered his love potion with singular dexterity and success, but as yet he reaped no fruit from his labours, and was desperately afraid lest the effect of the magic draught might wear off. When he came downstairs it was to find that Foy and Martin were already departed to the factory, and that his stepfather had gone out, whither he knew not. This was so much to the good, for it left the coast clear. Still he was none the better off, since either his mother and Elsa had taken their breakfast upstairs, or they had dispensed with that meal. His mother he could spare, especially after her recent contact with a plague patient, but under the circumstances Elsa's absence was annoying. Moreover, suddenly the house had become uncomfortable, for everyone in it seemed to be running about, carrying articles hither and thither in a fashion so aimless that it struck him as little short of insane. Once or twice also he saw Elsa, but she too was carrying things and had no time for conversation. At length Adrian wearied of it and departed to the factory with the view of making up his books, which, to tell the truth, had been somewhat neglected of late, to find that here, too, the same confusion reigned. Instead of attending to his ordinary work, Martin was marching to and fro, bearing choice pieces of brassware which were being packed into crates, and he noticed, for Adrian was an observant young man, that he was not wearing his usual artisan's dress. Why, he wondered to himself, should Martin walk about a factory upon a summer's day, clad in his armour of quilted bull's hide, and wearing his great sword Silence strapped round his middle? Why, too, should Foy have removed the books and be engaged in going through them with a clerk? Was he auditing them? If so, he wished him joy of the job, since to bring them to a satisfactory balance had proved recently quite beyond his own powers. Not that there was anything wrong with the books, for he, Adrian, had kept them quite honestly, according to his very imperfect lights, only things must have been left out, for balance they would not. Well, on the whole, he was glad, since a man filled with lovers' hopes and fears was in no mood of arithmetical exercises. So, after hanging about for a while, he returned home to dinner. The meal was late, an unusual occurrence, which annoyed him. Moreover, neither his mother nor his stepfather appeared at table. At length Elsa came in, looking pale and worried, and they began to eat, or rather go through the form of eating, since neither of them seemed to have any appetite. Nor, as the servant was continually in the room, and as Elsa took her place at one end of the long table while he was at the other end, had their tête-à-tête any of the usual advantages. At last the waiting woman went away, and after a few moments' pause, Elsa rose to follow. By this time Adrian was desperate. He would bear it no more. Things must be brought to a head. "Elsa," he said in an irritated voice, "everything seems to be very uncomfortable here to-day. There is so much disturbance in the house that one might imagine we were going to shut it up and leave Leyden." Elsa looked at him out of the corners of her eyes. Probably by this time she had learnt the real cause of the disturbance. "I am sorry, Heer Adrian," she said, "but your mother is not very well this morning." "Indeed, I only hope she hasn't caught the plague from the Jansen woman. But that doesn't account for everybody running about with their hands full, like ants in a broken nest, especially as it is not the time of year when women turn all the furniture upside down and throw the curtains out of the windows in the pretence that they are cleaning them. However, we are quiet here for a while, so let us talk." Elsa became suspicious. "Your mother wants me here, Adrian," she said, turning towards the door. "Let her rest, Elsa, let her rest. There is no medicine like sleep for the sick." Elsa pretended not to hear him, so, as she still headed for the door, by a movement too active to be dignified, he placed himself in front of it, adding, "I have said that I want to speak with you." "And I have said that I am busy, Heer Adrian, so please let me pass." Adrian remained immovable. "Not until I have spoken to you," he said. Now, as escape was impossible, Elsa drew herself up and asked in a cold voice, What is your pleasure? I pray you, be brief." Adrian cleared his throat, reflecting that she was keeping the workings of the love potion under wonderful control. Indeed, to look at her no one could have guessed that she had recently absorbed this magic Eastern medicine. However, something must be done. He had gone too far to draw back. "Elsa," he said boldly, though no hair could have been more frightened. "Elsa," and he clasped his hands and looked at the ceiling, "I love you, and the time has come to say so." "If I remember right, it came some time ago, Heer Adrian," she replied with sarcasm. "I thought that by now you had forgotten all about it." "Forgotten," he sighed, "forgotten! With you ever before my eyes, how can I forget?" "I am sure I cannot say," she answered, "but I know that I wish to forget this folly." "Folly! She calls it folly," he mused aloud. "Oh, Heaven! Folly is the name she gives to the lifelong adoration of my bleeding heart." "You have known me exactly 5 weeks, Heer Adrian." "Which, sweet lady, makes me desire to know you for 50 years." Elsa sighed, for she found the prospect dreary. "Come," he went on with a gush, "forego this virgin coyness. You have done enough and more than enough for honour. Now throw aside pretence, lay down your arms, and yield. No hour, I swear, of this long fight will be so happy to you as that of your sweet surrender, for remember, dear one, that I, your conqueror, am in truth the conquered. I, abandoning—" He got no further, for at this point the sorely tried Elsa lost control of herself, but not in the fashion which he hoped for and expected. "Are you crazed, Heer Adrian," she asked, "that you should insist thus in pouring this high-flown nonsense into my ears, when I have told you that it is unwelcome to me? I understand that you ask me for my love. Well, once for all I tell you that I have none to give." This was a blow, since it was impossible for Adrian to put a favourable construction upon language so painfully straightforward. His self-conceit was pierced at last, and collapsed like a pricked bladder. "None to give!" he gasped. "None to give! You don't mean to tell me that you have given it to anybody else?" "Yes, I do," she answered, for by now Elsa was thoroughly angry. "Indeed," he replied loftily. "Let me see. Last time it was your lamented father who occupied your heart. Perhaps now it is that excellent giant Martin, or even—no, it is too absurd," and he laughed in his jealous rage, "even the family buffoon, my worthy brother Foy." "Yes," she replied quietly, "it is Foy." "Foy! Foy! Hear her, ye gods! My successful rival, mine, is the yellow-headed, muddy-brained, unlettered Foy. And they say that women have souls. Of your courtesy, answer me one question. Tell me, when did this strange and monstrous thing happen? When did you declare yourself vanquished by the surpassing charms of Foy?" "Yesterday afternoon, if you want to know," she said in the same calm and ominous voice. Adrian heard, and an inspiration took him. He dashed his hand to his brow and thought for a moment. Then he laughed loud and shrilly. "I have it," he said. "It is the love charm which has worked perversely. Elsa, you are under a spell, poor woman. You do not know the truth. I gave you the philtre in your drinking water, and Foy, the traitor Foy, has reaped its fruits. Dear girl, shake yourself free from this delusion. It is I whom you really love, not that base thief of hearts, my brother Foy." "What do you say? You gave me a philtre? You dare to doctor my drink with your heathen nastiness? Out of the way, sir! Stand off and never venture to speak to me again. Well will it be for you if I do not tell your brother of your infamy." What happened after this Adrian could never quite remember, but a vision remained of himself crouching to one side, and of a door flung back so violently that it threw himself against the wall. A vision, too, of a lady sweeping past him with blazing eyes and lips set in scorn. That was all. For a while he was crushed, quite crushed. The blow had gone home. Adrian was not only a fool, he was also the vainest of fools. That any young woman on whom he chose to smile should actually reject his advances was bad and unexpected, but that the other man should be Foy, oh, this was infamous and inexplicable. He was handsomer than Foy, no one would dream of denying it. He was cleverer and better read. Had he not mastered the contents of every known romance, high-souled works which Foy bluntly declared were rubbish and refused even to open? Was he not a poet? But, remembering a certain sonnet, he did not follow this comparison. In short, how was it conceivable that a woman looking upon himself, a very type of the chivalry of Spain, silver-tongued, a follower, nay, a companion of the Muses, one to whom in every previous adventure of the heart to love had been to conquer, could still prefer that broad-faced, painfully commonplace, if worthy, young representative of the Dutch middle class, Foy van Goorl? It never occurred to Adrian to ask himself another question, namely, how it comes about that 8 young women out of 10 are endowed with an intelligence or instinct sufficiently keen to enable them to discriminate between an empty-headed popinjay of a man, intoxicated with the fumes of his own vanity, and an honest young fellow of stable character and sterling worth. Not that Adrian was altogether empty-headed, for in some ways he was clever. Also, beneath all this foam and froth, the Dutch strain inherited from his mother had given a certain ballast and determination to his nature. Thus, when his heart was thoroughly set upon a thing, he could be very dogged and patient. Now it was set upon Elsa Brant. He did truly desire to win her above any other woman, and that he had left a different impression upon her mind was owing largely to the affected air and grandiloquent style of language culled from his precious romances which he thought it right to assume when addressing a lady upon matters of the affections. For a little while he was prostrate. His heart seemed swept clean of all hope and feeling. Then his furious temper, the failing that, above every other, was his curse and bane, came to his aid and occupied it like the 7 devils of Scripture, bringing in its train his reawakened vanity, hatred, jealousy, and other maddening passions. It could not be true. There must be an explanation, and of course the explanation was that Foy had been so fortunate or so cunning as to make advances to Elsa soon after she had swallowed the love philtre. Adrian, like most people in his day, was very superstitious and credulous. It never even occurred to him to doubt the almost universally accepted power and efficacy of this witch's medicine, though even now he understood what a fool he was when, in his first outburst of rage, he told Elsa that he had trusted to such means to win her affections, instead of letting his own virtues and graces do their natural work. Well, the mischief was done. The poison was swallowed. But most poisons have their antidotes. Why was he lingering here? He must consult his friend, the master, and at once. 10 minutes later Adrian was at Black Meg's house. End of chapter 18. Book 2, Chapter 19 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The Fray in the Shot Tower. The door was opened by Hague Simon, the bald-headed, great-paunched villain who lived with Black Meg. In answer to his visitor's anxious inquiries, the butcher said, searching Adrian's face with his pig-like eyes the while, that he could not tell for certain whether Meg was or was not at home. He rather thought that she was consulting the spirits with the master, but they might have passed out without his knowing it, for they had great gifts, and he wagged his fat head as he showed Adrian into the accustomed room. It was an uncomfortable kind of chamber, which, in some unexplained way, always gave Adrian the impression that people or presences were stirring in it whom he could not see. Also in this place there happened odd and unaccountable noises, creakings and sighings, which seemed to proceed from the walls and ceiling. Of course, such things were to be expected in a house where sojourned one of the great magicians of the day. Still, he was not altogether sorry when the door opened and Black Meg entered, although some might have preferred the society of almost any ghost. "What is it that you disturb me at such an hour?" she asked sharply. "What is it? What isn't it?" Adrian replied, his rage rising at the thought of his injuries. "That cursed philtre of yours has worked all wrong, that's what it is. Another man has got the benefit of it. Don't you understand, you old hag? And, by heaven, I believe he means to abduct her. Yes, that's the meaning of all the packing and fuss. Blind fool that I was not to guess it before. The master, I will see the master. He must give me an antidote, another medicine." "You certainly look as though you want it," interrupted Black Meg dryly. "Well, I doubt you can see him. It is not his hour for receiving visitors. Moreover, I don't think he's here, so I shall have to signal for him." "I must see him. I will see him," shouted Adrian. "I dare say," replied Black Meg, squinting significantly at his pocket. Enraged as he was, Adrian took the hint. "Woman, you seek gold," he said, quoting involuntarily from the last romance he had read, and presenting her with a handful of small silver, which was all he had. Meg took the silver with a sniff, on the principle that something is better than nothing, and departed gloomily. Then, followed by more mysterious noises, voices whispered, doors opened and shut, furniture creaked, after which came a period of exasperating and rather disagreeable silence. Adrian turned his face to the wall, for the only window in the room was so far above his head that he was unable to look out of it. Indeed, it was more of a skylight than a window. Thus he remained a while, gnawing at the ends of his moustache and cursing his fortune, till presently he felt a hand upon his shoulder. "Who the devil is that?" he exclaimed, wheeling round to find himself face to face with the draped and majestic form of the master. "The devil! That is an ill word upon young lips, my friend," said the sage, shaking his head in reproof. "I dare say," replied Adrian, "but how did you get here? I never heard the door open." "How did I get here? Well, now you mention it, I wonder how I did. The door, what have I to do with doors?" "I'm sure I don't know," answered Adrian shortly, "but most people find them useful." "Enough of such material talk," interrupted the sage with sternness. "Your spirit cried to mine, and I am here. Let that suffice." "I suppose the Black Meg fetched you," went on Adrian, sticking to his point, for the philtre fiasco had made him suspicious. Verily, friend Adrian, you can suppose what you will. And now, as I have little time to spare, be so good as to set out the matter. Nay, what need? I know all, for have I not? Is this the case? You administered the philtre to the maid, and neglected my instructions to offer yourself to her at once. Another saw it, and took advantage of the magic draught. While the spell was on her, he proposed, he was accepted, yes, your brother Foy. Oh, fool, careless fool, what else did you expect?" "At any rate, I didn't expect that," replied Adrian in a fury. "And now, if you have all the power you pretend, tell me what I am to do." Something glinted ominously beneath the hood. It was the sage's one eye. "Young friend," he said, "your manner is brusque, yes, even rude. But I understand and I forgive. Come, we will take counsel together. Tell me what has happened." Adrian told him with much emphasis, and the recital of his adventures seemed to move the master deeply. At any rate, he turned away, hiding his face in his hands, while his back trembled with the intensity of his feelings. "The matter is grave," he said solemnly, when at length the lovesick and angry swain had finished. "There is but one thing to be done. Your treacherous rival, oh, what fraud and deceit are hidden beneath that homely countenance, has been well advised, by whom I know not, though I suspect one, a certain practitioner of the black magic named Arentz." "Ah!" ejaculated Adrian. "I see you know the man. Beware of him. He is, indeed, a wolf in sheep's clothing, who wraps his devilish incantations in a cloak of seditious doctrine. Well, I have thwarted him before, for can darkness stand before light? And, by the help of those who aid me, I may thwart him again. Now attend and answer my questions clearly, slowly and truthfully. If the girl is to be saved to you, mark this, young friend, your cunning rival must be removed from Leyden for a while, until the charm works out its power." "You don't mean—" said Adrian, and stopped. "No, no, I mean the man no harm. I mean only that he must take a journey, which he will do fast enough, when he learns that his witchcrafts and other crimes are known. Now answer, or make an end, for I have more business to attend to than the love-makings of a headstrong youth. First, what you have told me of the attendances of Dirk van Goorl, your stepfather, and others of his household, namely Red Martin and your half-brother Foy, at the tabernacle of your enemy the wizard Arentz, is true, is it not?" "Yes," answered Adrian, "but I do not see what that has to do with the matter." "Silence!" thundered the master. Then he paused a while, and Adrian seemed to hear certain strange squeakings proceeding from the walls. The sage remained lost in thought until the squeakings ceased. Again he spoke. "What you have told me of the part played by the said Foy and the said Martin as to their sailing away with the treasure of the dead heretic Hendrik Brant, and of the murders committed by them in the course of its hiding in the Haarlemer Meer, is true, is it not?" "Of course it is," answered Adrian, "but—" "Silence!" again thundered the sage, "or by my Lord Zoroaster I throw up the case." Adrian collapsed, and there was another pause. "You believe," he went on again, "that the said Foy and the said Dirk van Goorl, together with the said Martin, are making preparations to abduct that innocent and unhappy maid, the heiress Elsa Brant, for evil purposes of their own?" "I never told you so," said Adrian, "but I think it is a fact. At least, there is a lot of packing going on." "You never told me! Do you understand that there is no need for you to tell me anything?" "Then in the name of your Lord Zoroaster, why do you ask?" exclaimed the exasperated Adrian. "That you will know presently," he answered, musing. Once more Adrian heard the strange squeakings as of young and hungry rats. "I think that I will not take up your time any more," he said, growing thoroughly alarmed, for really the proceedings were a little odd, and he rose to go. The master made no answer, only, which was curious conduct for a sage, he began to whistle a tune. "By your leave," said Adrian, for the magician's back was against the door, "I have business." "And so have I," replied the sage, and went on whistling. Then suddenly the side of one of the walls seemed to fall out, and through the opening emerged a man wrapped in a priest's robe, and after him Hog Simon, Black Meg, and another particularly evil-looking fellow. "Got it all down?" asked the master in an easy, everyday kind of voice. The monk bowed, and producing several folios of manuscript, laid them on the table together with an inkhorn and a pen. "Very well, and now, my young friend, be so good as to sign here at the foot of the writing." "Sign what?" gasped Adrian. "Explain to him," said the master. "He is quite right. A man should know what he puts his name to." Then a monk spoke in a low, business-like voice. "This is the information of Adrian called van Goorl, as taken down from his own lips, wherein, among other things, he deposes to certain crimes of heresy, murder of the king's subjects, and attempted escape from the king's dominions committed by his stepfather, Dirk van Goorl, his half-brother, Foy van Goorl, and their servant, a Frisian known as Red Martin. Shall I read the papers? It will take some time." "If the witness so desires," said the master. "What is that document for?" whispered Adrian in a hoarse voice. "To persuade your treacherous rival, Foy van Goorl, that it will be desirable in the interests of his health that he should retire from Leyden for a while," sneered his late mentor, while the butcher and Black Meg sniggered audibly. Only the monk stood silent, like a black watching fate. "I'll not sign," shouted Adrian. "I have been tricked. There is treachery," and he bent forward to spring for the door. Ramiro made a sign, and in another instant the butcher's fat hands were about Adrian's throat, and his thick thumbs were digging viciously at the victim's windpipe. Still Adrian kicked and struggled, whereon, at a second sign, the villainous-looking man drew a great knife, and coming up to him, pricked him gently on the nose. Then Ramiro spoke to him very suavely and quietly. "Young friend," he said, "where is that faith in me which you promised? And why, when I wish you to sign this quite harmless writing, do you so violently refuse?" "Because I won't betray my stepfather and brother," gasped Adrian. "I know why you want my signature," and he looked at the man in the priest's robe. "You won't betray them?" sneered Ramiro. "Why, you young fool, you have already betrayed them 50 times over, and what is more, which you don't seem to remember, you have betrayed yourself. Now look here, if you choose to sign that paper, or if you don't choose, makes little difference to me, for, dear pupil, I would almost as soon have your evidence by word of mouth." "I may be a fool," said Adrian, turning sullen. "Yes, I see now that I have been a fool to trust in you and your sham arts, but I am not fool enough to give evidence against my own people in any of your courts. What I have said, I said, never thinking that it would do them harm." "Not caring whether it would do them harm or no," corrected Ramiro, "as you had your own object to gain, the young lady whom, by the way, you were quite ready to doctor with a love medicine." "Because love blinded me," said Adrian loftily. Ramiro put his hand upon his shoulder and shook him slightly as he answered, "And has it not struck you, you vain puppy, that other things may blind you also, hot irons, for instance?" "What do you mean?" gasped Adrian. "I mean that the rack is a wonderful persuader. Oh, it makes the most silent, talk and the most solemn sing. Now take your choice. Will you sign, or will you go to the torture chamber?" "What right have you to question me?" asked Adrian, striving to build up his tottering courage with bold words. "Just this right, that I to whom you speak am the captain and governor of the Gevangenhuis in this town, an official who has certain powers." Adrian turned pale, but said nothing. "Our young friend has gone to sleep," remarked Ramiro reflectively. "Here you, Simon, twist his arm a little. No, not the right arm. He may want that to sign with, which will be awkward if it is out of joint. The other." With an ugly grin the butcher, taking his fingers from Adrian's throat, gripped his captive's left wrist, and very slowly and deliberately began to screw it round. Adrian groaned. "Painful, isn't it?" said Ramiro. "Well, I have no more time to waste. Break his arm." Then Adrian gave in, for he was not fitted to bear torture. His imagination was too lively. "I will sign," he whispered, the perspiration pouring from his pale face. "Are you quite sure you do it willingly?" queried his tormentor, adding, "Another little half turn, please, Simon. And you, Mistress Meg, if he begins to faint, just prick him in the thigh with your knife." "Yes, yes," groaned Adrian. "Very good. Now here is the pen. Sign." So Adrian signed. "I congratulate you upon your discretion, pupil," remarked Ramiro as he scattered sand on the writing and pocketed the paper. "To-day you have learned a very useful lesson, which life teaches to most of us, namely that the inevitable must rule our little fancies. Let us see, I think that by now the soldiers will have executed their task, so as you have done what I wished, you can go, for I shall know where to find you if I want you. But if you will take my advice, which I offer as that of one friend to another, you will hold your tongue about the events of this afternoon. Unless you speak of it, nobody need know that you have furnished certain useful information, for in the Gevangenhuis the names of witnesses are not mentioned to the accused. Otherwise you may possibly come into trouble with your heretical friends and relatives. Good afternoon. Brother, be so good as to open the door for this gentleman." A minute later Adrian found himself in the street, towards which he had been helped by the kick of a heavy boot. His first impulse was to run, and he ran for half a mile or more without stopping, till at length he paused, breathless in a deserted street, and leaning against the wheel of an unharnessed wagon, tried to think. Think! How could he think? His mind was one mad whirl. Rage, shame, disappointed passion, all boiled in it like bones in a knacker's cauldron. He had been fooled, he had lost his love, and oh, infamy, he had betrayed his kindred to the hell of the Inquisition. They would be tortured and burnt. Yes, even his mother and Elsa might be burned, since those devils respected neither age nor sex, and their blood would be upon his head. It was true that he had signed under compulsion, but who would believe that? For had they not taken down his talk, word for word? For once Adrian saw himself as he was. The cloaks of vanity and self-love were stripped from his soul, and he knew what others would think when they came to learn the story. He thought of suicide. There was water, here was steel. The deed would not be difficult. No, he could not. It was too horrible. Moreover, how dared he enter the other world so unprepared, so steeped in every sort of evil? What, then, could he do to save his character and those whom his folly had betrayed? He looked round him. There, not 300 yards away, rose the tall chimney of the factory. Perhaps there was yet time. Perhaps he could still warn Foy and Martin of the fate which awaited them. Acting on the impulse of the moment, Adrian started forward, running like a hare, As he approached the building he saw that the workmen had left, for the big doors were shut. He raced round to the small entrance. It was open. He was through it, and figures were moving in the office. God be praised, they were Foy and Martin. To them he sped, a white-faced creature with gaping mouth and staring eyes, to look at more like a ghost than a human being. Martin and Foy saw him and shrank back. Could this be Adrian, they thought, or was it an evil vision? "Fly!" he gasped. "Hide yourselves! The officers of the Inquisition are after you." Then another thought struck him, and he stammered, "My father and mother! I must warn them." And before they could speak he had turned and was gone, as he went crying, "Fly! Fly!" Foy stood astonished, till Martin struck him on the shoulder and said roughly, "Come, let us get out of this. Either he is mad or he knows something. Have you your sword and dagger? Quick, then." They passed through the door, which Martin paused to lock, and into the courtyard. Foy reached the gate first and looked through its open bars. Then, very deliberately, he shut the bolts and turned the great key. "Are you brain sick?" asked Martin, "that you lock the gate on us?" "I think not," replied Foy, as he came back to him. "It is too late to escape. Soldiers are marching down the street." Martin ran and looked through the bars. It was true enough. There they came, 50 men or more, a whole company, headed straight for the factory, which it was thought might be garrisoned for defence. "Now I can see no help but to fight for it," Martin said cheerfully, as he hid the keys in the bucket of the well, which he let run down to the water. "What can 2 men do against 50?" asked Foy, lifting his steel-lined cap to scratch his head. "Not much. Still, with good luck, something. At least, as nothing but a cat can climb the walls, and the gateway is stopped, I think we may as well die fighting as in the torture chamber of the Gevangenhuis, for that is where they mean to lodge us." "I think so too," answered Foy, taking courage. "Now how can we hurt them most before they quiet us?" Martin looked round reflectively. In the centre of the courtyard stood a building not unlike a pigeon house, or the shelter that is sometimes set up in the middle of a market beneath which merchants gather. In fact, it was a shot tower where leaden bullets of different sizes were cast and dropped through an opening in the floor into a shallow tank below to cool, for this was part of the trade of the foundry. "That would be a good place to hold," he said, "and crossbows hang upon the walls." Foy nodded, and they ran to the tower, but not without being seen, for as they set foot upon its stair, the officer in command of the soldiers called upon them to surrender in the name of the king. They made no answer, and as they passed through the doorway, a bullet from an arquebus struck its woodwork. The shot tower stood upon oaken piles, and the chamber above, which was round and about 20 feet in diameter, was reached by a broad ladder of 15 steps, such as is often used in stables. This ladder ended in a little landing of about 6 feet square, and to the left of the landing opened the door of the chamber where the shot were cast. They went up into the place. "What shall we do now?" said Foy. "Barricade the door?" "I can see no use in that," answered Martin, "for then they would batter it down, or perhaps burn a way through it. No, let us take it off its hinges and lay it on blocks about 8 inches high, so that they may catch their shins against it when they try to rush us." "A good notion," said Foy, and they lifted off the narrow oaken door and propped it up on 4 moulds of metal across the threshold, weighting it with other moulds. Also they strewed the floor of the landing with 3-pound shot, so that men in a hurry might step on them and fall. Another thing they did, and this was Foy's notion. At the end of the chamber were the iron baths in which the lead was melted, and beneath them furnaces ready laid for the next day's founding. These Foy set alight, pulling out the dampers to make them burn quickly, and so melt the leaden bars which lay in the troughs. "They may come underneath," he said. pointing to the trap through which the hot shot were dropped into the tank. "And then molten lead will be useful." Martin smiled and nodded. Then he took down a crossbow from the walls, for in those days, when every dwelling and warehouse might have to be used as a place of defence, it was common to keep a good store of weapons hung somewhere ready to hand, and went to the narrow window which overlooked the gate. "As I thought," he said, "they can't get in and don't like the look of the iron spikes, so they are fetching a smith to burst it open. We must wait." Very soon Foy began to fidget, for this waiting to be butchered by an overwhelming force told upon his nerves. He thought of Elsa and his parents, whom he would never see again. He thought of death and all the terrors and wonders that might lie beyond it, death whose depths he must so soon explore. He had looked to his crossbow, had tested the string, and laid a good store of quarrels on the floor beside him. He had taken a pike from the walls and seen to its shaft and point. He had stirred the fires beneath the leaden bars till they roared in the sharp draught. "Is there nothing more to do?" he asked. "Yes," replied Martin, "we might say our prayers. They will be the last." And suiting his action to the word, the great man knelt down, an example which Foy followed. "Do you speak," said Foy. "I can't think of anything." So Martin began a prayer which is perhaps worthy of record. "O Lord," he said, "forgive me all my sins, which are too many to count, or at least I haven't the time to try, and especially for cutting off the head of the executioner with his own sword, although I had no death quarrel with him, and for killing a Spaniard in a boxing match. O Lord, I thank you very much because you have arranged for us to die fighting instead of being tortured and burnt in the jail, and I pray that we may be able to kill enough Spaniards first to make them remember us for years to come. O Lord, protect my dear master and mistress, and let the former learn that we have made an end of which he would approve. But, if may be, hide it from the Pastor Arentz, who might think that we ought to surrender. That is all I have to say. Amen." Then Foy did his own praying, and it was hearty enough, but we need scarcely stop to set down its substance. Meanwhile the Spaniards had found a blacksmith, who was getting to work upon the gate, for they could see him through the open upper bars. "Why don't you shoot?" asked Foy. "You might catch him with a bolt." "Because he is a poor Dutchman whom they have pressed for the job, while they stand upon one side. We must wait till they break down the gate. Also we must fight well when the time comes, Master Foy, for, see, folk are watching us, and they will expect it." And he pointed upwards. Foy looked. The foundry courtyard was surrounded by tall gabled houses, and of these the windows and balconies were already crowded with spectators. Word had gone round that the Inquisition had sent soldiers to seize one of the young Van Goorls and Red Martin, that they were battering at the gates of the factory. Therefore the citizens, some of them their own workmen, gathered there, for they did not think that Red Martin and Foy van Goorl would be taken easily. The hammering at the gate went on, but it was very stout and would not give. "Martin," said Foy presently, "I am frightened. I feel quite sick. I know that I shall be no good to you when the pinch comes." "Now I am sure that you are a brave man," answered Martin with a short laugh, "for otherwise you would never have owned that you feel afraid. Of course you feel afraid, and so do I. It is the waiting that does it, but when once the first blow has been struck, why, you will be as happy as a priest. Look you, master, so soon as they begin to rush the ladder, do you get behind me, close behind, for I shall want all the room to sweep with my sword, and if we stand side by side we shall only hinder each other, while with a pike you can thrust past me. And be ready to deal with any who win through." "You mean that you want to shelter me with your big carcass," answered Foy, "but you are captain here, at least I will do my best," and putting his arms about the great man's middle, he hugged him affectionately. "Look, look," cried Martin, "the gate is down. Now, first shot to you. and he stepped to one side. As he spoke, the oaken doors burst open, and the Spanish soldiers began to stream through them. Suddenly Foy's nerve returned to him, and he grew steady as a rock. Lifting his crossbow, he aimed and pulled the trigger. The string twanged, the quarrel rushed forth with a whistling sound, and the first soldier, pierced through breastplate and through breast, sprang into the air and fell forward. Foy stepped to one side to string his bow. "Good shot," said Martin, taking his place, while from the spectators in the windows went up a sudden shout. Martin fired, and another man fell. Then Foy fired again, and missed, but Martin's next bolt struck the last soldier through the arm and pinned him to the timber of the broken gate. After this they could shoot no more, for the Spaniards were beneath them. "To the doorway," said Martin, "and remember what I told you. Away with the bows, cold steel must do the rest." Now they stood by the open door. Martin, a helmet from the walls upon his head, tied beneath his chin with a piece of rope, because it was too small for him, the great sword Silence lifted ready to strike, and Foy behind, gripping the long pike with both hands. Below them from the gathered mob of soldiers came a confused clamour. Then a voice called out an order, and they heard footsteps on the stair. "Look out, they are coming," said Martin, turning his head so that Foy caught sight of his face. It was transfigured. It was terrible. The great red beard seemed to bristle. The pale blue, unshaded eyes rolled and glittered. They glittered like the blue steel of the sword Silence that wavered above them. In that dread instant of expectancy, Foy remembered his vision of the morning. Lo, it was fulfilled, for before him stood Martin, the peaceful, patient giant, transformed into a red vengeance. A man reached the head of the ladder, stepped upon one of the loose cannon balls, and fell with an oath and a crash. But behind him others came. Suddenly they turned the corner. Suddenly they burst into view, 3 or 4 of them together. Gallantly they rushed on. The first of them caught his feet in the trap of the door and fell headlong across it. Of him Martin took no heed, but Foy did, for before ever the soldier could rise he had driven his pike down between the man's shoulders, so that he died there upon the door. At the next Martin struck, and Foy saw this one suddenly grow small and double up, which, if he had found leisure to examine the nature of that wound, would have surprised him very little. Another man followed so quickly that Martin could not lift the sword to meet him, but he pointed with it, and the next instant was shaking his carcass off its blade. After this Foy could keep no count. Martin slashed with the sword, and when he found a chance, Foy thrust with the pike, till at length there were none to thrust at, for this was more than the Spaniards had bargained. 2 of them lay dead in the doorway, and others had been dragged or had tumbled down the ladder, while from the onlookers at the windows without, as they caught sight of them being brought forth, slain or sorely wounded, went up shout upon shout of joy. "So far we have done very well," said Martin quietly, "but if they come up again we must be cooler and not waste our strength so much. Had I not struck so hard, I might have killed another man." But the Spaniards showed no sign of coming up any more. They had seen enough of that narrow way and of the red swordsmen who waited them in the doorway round the corner. Indeed, it was a bad place for attackers, since they could not shoot with arquebuses or arrows, but must pass in to be slaughtered like sheep at the shambles in the dim room beyond. So, being cautious men who loved their lives, they took a safer counsel. The tank beneath the shot tower, when it was not in use, was closed with a stone cover, and round this they piled firewood and peats from a stack in the corner of the yard, and standing in the centre out of the reach of arrows, set light to it. Martin lay down watching them through a crack in the floor. Then he signed to Foy and whispered, and going to the iron baths, Foy drew from them 2 large buckets of molten lead, each as much as a man could carry. Again Martin looked through the crack, waiting till several of the burners were gathered beneath. Then with a swift motion he lifted up the trap door, and as those below stared upwards, wondering, full into their faces came the buckets of molten lead. Down went two of them, never to speak more, while others ran out shrieking and aflame, tearing at their hair and garments. After this the Spaniards grew more wary, and built their fires round the oak piers till the flames, eating up them, fired the building, and the room above grew full of little curling wreaths of smoke. "Now we must choose," said Martin, "whether we will be roasted like fowls in an oven, or go down and have our throats cut like pigs in the open." "For my part, I prefer to die in the air," coughed Foy. "So say I, master. Listen, we can't get down the stair, for they are watching for us there, so we must drop from the trap door and charge through the fire. Then, if we are lucky, back to back and fight it out." Half a minute later, two men bearing naked swords in their hands might be seen bursting through the barrier of flaming wood. Out they came safely enough, and there in an open space not far from the gateway halted back to back, rubbing the water from their smarting eyes. On them, a few seconds later, like hounds on a wounded boar, dashed the mob of soldiers, while from every throat of the hundreds who were watching went up shrill cries of encouragement, grief, and fear. Men fell before them, but others rushed in. They were down, they were up again. Once more they were down, and this time only one of them rose, the great man Martin. He staggered to his feet, shaking off the soldiers who tried to hold him, as a dog in the game pit shakes off rats. He was up, he stood across the body of his companion, and once more that fearful sword was sweeping round, bringing death to all it touched. They drew back, but a soldier, old in war, creeping behind him, suddenly threw a cloak over his head. Then the end came, and slowly, very slowly, they overmatched his strength, and bore him down and bound him, while the watching mob groaned and wept with grief. End of chapter 19. Book 2, Chapter 20 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. In the Gevangenhuis. When Adrian left the factory, he ran on to the house in the Bree Straat. "Oh, what has happened?" said his mother, as he burst into the room where she and Elsa were at work. "They are coming for him," he gasped. "The soldiers from the Gevangenhuis. Where is he? Let him escape quickly, my stepfather." Lysbeth staggered and fell back into her chair. "How do you know?" she asked. At the question Adrian's head swam and his heart stood still. Yet his lips found a lie. "I overheard it," he said. "The soldiers are attacking Foy and Martin in the factory, and I heard them say that they were coming here for him." Elsa moaned aloud. Then she turned on him like a tiger, asking, "If so, why did you not stay to help them?" "Because," he answered with a touch of his old pomposity, "my first duty was towards my mother and you." "He is out of the house," broke in Lysbeth in a low voice that was dreadful to hear. "He is out of the house, and I know not where. Go, son, and search for him. Swift, be swift." So Adrian went forth, not sorry to escape the presence of these tormented women. Here and there he wandered to one haunt of Dirk's after another, but without success, till at length a noise of tumult drew him, and he ran towards the sound. Presently he was round the corner, and this was what he saw. Advancing down the wide street leading to the Gevangenhuis came a body of Spanish soldiers, and in the centre of them were two figures whom it was easy for Adrian to recognise, Red Martin and his brother Foy. Martin, although his bull-hide jerkin was cut and slashed and his helmet had gone, seemed to be little hurt, for he was still upright and proud, walking along with his arms lashed behind him, while a Spanish officer held the point of a sword, his own sword Silence, near his throat ready to drive it home should he attempt to escape. With Foy the case was different. At first Adrian thought that he was dead, for they were carrying him upon a ladder. Blood fell from his head and legs, while his doublet seemed literally to be rent to pieces with sword cuts and dagger thrusts. And in truth, had it not been for the shirt of mail which he wore beneath, he must have been slain several times over. But Foy was not dead, for as Adrian watched, he saw his head turn upon the ladder, and his hand rise up and fall again. But this was not all, for behind appeared a cart drawn by a grey horse, and in it were the bodies of Spanish soldiers. How many Adrian could not tell, but there they lay with their harness still on them. After these, again, in a long and melancholy procession, marched other Spanish soldiers, some of them sorely wounded, and like Foy carried upon doors or ladders, and others limping forward with the help of their comrades. No wonder that Martin walked proudly to his doom, since behind him came the rich harvest of the sword Silence. Also there were other signs to see and hear, since about the cavalcade surged and roared a great mob of the citizens of Leyden. "Bravo, Martin! Well fought, Foy van Goorl!" they shouted. "We are proud of you! We are proud of you!" Then from the back of the crowd someone cried, "Rescue them! Kill the Inquisition dogs! Tear the Spaniards to pieces!" A stone flew through the air, then another and another. But at a word of command the soldiers faced about, and the mob drew back, for they had no leader. So it went on till they were within 100 yards of the Gevangenhuis. "Don't let them be murdered!" cried the voice. "A rescue! A rescue!" And with a roar the crowd fell upon the soldiers. It was too late, for the Spaniards, trained to arms, closed up and fought their way through, taking their prisoners with them. But they cost them dear, for the wounded men, and those who supported them, were cut off. They were cut off, they were struck down. In a minute they were dead, every one of them, and although they still held its fortress and walls, from that hour the Spaniards lost their grip of Leyden, nor did they ever win it back again. From that hour to this, Leyden has been free. Such were the first fruits of the fight of Foy and Martin against fearful odds. The great doors of oak and iron of the Gevangenhuis clashed behind the prisoners, the locks were shot, and the bars fell home, while outside raved the furious crowd. The place was not large, nor very strong, merely a drawbridge across the narrow arm of a moat, a gateway with a walled courtyard beyond, and over it a 3-storied house built in the common Dutch fashion, but with straight barrel windows. To the right, under the shadow of the archway, which, space being limited, was used as an armoury and hung with weapons, lay the court-room where prisoners were tried, and to the left, as a vaulted place with no window, not unlike a large cellar in appearance. This was the torture chamber. Beyond the courtyard, and at the back of it, rose the prison. In this yard were waiting the new governor of jail, Ramiro, and with him a little red-faced, pig-eyed man, dressed in a rusty doublet. He was the Inquisitor of the district, especially empowered as delegate of the Blood Council, and under various edicts and laws to try and to butcher heretics. The officer in command of the troops advanced to make his report. "What is all that noise?" asked the Inquisitor in a frightened, squeaky voice. "Is this city also in rebellion?" "And where are the rest of you?" said Ramiro, scanning the thin files. "Sir," answered the officer, saluting, "the rest of us are dead. Some were killed by this red tongue and his companion, and the mob have the others." Then Ramiro began to curse and to swear, as well he might, for he knew that when this story reached headquarters, his credit with Alva and the Blood Council would be gone. "Coward!" he yelled, shaking his fist in the face of the officer. "Coward to lose a score or more of men in taking a brace of heretics." "Don't blame me, sir," answered the man sullenly, for the word stirred his bile. "Blame the mob and this red devil's steel, which went through us as though we were wet clay." And he handed him the sword Silence. "It fits the man," muttered Montalvo, "for few else could wield such a blade. Go hang it in the doorway, it may be wanted in evidence." But to himself he thought, "Bad luck again, the luck that follows me whenever I pit myself against Lysbeth van Hout." Then he gave an order, and the two prisoners were taken away up some narrow stairs. At the top of the first flight was a solid door through which they passed, to find themselves in a large and darksome place. Down the centre of this place ran a passage. On either side of the passage, dimly lighted by high iron-barred windows, were cages built of massive oaken bars, and measuring each of them 8 or 10 feet square, very dens such as might have served for wild beasts, but filled with human beings charged with offences against the doctrines of the Church. Those who chanced to have seen the prison at the Inquisition at The Hague, as it still stands today, will know what they were like. Into one of these dreadful holes they were thrust, Foy, wounded as he was, being thrown roughly upon a heap of dirty straw in the corner. Then, having bolted and locked the door of their den, the soldiers left them. As soon as his eyes grew accustomed to the light, Martin stared about him. The conveniences of the dungeon were not many. Indeed, being built above the level of the ground, it struck the imagination as even more terrible than any subterranean vault devoted to the same dreadful purpose. By good fortune, however, in one corner of it stood an earthenware basin and a large jug of water. "I will take the risk of its being poisoned," thought Martin to himself, as lifting the jug he drank deep of it, for what between fighting, fire, and fury there seemed to be no moisture left in him. Then, his burning thirst satisfied at last, he went to where Foy lay unconscious, and began to pour water little by little into his mouth, which, senseless as he was, he swallowed mechanically, and presently groaned a little. Next, as well as he could, Martin examined his comrade's wounds, to find that what had made him insensible was a cut upon the right side of the head, which, had it not been for his steel-lined cap, must certainly have killed him, but, as it was, beyond the shock and bruise, seemed in no way serious. His second hurt was a deep wound in the left thigh, but being on the outside of the limb, although he bled much, it had severed no artery. Other injuries he had also upon the forearms and legs. Also beneath the chain shirt his body was bruised with the blows of swords and daggers, but none of these were dangerous. Martin stripped him as tenderly as he might, and washed his wounds. Then he paused, for both of them were wearing garments of flannel, which is unsuitable for the dressing of hurts. "You need linen," said a woman's voice, speaking from the next den. "Wait a while, and I will give you my smock." "How can I take your garment, lady, whoever you may be?" answered Martin, "to bind the limbs of a man, even if he is wounded." "Take it and welcome," said the unknown in sweet, low tones. "I want it no more. They are going to execute me tonight." "Execute you tonight?" muttered Martin. "Yes," replied the voice, "in the court-room or one of the cellars, I believe, as they dare not do it outside because of the people. By beheading. Am I not fortunate? Only by beheading." "Oh, God, where art thou?" groaned Martin. "Don't be sorry for me," answered the voice. "I am very glad. There were 3 of us, my father, my sister, and I, and, you can guess. Well, I wish to join them. Also, it is better to die than to go through what I have suffered again. But here is the garment. I fear that it is stained about the neck, but it will serve if you tear it into strips." And a trembling, delicate hand, which held the linen, was thrust between the oaken bars. Even in that light, however, Martin saw that the wrist was cut and swollen. He saw it, and because of that tender, merciful hand, he registered an oath about priests and Spaniards, which, as it chanced, he lived to keep very thoroughly. Also he paused a while, wondering whether if all this was of any good, wondering if it would not be best to let Foy die at once, or even to kill him. "What are you thinking about, sir?" asked the lady on the other side of the bars. "I am thinking," answered Martin, "that perhaps my young master here would be better dead, and that I am a fool to stop the bleeding." "No, no," said the sweet voice. "Do your utmost and leave the rest to God. It pleases God that I should die, which matters little, as I am but a weak girl. It may please Him that this young man shall live to be of service to his country and his faith. I say, bind up his wounds, good sir." "Perhaps you are right," answered Martin. "Who knows? There's a key to every lock if only it can be found." Then he set to work upon Foy's wounds, binding them round with the strips of the girl's garment dipped in water, and when he had done the best he could, he clothed him again, even to the chain shirt. "Are you not hurt yourself?" asked the voice presently. "A little, nothing to speak of. A few cuts and bruises, that's all. This bull's hide turned their swords." "Tell me whom you have been fighting," she said. So, to while away the time while Foy still lay senseless, Martin told her the story of the attack upon the shot tower, of how they had driven the Spaniards down the ladder, of how they had drenched them with molten lead, and of their last stand in the courtyard when they were forced from the burning building. "Oh, what a fearful fight, 2 against so many," said the voice, with a ring of admiration in it. "Yes," answered Martin, "it was a good fight, the hottest that ever I was in. For myself I don't much care, for they've paid a price for my carcass. I didn't tell you, did I, that the mob set on them as they haled us here and pulled 4 wounded men and those who carried them to bits? Oh yes, they have paid a price, a very good price for a Frisian boor and a Leyden burgher." "God pardon their souls," murmured the unknown. "That's as He likes," said Martin, "and no affair of mine. I had only to do with their bodies, and—" At this moment Foy groaned, sat up, and asked for something to drink. Martin gave him water from the pitcher. "Where am I?" he asked, and he told him. "Martin, old fellow," said Foy in an uncertain voice, "we are in a very bad way, but as we have lived through this," here his characteristic hopefulness asserted itself, I believe that we shall live through the rest." "Yes, young sir," echoed the thin, faint notes out of the darkness beyond the bars. "I believe too that you will live through the rest, and I am praying that it may be so." "Who is that?" asked Foy drowsily. "Another prisoner," answered Martin. "A prisoner who will soon be free," murmured the voice again through the blackness, for by now night had fallen and no light came from the hole above. Then Foy fell into sleep or stupor, and there was silence for a long while, until they heard the bolts and bars of the door of the dungeon creaking, and the glint of a lantern appeared floating on the gloom. Several men tramped down the narrow gangway, and one of them, unlocking their cage, entered, filled the jug of water from a leathern jack, and threw down some loaves of black bread and pieces of stockfish, as food is thrown to dogs. Having examined the pair of them, he grunted and went away, little knowing how near he had been to death, for the heart of Martin was mad. But he let him go. Then the door of the next cell was opened, and a man said, "Come out, it is time." "It is time, and I am ready," answered the thin voice. "Goodbye, friends. God be with you." "Goodbye, lady," answered Martin. "May you soon be with God." Then he added, by an afterthought, "What is your name? I should like to know." "Mary," she replied, and began to sing a hymn, and so, still singing the hymn, she passed away to her death. They never saw her face, they never learned who she might be, this poor girl who was but an item among the countless victims of perhaps the most hideous tyranny that the world has ever known, one of Alva's slaughtered 60,000. But many years afterwards, when Foy was a rich man in a freer land, he built a church and named it Mary's Kirk. The long night wore away in silence, broken only by the groans and prayers of the prisoners in dens upon the same floor, or with the solemn rhythm of hymns sung by those above, till at length the light, creeping through the dungeon lattices, told them that it was morning. At its first ray Martin awoke much refreshed, for even there his health and weariness had brought sleep to him. Foy also awoke, stiff and sore, but in his right mind, and very hungry. Then Martin found the loaves and the stockfish, and they filled themselves, washing down the meal with water, after which he dressed Foy's wounds, making a poultice of them out of the crumb of the bread, and doctored his own bruises as best he could. It must have been 10 o'clock or later when again the doors were opened, and men appeared who commanded that they should follow them. "One of us can't walk," said Martin. "Still, perhaps I can manage." And lifting Foy in his arms as though he had been a baby, he passed with the jailers out of the den, down the stair, and into the court-room. Here, seated behind a table, they found Ramiro and the little squeaky-voiced, red-faced Inquisitor. "Heaven above us!" said the Inquisitor. "What a great, hairy ruffian! It makes me feel nervous to be in the same place with him. I beg you, Governor Ramiro, instruct your soldiers to be watching and to stab him at the first movement." "Have no fear, noble sir," answered Ramiro. "The villain is quite unarmed." I dare say, but let us get on. Now, what is the charge against these people? I see, heresy like the last upon the evidence of well, never mind. Well, we will take that as proved, and of course it is enough. But what more? Here it is. Escaped from the Hague with the goods of a heretic, killed sundry of his Majesty's lieges, blew up others on the Haarlemmer Meer, and yesterday, as we know for ourselves, committed a whole series of murders in resisting lawful arrests. Prisoners, have you anything to say?" "Plenty," answered Foy. "Then save your trouble in my time, since nothing can excuse your godless, rebellious, and damnable behaviour. Friend Governor, into your hands I deliver them, and may God have mercy upon their souls. See, by the way, that you have a priest at hand to shrive them at last, if they will be shriven, just for the sake of charity, but all the other details I leave to you. Torment? Oh, of course, if you think there is anything to be gained of it, or that it will purify their souls. And now I will be going on to Haarlem, for I tell you frankly, friend Governor, that I don't think this town of Leyden safe for an honest officer of the law. There are too many bad characters here, schismatics and resisters of authority. What? The warrant not ready? Well, I will sign it in blank. You can fill it in. There. God forgive you, heretics. May your souls find peace, which is more, I fear, than your bodies will find for the next few hours. Bah! Friend Governor, I wish that you had not made me assist at that execution of that girl last night, especially as I understand she leaves no property worth having. Her white face haunts my mind. I can't be rid of the look of those great eyes. Oh, these heretics, to what sorrow do they put us orthodox people? Farewell, friend Governor. Yes, I think I will go out by the back way. Some of those turbulent citizens might be waiting in front. Farewell, and temper justice with mercy if you can." And he was gone. Presently Ramiro, who had accompanied him to the gate, returned. Seating himself on the further side of the table, he drew his rapier and laid it before him. Then, having first commanded them to bring a chair in which Foy might sit, since he could not stand because of his wounded leg, he told the guard to fall back out of hearing, but to be ready should he need them. "Not much dignity about that fellow," he said, addressing Martin and Foy in a cheerful voice. "Quite different from the kind of thing you expected, I dare say. No hooded Dominican priests, no clerks taking notes, no solemnities, nothing but a little red-faced wretch perspiring with terror lest the mob outside should catch him. As for my part, I hope they may. Well, gentlemen, what can you expect, seeing that, To my knowledge the man is a bankrupt tailor of Antwerp. However, it is the substance we have to deal with, not the shadow, and that's real enough, for his signature on a death warrant is as good as that of the Pope, or His Majesty King Philip, or for the matter of that, of Alva himself. Therefore you are dead men." "As you would have been had I not been fool enough to neglect Martin's advice out in the Haarlemer Meer and let you escape," answered Foy. "Precisely, my young friend, but you see my guardian angel was too many for you, and you did neglect that excellent counsel. But, as it happens, it is just about the Haarlemer Meer that I want to have a word with you." Foy and Martin looked at each other, for now they understood exactly why they were there, and Ramiro, watching them out of the corners of his eyes, went on in a low voice. "Let us drop this and come to business. You hid it, and you know where it is, and I am in need of a competence for my old age. Now I am not a cruel man. I wish to put no one to pain or death. Moreover, I tell you frankly, I admire both of you very much. The escape with the treasure on board of your boat Swallow, and the blowing up were both exceedingly well managed, with but one mistake which you, young sir, have pointed out," and he bowed and smiled. "The fight that you made yesterday, too, was splendid, and I have entered the details of it in my own private diary, because they ought not to be forgotten." Now it was Foy's turn to bow, while even on Martin's grim and impassive countenance flickered a faint smile. "Naturally," went on Ramiro, "I wish to save such men. I wish you to go hence quite free and unharmed," and he paused. "How can we after we have been condemned to death?" asked Foy. "Well, it does not seem so difficult. My friend the tailor, I mean the Inquisitor, who, for all his soft words, is a cruel man indeed, was in a hurry to be gone, and he signed a blank warrant, always an incautious thing to do. Well, a judge can acquit as well as condemn, and this one is no exception. What is there to prevent me filling this paper in with an order for your release?" "And what is there to show us that you would release us after all?" asked Foy. "Upon the honour of a gentleman," answered Ramiro, laying his hand on his heart. "Tell me what I want to know, give me a week to make certain necessary arrangements, and so soon as I am back you shall both of you be freed." "Doubtless," said Foy angrily, "upon such honour as gentlemen learn in the galleys, Señor Ramiro. I beg your pardon, Count Juan de Montalvo." Ramiro's face grew crimson to the hair. "Sir," he said, "were I a different sort of man, for those words you should die in a fashion from which even the boldest might shrink. But you are young and inexperienced, so I will overlook them. Now this bargaining must come to a head. Which will you have, life and safety, or the chance, which under the circumstances is no chance at all, that one day, not you, of course, but somebody interested in it, may recover a hoard of money and jewels?" Then Martin spoke for the first time, very slowly and respectfully. "Worshipful sir," he said, "we cannot tell you where the money is, because we do not know. To be frank with you, nobody ever knew except myself. I took the stuff and sank it in the water in the narrow channel between two islands, and I made a little drawing of them on a piece of paper." "Exactly, my good friend, and where is that piece of paper?" "Alas, sir, when I was lighting the fuses on board the Swallow, I let it fall in my haste, and it is in exactly the same place as are all your worship's worthy comrades who were on board that ship. I believe, however, that if you will put yourself under my guidance, I could show your Excellency the spot, and this, as I do not want to be killed, I should be most happy to do." "Good simple man," said Ramiro with a little laugh. How charming is the prospect that you paint of a midnight row with you upon those lonely waters, the tarantula and the butterfly, arm in arm. Mynheer van Goorl, what have you to say?" "Only that the story told by Martin here is true. I do not know where the money is, as I was not present at its sinking, and the paper has been lost." "Indeed. I am afraid, then, that it will be necessary for me to refresh your memory. But first I have one more argument, or rather two. Has it struck you that another life may hang upon your answer? As a rule, men are loath to send their fathers to death." Foy heard, and terrible as was the hint, yet it came to him as a relief, for he had feared lest he was about to say, "Your mother," or Elsa Brant. "That is my first argument, a good one, I think, but I have another which may appeal even more forcibly to a young man and prospective heir. The day before yesterday you became engaged to Elsa Brant. Don't look surprised. People in my position have long ears, and you needn't be frightened. The young lady will not be brought here. She is too valuable." "Be so good as to speak plainly," said Foy. "With pleasure. You see this girl is the heiress, is she not? And whether or no I find out the facts from you, sooner or later, in this way or that, she will doubtless discover where her heritage is hidden. Well, that fortune a husband would have the advantage of sharing. I myself labour at present under no matrimonial engagements, and am in a position to obtain an introduction. Ah, my friend, are you beginning to see that there are more ways of killing a dog than by hanging him?" Weak and wounded as he was, Foy's heart sank in him at the words of this man, this devil who had betrayed his mother with a mock marriage, and who was the father of Adrian. The idea of making the heiress his wife was one worthy of his evil ingenuity, and why should he not put it into practice? Elsa, of course, would rebel, but Alva's officials in such days had means of overcoming any maidenly reluctance, or at least of forcing women to choose between death and degradation. Was it not common for them even to dissolve marriages in order to give heretics to new husbands who desired their wealth? There was no justice left in hand. Human beings were the chattels and slaves of their oppressors. Oh God, what was there to do except to trust in God? Why should they be tortured, murdered, married against their wills, for the sake of a miserable pile of pelf? Why not tell the truth, and let the fellow take the money? He had measured up his man, and believed that he could drive a bargain with him. Ramiro wanted money, not lives. He was no fanatic. Horrors gave him no pleasure. He cared nothing about his victims' souls. As he betrayed his mother, Lysbeth, for cash, so he would be willing to let them all go for cash. Why not make the exchange? Then, distinct, formidable, overwhelming, the answer rose up in Foy's mind. Because he had sworn to his father that nothing which could be imagined should induce him to reveal this secret and betray his trust. And not only to his father, to Hendrik Brant also, who already had given his own life to keep his treasure out of the hands of the Spaniards, believing that in some unforeseen way it would advantage his own land and countrymen. No, great as was the temptation, he must keep the letter of his bond and pay its dreadful price. So again Foy answered, "It is useless to try to bribe me, for I do not know where the money is." "Very well, Heer Foy van Goorl. Now we have a plain issue before us, but I will still try to protect you against yourself. The warrant shall remain blank for a little while." Then he called aloud, "Sergeant, ask the Professor Baptiste to be so good as to step this way." End of chapter 20. Book 2, Chapter 21 of Lysbeth. A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. How Martin Turned Coward. The sergeant left the room and presently returned, followed by the Professor, a tall, hang-dog looking rogue, clad in rusty black, with broad, horny hands and nails bitten down to the quick. "Good morning to you, Professor," said Ramiro. "Here are 2 subjects for your gentle art. You will begin upon the big one, and from time to time report progress, and be sure, if he becomes willing to reveal what I want to know, never mind what it is, that is my affair, come to summon me at once." "What methods does your Excellency wish employed?" "Man, I leave that to you. Am I a master of your filthy trade? Any method, provided it is effective." "I don't like the look of him," grumbled the Professor, gnawing at his short nails. "I have heard about this mad brute. He is capable of anything." "Then take the whole guard with you. One naked wretch can't do much against 8 armed men. And listen, take the young gentleman also, and let him see what goes on. The experience may modify his views, but don't touch him without telling me. I have reports to write, and shall stop here." "I don't like the look of him," repeated the Professor. "I say that he makes me feel cold down the back. He has the evil eye. I'd rather begin with the young one." "Begone and do what I tell you," said Ramiro, glaring at him fiercely. "Guard, attend upon the executioner Baptiste." "Bring them along," grumbled the Professor. "No need for violence, worthy sir," muttered Martin. "Show the way and we follow," and stooping down he lifted Foy from his chair. Then the procession started. First went Baptiste and 4 soldiers. Next came Martin bearing Foy, and after them 4 more soldiers. They passed out of the court-room into the passage beneath the archway. Martin, shuffling along slowly, glanced down it and saw that on the wall, among some other weapons, hung his own sword, Silence. The big doors were locked and barred, but at the wicket by the side of them stood a sentry whose office it was to let people in and out upon their lawful business. Making pretence to shift Foy in his arms, Martin scanned this wicket as narrowly as time would allow, and observed that it seemed to be secured by means of iron bolts at the top and the bottom, but that it was not locked, since the socket into which the tongue went was empty. Doubtless, while he was on guard there, the porter did not think it necessary to go to the pains of using the great keys that hung at his girdle. The sergeant in charge of the victims opened a low and massive door, which was almost exactly opposite to that of the court-room, by shooting back a bolt and pushing it ajar. Evidently the place beyond at some time or other had been used as a prison, which accounted for the bolt on the outside. A few seconds later and they were locked into the torture chamber of the Gevangenhuis, which was nothing more than a good-sized vault like that of a cellar, lit with lamps, for no light of day was suffered to enter here, and by a horrid little fire that flickered on the floor. The furnitures of the place may be guessed at. Those that are curious about such things can satisfy themselves by examining the medieval prisons at The Hague and elsewhere. Let us pass them over as unfit even for description, although these terrors, of which we scarcely like to speak today, were very familiar to the sight of our ancestors of but 3 centuries ago. Martin sat Foy down upon some terrible engine that roughly resembled a chair, and once more let his blue eyes wander about him. Amongst the various implements was one leaning against the wall, not very far from the door, which excited his especial interest. It was made for a dreadful purpose, but Martin reflected only that it seemed to be a stout bar of iron exactly suited to the breaking of anybody's head. "Come," sneered the Professor, "undress that big gentleman while I make ready his little bed." So the soldiers stripped Martin, nor did they assault him with sneers and insults, for they remembered the man's deeds of yesterday and admired his strength and endurance and the huge muscular frame beneath their hands. "Now he is ready if you are," said the sergeant. The Professor rubbed his hands. "Come on, my little man," he said. Then Martin's nerve gave way, and he began to shiver and to shake. "Oh," laughed the Professor, "even in this stuffy place he is cold without his clothes. Well, we must warm him, we must warm him." "Who would have thought that a big fellow who can fight well too was such a coward at heart?" said the sergeant of the guard to his companions. "After all, he will give no more play than a Rhine salmon." Martin heard the words and was seized with such an intense access of fear that he burst into a sweat all over his body. "I can't bear it," he said, covering his eyes, which, however, he did not shut, with his fingers. "The rack was always my nightmare, and now I see why. I'll tell all I know." "Oh, Martin, Martin," broke out Foy in a kind of wail, "I was doing my best to keep up my own courage. I never dreamt that you would turn coward." "Every well has a bottom, master," whined Martin, "and mine is the rack. Forgive me, but I can't abide the sight of it." Foy stared at him open-mouthed. Could he believe his ears? And if Martin was so horribly scared, why did his eye glint in that peculiar way between his fingers? He had seen this light in it before, no later indeed than the last afternoon just as the soldiers tried to rush the stair. He gave up the problem as insoluble, but from that moment he watched very narrowly. "Do you hear what this young lady says, Professor Baptiste?" said the sergeant. "She says," imitating Martin's whine, "that she'll tell all she knows." "Then the great cur might have saved me this trouble. Stop here with him. I must go and inform the governor. Those are my orders. No, no, you needn't give him clothes yet. That cloth is enough. One can never be sure." Then he walked to the door and began to unlock it, as he went striking Martin in the face with the back of his hand and saying, "Take that, cur," whereat, as Foy observed, the cowed prisoner perspired more profusely than before and shrank away towards the wall. God in heaven! What had happened? The door of the torture den was opened, and suddenly, uttering the words, "To me, Foy," Martin made a movement more quick than he could follow. Something flew up and fell with a fearful thud upon the executioner in the doorway. The guard sprang forward, and a great bar of iron, hurled with awful force into their faces, swept two of them broken to the ground. Another instant, and one arm was about his middle, the next they were outside the door, Martin standing straddle-legged over the body of the dead Professor Baptiste. They were outside the door, but it was not shut, for now, on the other side of it, 6 men were pushing with all their might and main. Martin dropped Foy. "Take his dagger and look out for the porter," he gasped as he hurled himself against the door. In a second Foy had drawn the weapon out of the belt of the dead man and wheeled round. The porter from the wicket was running on them, sword in hand. Foy forgot that he was wounded. For the moment his leg seemed sound again. He doubled himself up and sprang at the man like a wild cat, as one springs who has the rack behind him. There was no fight, yet in that thrust the skill which Martin had taught him so patiently served him well, for the sword of the Spaniard passed over his head, whereas Foy's long dagger went through the porter's throat. A glance showed Foy that from him there was nothing more to fear, so he turned. "Help if you can," groaned Martin, as well as he might, for with his naked shoulder wedged against one of the cross-pieces of the door he was striving to press it so that the bolt could be shot into its socket. Heavens, what a struggle was that! Martin's blue eyes seemed to be starting from his head, his tongue lolled out, and the muscles of his body rose in great knots. Foy hopped to him and pushed as well as he was able. It was little that he could do, standing upon one leg only, for now the sinews of the other had given way again. Still, that little made the difference, for let the soldiers on the further side strive as they might, slowly, very slowly, the thick door quivered to its frame. Martin glanced at the bolt, for he could not speak, and with his left hand Foy slowly worked it forward. It was stiff with disuse. It caught upon the edge of the socket. "Closer!" he gasped. Martin made an effort so fierce that it was hideous to behold, for beneath the pressure the blood trickled from his nostrils, but the door went in the 16th of an inch, and the rusty bolt creaked home to its stone notch. Martin stepped back, and for a moment stood swaying like a man about to fall. Then, recovering himself, he leapt at the sword Silence, which hung upon the wall, and passed its thong over his right wrist. Next he turned towards the door of the court-room. "Where are you going?" asked Foy. "To bid him farewell," hissed Martin. "You're mad," said Foy. "Let's fly while we can. That door may give. They are shouting." "Perhaps you are right," answered Martin doubtfully. "Come, on to my back with you." A few seconds later the two soldiers on guard outside the Gevangenhuis were amazed to see a huge, red-bearded man, naked save for a loincloth, and waving a great bare sword, who carried upon his back another man, rush straight at them with a roar. They never waited his onset. They were terrified, and thought that he was a devil. This way and that they sprang, and the man with his burden passed between them over the little drawbridge down the street of the city, heading for the Morsch Poort. Finding their wits again, the guard started in pursuit, but a voice from among the passers-by cried out, "It is Martin, Red Martin and Foy van Goorl, who escaped from the Gevangenhuis," and instantly a stone flew towards the soldiers. Then, bearing in mind the fate of their comrades on the yesterday, those men scuttled back to the friendly shelter of their prison gate. When at length Ramiro, growing weary of waiting, came out from an inner chamber beyond the court-room, where he had been writing, to find the Professor and the porter dead in the passage, and the yelling guard locked in his own torture chamber, why, then those sentries declared that they had seen nothing at all of prisoners, clothed or naked. For a while he believed them, and mighty was the hunt from the clock tower of the Gevangenhuis down to the lowest stone of its cellars, yes, and even in the waters of the moat. But when the governor found out the truth, it went very ill with those soldiers, and still worse with the guard from whom Martin had escaped in the torture room like an eel out of the hand of a fishwife. For by this time Ramiro's temper was roused, and he began to think that he had done ill to return to Leyden. But he had still a card to play. In a certain room in the Gevangenhuis sat another victim. Compared to the dreadful dens where Foy and Martin had been confined, this was quite a pleasant chamber upon the first floor, being reserved, indeed, for political prisoners of rank, or officers captured upon the field who were held to ransom. Thus it had a real window, secured, however, by a double set of iron bars, which overlooked the little inner courtyard and the jail kitchen. Also it was furnished after a fashion, and was more or less clean. The prisoner was none other than Dirk van Goorl, who had been neatly captured as he returned towards his house, after making certain arrangements for the flight of his family, and hurried away to the jail. On that morning Dirk also had been put upon his trial before the squeaky-voiced and agitated ex-tailor. He also had been condemned to death, the method of his end, as in the case of Foy and Martin, being left in the hands of the governor. Then they led him back to his room, and shot the bolts upon him there. Some hours later a man entered his cell, to the door of which he was escorted by soldiers, bringing him food and drink. He was one of the cooks, and, as it chanced, a talkative fellow. "What passes in this prison, friend?" asked Dirk, looking up, "that I see people running to and fro across the courtyard, and hear trampling and shouts in the passages. Is the Prince of Orange coming, perchance, to set all of us poor prisoners free?" And he smiled sadly. "Humph!" grunted the man. "We have prisoners here who set themselves free without waiting for any Prince of Orange. Magicians they must be, magicians and nothing less." Dirk's interest was excited. Putting his hand into his pocket, he drew out a gold piece, which he gave to the man. "Friend," he said, "you cook my food, do you not, and look after me? Well, I have a few of these about me, and if you prove kind, they may as well find their way into your pocket as into those of your betters. Do you understand?" The man nodded, took the money, and thanked him. "Now," went on Dirk, "while you clean the room, tell me about this escape, for small things amuse those who hear no tidings." "Well, mynheer," answered the man, "this is the tale of it so far as I can gather. Yesterday they captured two fellows, heretics, I suppose, who made a good fight and did them much damage in a warehouse. I don't know their names, for I am a stranger to this town, but I saw them brought in, a young fellow who seemed to be wounded in the leg and neck, and a great red-bearded giant of a man. They were put upon their trial this morning, and afterwards sent across, the two of them together, with 8 men to guard them, to call upon the Professor. You understand?" Dirk nodded, for this Professor was well known in Leyden. "And then?" he asked. "And then? Why, Mother in heaven, they came out, that's all, the big man stripped and carrying the other on his back. Yes, they killed the Professor with the branding iron, and out they came, like ripe peas from a pod." "Impossible," said Dirk. "Very well, perhaps you know better than I do. Perhaps it is impossible also that they should have pushed the door to, let all those Spanish cocks inside do what they might, and bolted them in. Perhaps it is impossible that they should have spitted the porter and got clean away through the outside guards, the big one still carrying the other upon his back. Perhaps all these things are impossible, but they're true nevertheless, and if you don't believe me, after they get away from the whipping post, just ask the bridge guard why they ran so fast when they saw that great, naked, blue-eyed fellow come at them roaring like a lion, with his big sword flashing above his head. Oh, there's a pretty to-do, I can tell you, a pretty to-do, and in meal or malt we shall all pay the price of it, from the governor down. Indeed, some backs are paying it now." "But, friend, were they not taken outside the jail?" "Taken? Who was to take them when the rascally mob made them an escort 500 strong as they went down the street? No, they are far from Leyden now, you may swear to that. I must be going, but if there is anything you'd like while you're here, just tell me, and as you are so liberal, I'll try to see that you get what you want." As the bolts were shot home behind the man, Dirk clasped his hands and almost laughed aloud with joy. So Martin was free, and Foy was free, and until they could be taken again, the secret of the treasure remained safe. Montalvo would never have it, of that he was sure. And as for his own fate, well, he cared little about it, especially as the Inquisitor had decreed that, being a man of so much importance, he was not to be put to the question. This order, however, was prompted, not by mercy, but by discretion, since the fellow knew that, like other of the Holland towns, Leyden was on the verge of open revolt, and feared lest, should it leak out that one of the wealthiest and most respected of its burghers was actually being tormented for his faith's sake, the populace might step over the boundary line. When Adrian had seen the wounded Spanish soldiers and their bearers torn to pieces by the rabble, and had heard the great door of the Gevangenhuis close upon Foy and Martin, he turned to go home with his evil news. But for a long while the mob would not go home, and had it not been that the drawbridge over the moat in front of the prison was up, and that they had no means of crossing it, probably they would have attacked the building then and there. Presently, however, rain began to fall, and they melted away, wondering not too happily whether In that time of daily slaughter the Duke of Alva would think a few common soldiers worth while making a stir about. Adrian entered the upper room to tell his tidings, since they must be told, and found it occupied by his mother alone. She was sitting straight upright in her chair, her hands resting upon her knees, staring out of the window with a face like marble. "I cannot find him," he began, "but Foy and Martin are taken after a great fight in which Foy was wounded. They are in the Gevangenhuis." "I know all," interrupted Lysbeth in a cold, heavy voice. "My husband is taken also. Someone must have betrayed them. May God reward him. Leave me, Adrian." Then Adrian turned and crept away to his own chamber, his heart so full of remorse and shame that at times he thought that it must burst. Weak as he was, wicked as he was, he had never intended this, but now, oh Heaven, his brother Foy and the man who had been his benefactor, whom his mother loved more than her life, were through him given over to a death worse than the mind could conceive. Somehow that night wore away, and of this we may be sure, that it did not go half as heavily with the victims in their dungeon as with the betrayer in his free comfort. Thrice during its dark hours, indeed, Adrian was on the point of destroying himself. Once even he set the hilt of his sword upon the floor and its edge against his breast, and then at the prick of steel shrank back. Better would it have been for him, perhaps, could he have kept his courage. At least he would have been spared much added shame and misery. So soon as Adrian had left her, Lysbeth rose, robed herself, and took her way to the house of her cousin, Van de Werff, now a successful citizen of middle age and the burgomaster-elect of Leyden. "You have heard the news?" she said. "Alas, cousin, I have," he answered, "and it is very terrible. Is it true that this treasure of Hendrik Brant's is at the bottom of it all?" She nodded and answered, "I believe so." "Then could they not bargain for their lives by surrendering its secret?" "Perhaps, that is, Foy and Martin might. Dirk does not know its whereabouts. He refused to know, but they have sworn that they will die first." "Why, cousin?" "Because they promised as much to Hendrik Brant, who believed that if his gold could be kept from the Spaniards it would do some mighty service to his country in time to come, and who has persuaded them all that it is so." "Then God grant it may be true," said Van de Werff with a sigh, "for otherwise it is sad to think that more lives should be sacrificed for the sake of a heap of pelf." "I know it, cousin, but I come to you to save those lives." "How?" "How?" she answered fiercely. "Why, by razing the town, by attacking the Gevangenhuis and rescuing them, by driving the Spaniards out of Leyden, and thereby bringing upon ourselves the fate of Mons. Would you see this place also given over to the sack of the soldiers of Noircarmes and Don Frederick?" "I care not what I see so long as I have my son and my husband," she answered desperately. "There speaks the woman, not the patriot. It is better that 3 men should die than a whole city full." "That is a strange argument to find in your mouth, cousin, the argument of Caiaphas the Jew." "Nay, Lysbeth, be not wroth with me, for what can I say? The Spanish troops in Leyden are not many, it is true, but more have been sent from Haarlem and elsewhere after the troubles of yesterday arising out of the capture of Foy and Martin, and in 48 hours at the longest they will be here. This town is not provisioned for a siege, its citizens are not trained to arms, and we have little powder stored. Moreover, the city council is divided. For the killing of Spanish soldiers we may compound, but if we attack the Gevangenhuis, that is open rebellion, and we shall bring the army of Don Frederick down upon us." "What matter, cousin? It will come sooner or later." "Then let it come later, when we are more prepared to beat it off. Oh, do not reproach me, for I can bear it ill, I who am working day and night to make ready for the hour of trial. I love your husband and your son. My heart bleeds for your sorrow and their doom, but at present I can do nothing, nothing. You must bear your burden, they must bear theirs, I must bear mine. We must all wander through the night, not knowing where we wander till God causes the dawn to break, the dawn of freedom and retribution." Lysbeth made no answer, only she rose and stumbled from the house, while Van de Werff sat down groaning bitterly and praying for help and light. End of chapter 21. Book 2, Chapter 22 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. A Meeting and a Parting. Lysbeth did not sleep that night, for even if her misery would have let her sleep, she could not because of the physical fire that burnt in her veins, and the strange pangs of agony which pierced her head. At first she thought little of them, but when at last the cold autumn light of morning dawned, she went to a mirror and examined herself, and there upon her neck she found a hard, red swelling the size of a nut. Then Lysbeth knew that she had caught the plague from the Vrouw Jansen, and laughed aloud, a dreary little laugh, since if all she loved were to die, it seemed to her good that she should die also. Elsa was abed prostrated with grief, and shutting herself in her room, Lysbeth suffered none to come near her, except one woman who she knew had recovered from the plague in past years, but even to her she said nothing of her sickness. About 11 o'clock in the morning this woman rushed into her chamber, crying, "They have escaped! They have escaped!" "Who?" gasped Lysbeth, springing from her chair. "Your son Foy and Red Martin," and she told the tale of how the naked man with the naked sword, carrying the wounded Foy upon his back, burst his way roaring from the Gevangenhuis, and, protected by the people, had run through the town and out of the Moorish poort, heading for the Haarlemer Meer. As she listened, Lysbeth's eyes flamed up with a fire of pride. "Oh, good and faithful servant," she murmured, "you have saved my son, but alas, your master you could not save." Another hour passed, and the woman appeared again, bearing a letter. "Who brought this?" she asked. "A Spanish soldier, mistress." Then she cut the silk and read it. It was unsigned, and ran: "One in authority sends greetings to the Vrouw van Goorl. If the Vrouw van Goorl would save the life of the man who is dearest to her, she is prayed to veil herself and follow the bearer of this letter. For her own safety she need have no fear. It is assured hereby." Lysbeth thought a while. This might be a trick, very probably it was a trick to take her. Well, if so, what did it matter, since she would rather die with her husband than live on without him? Moreover, why should she turn aside from death, she in whose veins the plague was burning? But there was another thing worse than that. She could guess who had penned this letter. It even seemed to her, after all these many years, that she recognized the writing, disguised though it was. Could she face him? Well, why not? For Dirk's sake. And if she refused, and Dirk was done to death, would she not reproach herself, if she lived to remember it, because she had left a stone unturned? "Give me my cloak and veil," she said to the woman, "and now go tell the man that I am coming." At the door she found the soldier, who saluted her and said respectfully, "Follow me, lady, but at a little distance." So they started, and through side streets Lysbeth was led to a back entrance of the Gevangenhuis, which opened and closed behind her mysteriously, leaving her wondering whether she would ever pass that gate again. Within a man was waiting. She did not even notice what kind of man, who also said, "Follow me, lady," and led her through gloomy passages and various doors into a little empty chamber furnished with a table and 2 chairs. Presently the door opened and shut. Then Her whole being shrank and sickened as though beneath the breath of poison, for there before her, still the same, still handsome, although so marred by time and scars and evil, stood the man who had been her husband, Juan de Montalvo. But whatever she felt, Lysbeth showed nothing of it in her face, which remained white and stern. Moreover, even before she looked at him, she was aware that he feared her more than she feared him. It was true, for from this woman's eyes went a sword of terror that seemed to pierce Montalvo's heart. Back flew his mind to the scene of their betrothal, and the awful words that she had spoken then re-echoed in his words. How strangely things had come round, for on that day, as on this, the stake at issue was the life of Dirk van Goorl. In the old times she had bought it, paying as its price herself, her fortune, and, worst of all, to a woman, her lover's scorn and wonder. What would she be prepared to pay now? Well, fortunately, he need ask but little of her. And yet his soul mistrusted him of these bargainings with Lysbeth van Hout for the life of Dirk van Goorl. The first had ended ill with a sentence of 14 years in the galleys, most of which he had served. How would the second end? By the way of answer there seemed to rise before the eye of Montalvo's mind a measureless black gulf, and falling through its infinite depths, one miserable figure, a mere tiny point that served to show the vastness it explored. The point turned over, and he saw its face as in a crystal. It was his own. This unpleasant nightmare of the imagination came in an instant, and in an instant passed. The next, Montalvo, courteous and composed, was bowing before his visitor and praying her to be seated. "It is most good of you, Vrouw van Goorl," he began, "to have responded so promptly to my invitation." "Perhaps, Count de Montalvo," she replied, "you will do me the favour to set out your business in as few words as possible." "Most certainly that is my desire. Let me free your mind of apprehension. The past has mingled memories for both of us, some of them bitter, some, let me hope, sweet," and he laid his hand upon his heart and sighed. "But it is a dead past, so, dear lady, let us agree to bury it in a fitting silence." Lysbeth made no answer, only her mouth grew a trifle more stern. "Now, one word more, and I will come to the point. Let me congratulate you upon the gallant deeds of a gallant son. Of course his courage and dexterity, with that of the Red Giant, Martin, have told against myself, have, in short, lost me a trick in the game. But I am an old soldier, and I can assure you that the details of their fight yesterday at the factory, and of their marvellous escape from, well, painful surroundings this morning, have stirred my blood and made my heart beat fast." "I have heard the tale, do not trouble to repeat it," said Lysbeth. "It is only what I expected of them, but I thank God that it has pleased him to let them live on, so that in due course they may fearfully avenge a beloved father and master." Montalvo coughed and turned his head, with the idea of avoiding that ghastly nightmare of a pitiful little man falling down a fathomless gulf which had sprung up suddenly in his mind again. "Well," he went on, "a truce to compliments. They escaped, and I am glad of it, whatever murders they may contemplate in the future. Yes, notwithstanding their great crimes and manslayings in the past, I am glad that they escaped, although it was my duty to keep them while I could, and if I should catch them it will be my duty, but I needn't talk of that to you. Of course, however, you know there is one gentleman who is not quite so fortunate." "My husband?" "Yes, your worthy husband, who, happily for my reputation as captain of one of His Majesty's prison, occupies an upstairs room." "What of him?" asked Lysbeth. Dear lady, don't be over anxious. There is nothing so wearying as anxiety. I was coming to the matter." Then, with a sudden change of manner, he added, "It is needful, Lysbeth, that I should set out the situation." "What situation do you mean?" "Well, principally that of the treasure." "What treasure?" "Oh, woman, do not waste time in trying to fool me. The treasure, the vast, the incalculable treasure of Hendrik Brant, which Foy van Goorl and Martin, who have escaped," and he ground his teeth together at the anguish of the thought, "disposed of somewhere in the Haarlemer Meer." "Well, what about this treasure?" "I want it, that is all." "Then you had best go to seek it." "That is my intention, and I shall begin the search in the heart of Dirk van Goorl," he added, slowly crushing the handkerchief he held with his long fingers as though it were a living thing that could be choked to death. Lysbeth never stirred. She had expected this. "You will find it a poor mine to dig in," she said, "for he knows nothing of the whereabouts of this money. Nobody knows anything of it now. Martin hid it, as I understand, and lost the paper, so it will lie there till the Haarlemer Meer is drained." "Dear me, do you know I have heard that story before? Yes, from the excellent Martin himself, and do you know I don't quite believe it." "I could not help what you believe or do not believe. You may remember that it was always my habit to speak the truth." "Quite so, but others may be less conscientious. See here," and drawing a paper from his doublet, he held it before her. It was nothing less than the death warrant of Dirk van Goorl, signed by the Inquisitor, duly authorized thereto. Mechanically she read it and understood. "You will observe," he went on, "that the method of the criminal's execution is left to the good wisdom of our well-beloved, etc., in plain language, to me. Now, might I trouble you so far as to look out of this little window? What do you see in front of you? A kitchen? Quite so. Always a homely and pleasant sight in the eyes of an excellent housewife like yourself. And do you mind bending forward a little? What do you see up there? A small barred window? Well, let us suppose, for the sake of argument, that a hungry man, a man who grows hungrier and hungrier, sat behind that window watching the cooks at their work, and seeing the meat carried into this kitchen, to come out an hour or two later as hot, steaming, savoury joints, while he wasted, 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 and starved, starved, starved. Don't you think, my dear lady, that this would be a very unpleasant experience for that man?" "Are you a devil?" gasped Lysbeth, springing back. "I have never regarded myself as such, but if you seek a definition I should say that I am a hard-working, necessitous, and somewhat unfortunate gentleman who has been driven to rough methods in order to secure a comfortable old age. I can assure you that I do not wish to starve anybody. I wish only to find Hendrik Brant's treasure, and if your worthy husband won't tell me where it is, why, I must make him, that is all. In 6 or 8 days, under my treatment, I am convinced that he will become quite fluent on the subject, for there is nothing that could cause a fat burgher, accustomed to good living, to open his heart more than a total lack of the victuals which he can see and smell. Did you ever hear the story of an ancient gentleman called Tantalus? These old fables have a wonderful way of adapting themselves to the needs and circumstances of us moderns, haven't they?" Then Lysbeth's pride broke down, and in the abandonment of her despair, flinging herself upon her knees before this monster, she begged for her husband's life, begged in the name of God, yes, and even in the name of Montalvo's son Adrian. So low had her misery brought her that she pleaded with the man by the son of shame whom she had borne to him. He prayed her to rise. "I want to save your husband's life," he said. "I give you my word that if only he will tell me what I desire to know, I will save it. Yes, although the risk is great, I will even manage his escape, and I shall ask you to go upstairs presently and explain my amiable intentions to him." Then he thought a moment and added, "But you mentioned one Adrian. Pray, do you mean the gentleman whose signature appears here?" And he handed her another document, saying, "Read it quietly, there is no hurry. The good Dirk is not starving yet. I am informed, indeed, that he has just made an excellent breakfast, not his last by many thousands, let us hope." Lysbeth took the sheets and glanced at them. Then her intelligence awoke, and she read on fiercely until her eye came to the well-known signature at the foot of the last page. She cast the roll down with a cry, as though a serpent had sprung from its pages and bitten her. "I fear that you are pained," said Montalvo sympathetically, "and no wonder, for myself I have gone through such disillusionments, and know how they wound a generous nature. That's why I showed you this document, because I also am generous, and wish to warn you against this young gentleman, who, I understand, you allege is my son. You see, the person who would betray his brother might even go a step further and betray his mother. So if you take my advice, you will keep an eye upon the young man. Also, I am bound to remind you that it is more or less your own fault. It is a most unlucky thing to curse a child before it is born. You remember the incident? That curse has come home to roost with a vengeance. What a warning against giving way to the passion of the moment." Lysbeth heeded him no longer. She was thinking as she had never thought before. At that moment, as though by an inspiration, there floated into her mind the words of the dead Vrouw Jansen. "The plague, I wish that I had caught it before, for then I would have taken it to him in prison, and they couldn't have treated him as they did." Dirk was in prison, and Dirk was to be starved to death, for, whatever Montalvo might think, he did not know the secret, and therefore could not tell. And she had the plague on her. She knew its symptoms well, and its poison was burning in her every vein, although she could still think and speak and walk. Well, why not? It would be no crime. Indeed, if it was a crime, she cared little. It would be better that he should die of the plague in 5 days, or perhaps in 2, if it worked quickly, as it often did with the full-blooded, than that he should linger on, starving for 12 or more, and perhaps be tormented besides. Swiftly, very swiftly, Lysbeth came to her dreadful decision. Then she spoke in a hoarse voice. "What do you wish me to do?" "I wish you to reason with your husband, and to persuade him to cease from his obstinacy, and to surrender to me the secret of the hiding-place of Brant's hoard. In that event, so soon as I have proved the truth of what he tells me, I undertake that he shall be set at liberty unharmed, and that, meanwhile, he shall be well treated." "And if I will not, or he will not, or cannot?" "Then I have told you the alternative, and to show you that I am not joking, I will now write and sign the order. Then, if you decline this mission, or if it is fruitless, I will hand it to the officer before your eyes, and within the next 10 days or so let you know the results, or witness them if you wish." "I will go," she said, "but I must see him alone." "It is unusual," he answered, "but provided you satisfy me that you carry no weapon, I do not know that I need object." So, when Montalvo had written his order and scattered dust on it from the pounce box, for he was a man of neat and methodical habits, he himself, with every possible courtesy, conducted Lysbeth to her husband's prison. Having ushered her into it with a cheerful "Friend van Goorl, I bring you a visitor," he locked the door upon them and patiently waited outside. It matters not what passed within, whether Lysbeth told her husband of her dread yet sacred purpose, or did not tell him, whether he ever learned of the perfidy of Adrian or did not learn it, what were their parting words, their parting prayers, all these matters not. Indeed, the last are too holy to be written. Let us bow our heads and pass them by in silence, and let the reader imagine them as he will. Growing impatient at length, Montalvo unlocked the prison door and opened it, to discover Lysbeth and her husband kneeling side by side in the centre of the room, like the figures on some ancient marble monument. They heard him and rose. Then Dirk folded his wife in his arms in a long last embrace, and loosing her, held one hand above her head in blessing, as with the other he pointed to the door. So infinitely pathetic was this dumb show of farewell, for no word passed between them while he was present, that not only his barbed gibe, but the questions that he meant to ask, died upon the lips of Montalvo. Try as he might, he could not speak from here. "Come," he said, and Lysbeth passed out. At the door she turned to look, and there in the centre of the room still stood her husband, tears streaming from his eyes, down a face radiant with an unearthly smile, and his right hand lifted toward the heavens. And so she left him. Presently Montalvo and Lysbeth were together again in the little room. "I fear," he said, "from what I saw just now, that your mission has failed." "It has failed," she answered, in such a voice as might be dragged by an evil magic from the lips of a corpse. "He does not know the secret you seek, and therefore he cannot tell it." "I am sorry that I cannot believe you," said Montalvo. "So," and he stretched out his hand towards a bell upon the table. "Stop," she said. "For your own sake, stop. Man, will you really commit this awful, this useless crime? Think of the reckoning that must be paid here and hereafter. Think of me, the woman you dishonoured, standing before the judgment seat of God, and bearing witness against your naked, shivering soul. Think of him, the good and harmless man whom you are about cruelly to butcher, crying in the ear of Christ, 'Look upon Juan de Montalvo, my pitiless murderer.'" "Silence!" shouted Montalvo, yet shrieking back against the wall as though to avoid a sword thrust. "Silence, you ill-omened witch, with your talk of God and judgment. It is too late, I tell you, it is too late. My hands are too red with blood, my heart is too black with sin. Upon the tablets of my mind is written too long a record. What more can this one crime matter? And, do you understand, I must have money, money to buy my pleasures, money to make my last years happy and my deathbed soft. I have suffered enough, I have toiled enough, and I will win wealth and peace, who am now once more a beggar. Yes, had you 20 husbands, I would crush the life out of all of them, inch by inch, to win the gold that I desire." As he spoke, and the passions in him broke through their crust of cunning and reserve, his face changed. Now Lysbeth, watching for some sign of pity, knew that hope was dead, for his countenance was as it had been on that day 26 years ago, when she sat at his side while the great race was run. There was the same starting eyeball, the same shining fangs appeared between the curled lips, and above them the mustachios, now grown grey, touched the high cheekbones. It was as in the fable of the weremen, who at a magic sign or word put off their human aspect and became beasts. So it had chanced to the spirit of Montalvo, shining through his flesh like some baleful marsh light through the mist. It was a thing which God had forgotten, a thing that had burst the kindly mould of its humanity and wrapped itself in the robe and mask of such a wolf as might raven about the cliffs of hell. Only there was fear on the face of the wolf, that inhuman face, which, this side of the grave, she was yet destined to see once more. The fit passed, and Montalvo sank down gasping, while even in her woe and agony Lysbeth shuddered at this naked vision of a Satan-haunted soul. "I have one more thing to ask," she said. "Since my husband must die, suffer that I die with him. Will you refuse this also, and cause the cup of your crimes to flow over, and the last angel of God's mercy to flee away?" "Yes," he answered. "You, woman with the evil eye, do you suppose that I wish you here to bring all the ills you prate of upon my head? I say that I am afraid of you. Why, for your sake, once years ago, I made a vow to the Blessed Virgin that, whatever I worked on men, I would never again lift a hand against a woman. To that oath I look to help me at the last, for I have kept it sacredly, and am keeping it now, else by this time both you and the girl Elsa might have been stretched upon the rack. No, Lysbeth, get you gone, and take your curses with you." And he snatched and rang the bell. A soldier entered the room, saluted, and asked his commands. "Take this order," he said, "to the officer in charge of the heretic Dirk van Goorl. It details the method of his execution. Let it be strictly adhered to, and report made to me each morning of the condition of the prisoner. Stay, show this lady from the prison." The man saluted again and went out of the door. After him followed Lysbeth. She spoke no more, but as she paused she looked at Montalvo, and he knew well that though she might be gone, yet her curse remained behind. The plague was on her. Her head and bones were racked with pain, and the swords of sorrow pierced her poor heart. But Lysbeth's mind was still clear, and her limbs still supported her. She reached her home and walked upstairs to the sitting room, commanding the servant to find the Heer Adrian and bid him join her there. In the room was Elsa, who ran to her crying, "Is it true? Is it true?" "It is true, daughter, that Foy and Martin have escaped." "Oh, God is good," wept the girl. "And that my husband is a prisoner and condemned to death." "Ah!" gasped Elsa, "I am selfish." "It is natural that a woman should think first of the man she loves. No, do not come near me. I fear that I am stricken with the pest." "I am not afraid of that," answered Elsa. "Did I never tell you? As a child I had it in The Hague." "That, at least, is good news among much that is very ill. But be silent. Here comes Adrian, to whom I wish to speak. Nay, you need not leave us. It is best that you should learn the truth." Presently Adrian entered, and Elsa, watching everything, noticed that he looked sadly changed and ill. "You sent for me, mother?" he began, with some attempt at his old pompous air. Then he caught sight of her face and was silent. "I have been to the Gevangenhuis, Adrian," she said, "and I have news to tell you. As you may have heard, your brother Foy and our servant Martin have escaped. I know not whither. They escaped out of the very jaws of worse than death, out of the torture chamber, indeed, by killing the wretch who was known as the Professor, and the warden of the gate, Martin carrying Foy, who was wounded, upon his back." "I am indeed rejoiced," cried Adrian excitedly. "Hypocrite, be silent," hissed his mother, and he knew that the worst had overtaken him. "My husband, your stepfather, has not escaped. He is in the prison still, for there I have just bidden him farewell, and the sentence upon him is that he shall be starved to death in a cell overlooking the kitchen." "Oh, oh!" cried Elsa, and Adrian groaned. "It was my good or ill fortune," went on Lysbeth in a voice of ice, "to see the written evidence upon which my husband, your brother Foy, and Martin were condemned to death, on the grounds of heresy, rebellion, and the killing of the king's servants. At the foot of it, duly witnessed, stands the signature of Adrian van Goorl." Elsa's jaw fell. She stared at the traitor like one paralysed, while Adrian, seizing the back of a chair, rested upon it and rocked his body to and fro. "Have you anything to say?" asked Lysbeth. There was still one chance for the wretched man. Had he been more dishonest than he was, he might have denied all knowledge of the signature, but to do this never occurred to him. Instead, he plunged into a wandering, scarcely intelligible explanation, for even in his dreadful plight his vanity would not permit him to tell all the truth before Elsa. Moreover, in that fearful silence, soon he became utterly bewildered, till at length he hardly knew what he was saying, and in the end came to a full stop. "I understand you to admit that you signed this paper in the house of Hague Simon, and in the presence of a man called Ramiro, who is governor of the prison, and who showed it to me," said Lysbeth, lifting her head, which had sunk upon her breast. "Yes, mother, I signed something, but—" "I wish to hear no more," interrupted Lysbeth. "Whether your motive was jealousy, or greed, or wickedness of heart, or fear, you signed that which, had you been a man, you would have allowed yourself to be torn to pieces with red-hot pincers before you put a pen to it. Moreover, you gave your evidence fully and freely, for I have read it and supported it with the severed finger of the woman Meg, which you stole from Foy's room. You are the murderer of your benefactor and of your mother's heart, and the would-be murderer of your brother and of Martin Roos. When you were born, the mad wife Martha, who nursed me, counselled that you should be put to death, lest you should live to bring evil upon me and mine. I refused, and you have brought the evil upon us all, the most, I think, upon your own soul. I do not curse you. I call down no ill upon you. Adrian, I give you over into the hands of God to deal with as He sees fit. Here is money," and going to her desk she took from it a heavy purse of gold which had been prepared for their flight, and thrust it into the pocket of his doublet, wiping her fingers upon her kerchief after she had touched him. "Go hence, and never let me see your face again. You were born of my body, you are my flesh and blood, but for this world and the next I renounce you, Adrian. Bastard, I know you not. Murderer, get you gone." Adrian fell upon the ground. He grovelled before his mother, trying to kiss the hem of her dress, while Elsa sobbed aloud hysterically. But Lysbeth spurned him in the face with her foot, saying, "Get you gone before I call up such servants as are left to me to thrust you to the street." Then Adrian rose, and with great gasps of agony, like some sore wounded thing, crept from that awful and majestic presence of outraged motherhood, crept down the stairs and away into the city. When he had gone, Lysbeth took pen and paper and wrote in large letters these words: "Notice to all the good citizens of Leyden. Adrian called van Goorl, upon whose written evidence his stepfather Dirk van Goorl, his half-brother Foy van Goorl, and the serving man Martin Roos, have been condemned to death in the Gevangenhuis by torment, starvation, water, fire, and sword, and is known here no longer. Lysbeth van Goorl." Then she called a servant and gave orders that this paper should be nailed upon the front door of the house, where every passer-by might read it. "It is done," she said. "Cease weeping, Elsa, and lead me to my bed, whence I pray God that I may never rise again." 2 days went by, and a fugitive rode into the city, a worn and wounded man of Leyden, with horror stamped upon his face. "What news?" cried the people in the market-place, recognizing him. "Mechlin, Mechlin!" he gasped. "I come from Mechlin." "What of Mechlin and its citizens?" asked Peter van de Werff, stepping forward. "Don Frederick has taken it. The Spaniards have butchered them, every one, old, young, men, women, and children. They are all butchered. I escaped, but for 2 leagues and more I heard the sound of the death wail of Mechlin. Give me wine." They gave him wine, and by slow degrees, in broken sentences, he told the tale of one of the most awful crimes ever committed in the name of Christ by cruel man against God and his own fellows. It was written large in history. We need not repeat it here. Then, when they knew the truth, up from that multitude of the men of Leyden went a roar of wrath and a cry of vengeance for their slaughtered kin. They took arms, each what he had, the burgher his sword, the fisherman his fish spear, the boor his axe goad or his pick. Leaders sprang up to command them, and there arose a shout of "To the gates! To the Gevangenhuis! Free the prisoners!" They surged round the hateful place, thousands of them. The drawbridge was up, but they bridged the moat. Some shots were fired at them, but the defence ceased. They battered in the massive doors, and when these fell, rushed to the dens and loosed those who remained alive within them. But they found no Spaniards, for by now Ramiro and his garrison had vanished away, whither they knew not. A voice cried, "Dirk van Goorl! Seek for Dirk van Goorl!" And they came to the chamber overlooking the courtyard, shouting, "Dirk van Goorl, we are here!" They broke in the door, and there they found him, lying upon his pallet, his hands clasped, his face upturned, smitten, suddenly dead, not by man, but by the poison of the plague. Unfed and untended, the end had overtaken him very swiftly. End of chapter 22. End of Book the Second. Book 3, Chapter 23 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Third, The Harvesting. Chapter 23, Father and Son. When Adrian left his mother's house in the Bree Straat, he wandered away at hazard, for so utterly miserable was he that he could form no plans as to what he was to do or whither he should go. Presently he found himself at the foot of that great mound which in Leyden is still known as the Burg, a strange place, with a circular wall upon the top of it, said to have been constructed by the Romans. Up this mound he climbed, and throwing himself upon the grass under an oak, which grew in one of the little recesses of those ancient walls, he buried his face in his hands and tried to think. Think! How could he think? Whenever he shut his eyes, there arose before them a vision of his mother's face, a face so fearful in its awesome and unnatural calm that he vaguely wondered how he, the outcast son, upon whom it had been turned like the stare of the Medusa's head, withering his very soul, could have seen it and still live. Why did he live? Why was he not dead, he who had a sword at his side? Was it because of his innocence? He was not guilty of this dreadful crime. He had never intended to hand over Dirk van Goorl and Foy and Martin to the Inquisition. He had only talked about them to a man whom he believed to be a professor of judicial astrology, and who said that he could compound draughts which would bend the wills of women. Could he help it if this fellow was really an officer of the Blood Council? Of course not. But oh, why had he talked so much? Oh, why had he signed that paper? Why did he not let them kill him first? He had signed, and explain as he would, he could never look an honest man in the face again, and less still a woman, if she knew the truth. So he was not still alive because he was innocent, since for all the good that this very doubtful innocence of his was likely to be even to his own conscience, he might almost as well have been guilty. Nor was he alive because he feared to die. He did fear to die horribly, but to the young and impressionable, at any rate, there are situations in which death seems the lesser of two evils. That situation had been well nigh reached by him last night, when he set the hilt of his sword against the floor and shrank back at the prick of its point. Today it was overpast. No, he lived on because before he died he had a hate to satisfy, a revenge to work. He would kill this dog, Ramiro, who had tricked him with his crystal gazing and his talk of friendship, who had frightened him with the threat of death, until he became like some poor girl, and for fear signed away his honour. Oh, heaven! For very fear, he who prided himself upon his noble Spanish blood, the blood of warriors, this treacherous dog, who, having used him, had not hesitated to betray his shame to her from whom most of all it should have been hidden, and for aught he knew, to the others also. Yes, even if he met him, his own brother, Foy would spit upon him in the street. Foy, who was so hatefully open and honest, who could not understand into what degradation a man's nerves may drag him. And Martin, who had always mistrusted and despised him, why, if he found the chance, he would tear him limb from limb, as a kite tears a partridge. And worse still, Dirk van Goorl, the man who had befriended him, who had bred him up, although he was no son of his, but the child of some rival, he would sit there in his prison cell, and while his face fell and his bones grew daily plainer, till at length his portly presence was as that of a living skeleton, he would sit there by the window, watching the dishes of savoury food pass in and out beneath him, and between the pangs of his long-drawn, hideous agony, put up his prayer to God to pay back to him, Adrian, all the woe that he had caused. Oh, it was too much. Under the crushing weight of his suffering, his senses left him, and he found such peace as today is won by those who are about to pass beneath the surgeon's knife, the peace that but too often wakes to a livelier agony. When Adrian came to himself again, he felt cold, for already the autumn evening had begun to fall, and there was a feel in the clear, still air as of approaching frost. Also he was hungry. Dirk van Goorl, too, must be growing hungry now, he remembered, for he had eaten nothing since the yesterday. He would go into the town, get food, and then make up his mind what he should do. Accordingly, descending from the Berg, Adrian went to the best inn in Leyden, and seating himself at a table under the trees that grew outside of it, bade the waiting man bring him food and beer. Unconsciously, for he was thinking of other things in speaking to him, Adrian had assumed the haughty Spanish hidalgo manner that was customary with him when addressing his inferiors. Even then he noticed, with the indignation of one who dwells upon his dignity, that this server made him no bow, but merely called his order to someone in the house, and turning his back upon him, began to speak to a man who was loitering near. Soon Adrian became aware that he was the subject of that conversation, for the two of them looked at him out of the corners of their eyes, and jerked their thumbs towards him. Moreover, first one, then two, then quite a number of passers-by stopped and joined in the conversation, which appeared to interest them very much. Boys came also, a dozen or more of them, and women of the fishwife stamp, and all of these looked at him out of the corner of their eyes, and from time to time jerked their thumbs towards him. Adrian began to feel uneasy and angered, but drawing down his bonnet and folding his arms upon his breast, he took no notice. Presently the server thrust his meal and flagon of beer before him with such clattering clumsiness that some of the liquor splashed over upon the table. "Be more careful and wipe that up," said Adrian. "Wipe it yourself," answered the man, rudely turning upon his heel. Now Adrian was minded to be gone, but he was hungry and thirsty, so first, thought he, he would satisfy himself. Accordingly he lifted the tankard and took a long pull at it, when suddenly something struck the bottom of the vessel, jerking liquor over his face and doublet. He set it down with an oath, and laying his hand upon his sword hilt, asked who had done this. But the mob, which by now numbered 50 or 60 and was gathered about him in a triple circle, made no answer. They stood there staring sullenly, and in the fading light their faces seemed dangerous and hostile. He was frightened. What could they mean? Yes, he was frightened, but he determined to brave it out, and lift the corner from his meat, when something passed over his shoulder and fell into the dish, something stinking and abominable, to be particular, a dead cat. This was too much. Adrian sprang to his feet and asked who dared thus to foul his food. The crowd did not jeer, did not even mock. It seemed too much in earnest for gibes, but a voice at the back called out, "Take it to Dirk van Goorl. He'll be glad of it soon." Now Adrian understood. All these people knew of his infamy. The whole of Leyden knew that tale. His lips turned dry, and the sweat broke out upon his body. What should he do? Brave it out? He sat down, and the fierce ring of silent faces drew a pace or two nearer. He tried to bid the man to bring more meat, but the words stuck in his throat. Now the mob saw his fear, and of a sudden seemed to augur his guilt from it, and to pass sentence on him in their hearts. At last they who had been so dumb broke out into yells and hoots. "Traitor! Spanish spy! Murderer!" they screamed. "Who gave evidence against our Dirk? Who sold his brother to the rack?" Then came another shriller note. "Kill him! Hang him up by the heels and stone him! Twist off his tongue!" and so forth. Out shot a hand, a long, skinny female hand, and a harsh voice cried, "Give us a keepsake, my pretty boy." Then there was a sharp wrench at his head, and he knew that from it a lock of hair was missing. This was too much. He ought to have stopped there and let them kill him if they would, but a terror of these human wolves entered his soul and mastered him. To be trodden beneath those mire-stained feet, to be rent by those filthy hands, to be swung up living by the ankles to some pole, and then carved piecemeal, he could not bear it. He drew his sword and turned to fly. "Stop him!" yelled the mob, whereon he lunged at them wildly, running a small boy through the arm. The sight of blood and the screech of the wounded lad settled the question, and those who were foremost came at him with a spring. But Adrian was swifter than they, and before a hand could be laid upon him, amidst a shower of stones and filth, he was speeding down the street. After him came the mob, and then began one of the finest manhunts ever known in Leyden. From one street to another, round this turn and round that, sped the quarry, and after him, a swiftly growing pack, came the hounds. Some women drew a washing line across the street to trip him. Adrian jumped it like a deer. 4 men got ahead and tried to cut him off. He dodged them. Down the Bree Straat he went, and on his mother's door he saw a paper and guessed what was written there. They were gaining, for always fresh ones took the place of those who grew weary. There was but one chance for him now. Near by ran the Rhine, and there it was wide and unbridged. Perhaps they would not follow him through the water. In he went, having no choice, and swam for his life. They threw stones and bits of wood at him and called for bows, but, luckily for him, by now the night was falling fast, so that soon he vanished from their sight, and heard them crying to each other that he was drowned. But Adrian was not drowned, for at that moment he was dragging himself painfully through the deep, greasy mud of the opposing bank, and hiding among the old boats and lumber which were piled there, till his breath came to him again. But he could not stay long, for even if he had not been afraid that they would come and find him, it was too cold. So he crept away into the darkness. Half an hour later, as, resting from their daily labours, Hog Simon and his consort Meg were seated at their evening meal, a knock came at the door, causing them to drop their knives and to look at each other suspiciously. "Who can it be?" marvelled Meg. Simon shook his fat head. "I have no appointment," he murmured, "and I don't like strange visitors. There's a nasty spirit abroad in the town, a very nasty spirit." "Go and see," said Meg. "Go and see yourself, you," and he added an epithet calculated to anger the meekest woman. She answered it with an oath and a metal plate, which struck him in the face, but before the quarrel could go further, again came the sound of raps, this time louder and more hurried. Then Black Meg went to open the door, while Simon took a knife and hid himself behind a curtain. After some whispering, Meg bade the visitor enter and ushered him into the room, that same fateful room where the evidence was signed. Now he was in the light, and she saw him. "Oh, come here," she gasped. "Simon, come and look at our little grandee." So Simon came, whereon the pair of them, clapping their hands to their ribs, burst into screams of laughter. "It's the dawn, Mother of Heaven, it is the dawn," gurgled Simon. Well might they laugh, they who had known Adrian in his pride and rich attire, for before them, crouching against the wall, was a miserable, bare-headed object, his hair stained with mud and rotten eggs, blood running from his temple where a stone had caught him, his garments a mass of filth and dripping water, one boot gone and his hose burst to tatters. For a while the fugitive bore it. Then suddenly, without a word, he drew the sword that still remained to him, and rushed at the bestial-looking Simon, who skipped away round the table. "Stop laughing," he said, "or I will put this through you. I am a desperate man." "You look it," said Simon, but he laughed no more, for the joke had become risky. "What do you want, Heer Adrian?" "I want food and lodging for so long as I please to stop here. Don't be afraid, I have money to pay you." "I am thinking that you are a dangerous guest," broke in Meg. "I am," replied Adrian, "but I tell you that I shall be more dangerous outside. I was not the only one concerned in that matter of the evidence, and if they get me, they will have you too. You understand?" Meg nodded. She understood perfectly. For those of her trade, Leyden was growing a risky habitation. "We will accommodate you with our best, mynheer," she said. "Come upstairs to the master's room and put on some of his clothes. They will fit you well. You are much of the same figure." Adrian's breath caught in his throat. "Is he here?" he asked. "No, but he keeps his room." "Is he coming back?" "I suppose so, sometime, as he keeps his room. Do you want to see him?" "Very much, but you needn't mention it. My business can wait till we meet. Get my clothes washed and dried as quickly as you can, will you? I don't care about wearing other men's garments." A quarter of an hour later, Adrian, cleaned and clothed, different indeed to look on from the torn and hunted fugitive, re-entered the sitting-room. As he came, clad in Ramiro's suit, Meg nudged her husband and whispered, "Like, ain't they?" "Like as two devils in hell," Simon answered critically, then added, "Your food is ready. Come, mynheer, and eat." So Adrian ate and drank heartily enough, for the meat and wine were good, and he needed them. Also it rejoiced him in a dull way to find that there was something left in which he could take pleasure, even if it were but eating and drinking. When he had finished he told his story, or so much of it as he wished to tell, and afterwards went to bed, wondering whether his hosts would murder him in his sleep for the purse of gold he carried, half hoping that they might indeed, and slept for 12 hours without stirring. All that day and until the evening of the next, Adrian sat in the home of his spy hosts, recovering his strength and brooding over his fearful fall. Black Meg brought in news of what passed without. Thus he learned that his mother had sickened with the plague, and that the sentence of starvation was being carried out upon the body of her husband, Dirk van Goorl. He learned also the details of the escape of Foy and Martin, which were the talk of all the city. In the eyes of the common people they had become heroes, and some local poet had made a song about them which men were singing in the streets. 2 verses of that song were devoted to him, Adrian. Indeed, Black Meg repeated them to him word by word with a suppressed but malignant joy. Yes, this was what had happened. His brother had become a popular hero, and he, Adrian, who in every way was so infinitely that brother's superior, an object of popular execration. And of all this the man Ramiro was the cause. Well, he was waiting for Ramiro. That was why he risked his life by staying in Leyden. Sooner or later Ramiro would be bound to visit this haunt of his, and then— Here Adrian drew his rapier and lunged and parried, and finally with hissing breath drove it down into the wood of the flooring, picturing in a kind of luxury of the imagination that the throat of Ramiro was between its point and the ground. Of course, in the struggle that must come, the said Ramiro, who doubtless was a skilful swordsman, might get the upper hand. It might be his, Adrian's, throat which was between the point and the ground. Well, if so, it scarcely mattered. He did not care. At any rate, for this once he would play the man, and then let the devil take his own, himself or Ramiro, or both of them. On the afternoon of the second day, Adrian heard shouting in the streets, and Hague Simon came in and told him that a man had arrived with bad news from Mechlin. What it was he could not say. He was going to find out. A couple of hours went by, and there was more shouting, this time of a determined and ordered nature. Then Black Meg appeared and informed him that the news from Mechlin was that everyone in that unhappy town had been slain by the Spaniards, that further the people of Leyden had risen and were marching to attack the Gevangenhuis. Out she hurried again, for when the waters were stormy, then Black Meg must go a-fishing. Another hour went by, and once more the street door was opened with a key, to be carefully shut when the visitor had entered. Simon or Meg, thought Adrian, but as he could not be sure, he took the precaution of hiding himself behind the curtain. The door of the room opened, and not Meg or Simon, but Ramiro entered. So his opportunity had come. The master seemed disturbed. He sat down upon a chair and wiped his brow with a silk handkerchief. Then aloud, and shaking his fist in the air, he uttered a most comprehensive curse upon everybody and everything, but especially upon the citizens of Leyden. After this, once more he lapsed into silence, sitting, his one eye fixed upon vacancy, and twisting his waxed moustaches with his hand. Now was Adrian's chance. He had only to step out from behind the curtain and run him through before he could rise from his seat. The plan had great charms, and doubtless he might have put it into execution, had not Adrian's histrionic instincts stayed his hand. If he killed Ramiro thus, he would never know why he had been killed, and above all things Adrian desired that he should know. He wanted not only to wreak his wrongs, but to let his adversary learn why they were wreaked. Also, to do him justice, he preferred a fair fight to a secret stab delivered from behind, for gentlemen fought, but assassins stabbed. Still, as there was no witness, he might have been willing to waive this point, if only he could make sure that Ramiro should learn the truth before he died. He thought of springing out and wounding him, and then, after he had explained matters, finishing him off at his leisure. But how could he be sure of his sword thrust, which might do too much or too little? No, come what would, the matter must be concluded in the proper fashion. Choosing his opportunity, Adrian stepped from behind the hanging and placed himself between Ramiro and the door, the bolt of which he shot adroitly, that no one might interrupt their interview. At the sound, Ramiro started and looked up. In an instant he grasped the situation, and though his bronze face paled, for he knew that his danger was great, rose to it as might have been expected from a gentleman of his long and varied experience. "The Heer Adrian called van Goorl, as I live," he said. "My friend and pupil, I am glad to see you, but if I might ask, although the times are rough, why in this narrow room do you wave about a naked rapier in that dangerous fashion?" "Villain," answered Adrian, "you know why. You have betrayed me and mine, and I am dishonoured, and now I am going to kill you in payment." "I see," said Ramiro, "the van Goorl affair again. I can never be clear of it, for half an hour even. Well, before you begin, It may interest you to know that your worthy stepfather, after a couple of days' fasting, is by now, I suppose, free, for the rabble have stormed the Gevangenhuis. Truth, however, compels me to add that he is suffering badly from the plague, which your excellent mother, with a resource that does her credit, managed to communicate to him, thinking this end less disagreeable on the whole than that which the law had appointed." Thus spoke Ramiro, slowly and with purpose, for all the while he was so manoeuvring that the light from the lattice fell full upon his antagonist, leaving him in the shadow, a position which experience taught him would prove of advantage in emergency. Adrian made no answer, but lifted his sword. "One moment, young gentleman," went on Ramiro, drawing his own weapon and putting himself on guard. "Are you in earnest? Do you really wish to fight?" "Yes," answered Adrian. "What a fool you must be," mused Ramiro. "Why, at your age, should you seek to be rid of life, seeing that you have no more chance against me than a rat in a corner against a terrier dog? Look!" And suddenly he lunged most viciously straight at his heart. But Adrian was watching and parried the thrust. "Ah," continued Ramiro, "I knew you would do that, otherwise I should not have let fly. For all the angels know I do not wish to hurt you." But to himself he added, "The lad is more dangerous than I thought. My life hangs on it. The old fault, friend, too high, too high." Then Adrian came at him like a tiger, and for the next 30 seconds nothing was heard in the room but the raspings of steel and the hard breathing of the two men. At first Adrian had somewhat the better of it, for his assault was fierce, and he forced the older and cooler man to be satisfied with guarding himself. He did more, indeed, for presently, thrusting over Ramiro's guard, he wounded him slightly in the left arm. The sting of his hurt seemed to stir Ramiro's blood. At any rate, he changed his tactics and began to attack in turn. Now, moreover, his skill and seasoned strength came to his aid. Slowly but surely Adrian was driven back before him, till his retreat in the narrow confines of the room became continuous. Suddenly, half from exhaustion and half because of a stumble, he reeled right across it, to the further wall indeed. With a guttural sound of triumph, Ramiro sprang after him to make an end of him while his guard was down, caught his foot on a joined stool which had been overset in the struggle, and fell prone to the ground. This was Adrian's chance. In an instant he was on him and had the point of his rapier at his throat. But he did not stab at once, not from any compunction, but because he wished his enemy to feel a little before he died, for, like all his race, Adrian could be vindictive and bloodthirsty enough when his hate was roused. Rapidly Ramiro considered the position. In a physical sense he was helpless, for Adrian had one foot upon his breast, the other upon his sword arm, and the steel at his throat. Therefore, if time were given him, he must trust to his wit. "Make ready, you are about to die," said Adrian. "I think not," replied the prostrate Ramiro. "Why not?" asked Adrian, astonished. "If you will be so kind as to move that sword point a little, it is pricking me." "Thank you. Now I will tell you why. Because it is not usual for a son to stick his father as though he were a farmyard pig." "Son? Father?" said Adrian. "Do you mean—" "Yes, I do mean that we have the happiness of filling those sacred relationships to each other." "You lie," said Adrian. "Let me stand up and give me my sword, young sir, and you shall pay for that. Never yet did a man call the Count Juan de Montalvo that he lied, and live." "Prove it," said Adrian. "In this position to which misfortune, not skill, has reduced me, I can prove nothing, but if you doubt it, ask your mother or your hosts, or consult the registers of the Groote Kerk and see whether on a date which I will give you, Juan de Montalvo was or was not married to Lysbeth van Hout, of which marriage was born one Adrian. Man, I will prove it to you. Had I not been your father, would you have been saved from the Inquisition with others, and should I not within the last 5 minutes had run you through twice over, for though you fought well, your swordsmanship is no match for mine. Even if you are my father, why should I not kill you, who have forced me to your will by threats of death? You who wronged and shamed me, you because of whom I have been hunted through the streets like a mad dog and made an outcast." And Adrian looked so fierce and brought down his sword so close that hope sank very low in Ramiro's heart. "There are reasons which might occur to the religious," he said, "but I will give you one that will appeal to your own self-interest. If you kill me, the curse which follows the parricide will follow you to your last hour. Of the beyond I say nothing." "It would need to be a heavy one," answered Adrian, "if it was worse than that of which I know." But there was hesitation in his voice, for Ramiro, the skilful player upon human hearts, had struck the right string, and Adrian's superstitious nature answered to the note. "Son," went on Ramiro, "be wise and hold your hand before you do that for which all hell itself would cry shame upon you. You think that I have been your enemy, but it is not so. All this while I have striven to work you good. But how can I talk lying thus like a calf before its butcher? Take the swords, both of them, and let me sit up, and I will tell you all my plans for the advantage of us both. Or, if you wish it, thrust on and make an end. I will not plead for my life with you. It is not worthy of an hidalgo of Spain. Moreover, what is life to me who have known so many sorrows, that I should seek to cling to it? O God, who seest all, receive my soul, and I pray thee, pardon this youth his horrible crime, for he is mad and foolish, and will live to sorrow for the deed." Since it was no further use to him, Ramiro had let the sword fall from his hand. Drawing it towards him with the point of his own weapon, Adrian stooped and picked it up. "Rise," he said, lifting his foot. "I can kill you afterwards if I wish." Could he have looked into the heart of his new-found parent, as stiff and aching he staggered to his feet, the execution would not have been long delayed. "Oh, my young friend, you have given me a nasty fright," thought Ramiro to himself. "But it is over now, and if I don't pay you out before I have done with you, my sweet boy, your name is not Adrian." Ramiro rose and dusted his garments, seated himself deliberately, and began to talk with great earnestness. It will be sufficient to summarize his arguments. First of all, with the most convincing sincerity, he explained that when he had made use of him, Adrian, he had no idea that he was his son. Of course this was a statement that will not bear a moment's examination, but Ramiro's object was to gain time, and Adrian let it pass. Then he explained that it was only after his mother had, not by his wish, but accidentally, seen the written evidence upon which her husband was convicted, that he found out that Adrian van Goorl was her child and his own. However, as he hurried to point out, all these things were now ancient history, that had no bearing on the present. Owing to the turbulent violence of the mob, which had driven him from his post and fortress, he, Ramiro, was in temporary difficulties, and owing to other circumstances, he, Adrian, was, so far as his own party and people were concerned, an absolutely dishonoured person. In this state of affairs he had a suggestion to make. Let them join forces. Let the natural relationship that existed between them, and which had been so nearly severed by a sword thrust that both must have regretted, become real and tender. He, the father, had rank, although it suited him to sink it. He had wide experience, friends, intelligence, and the prospect of enormous wealth, which, of course, he could not expect to enjoy forever. On the other side, he, the son, had youth, great beauty of person, agreeable and distinguished manners, a high heart, the education of a young man of the world, ambition and powers of mind that would carry him far, and for the immediate future an object to gain, the affection of a lady whom all acknowledged to be as good as she was charming, and as charming as she was personally attractive. "She hates me," broke in Adrian. "Ah," laughed Ramiro, "there speaks the voice of small experience. Oh, youth, so easily exalted and so easily depressed. Joyous, checkered youth, how many happy marriages have I not known begin with such hate as this? Well, there it is, you must take my word for it. If you want to marry Elsa Brant, I can manage it for you, and if not, why, you can leave it alone." Adrian reflected, then, as his mind had a practical side, he put a question. "You spoke of the prospect of enormous wealth. What is it?" "I will tell you, whispered his parent, looking about him cautiously. "It is the vast hoard of Hendrik Brant, which I intend to recover. Indeed, my search for it has been at the root of all this trouble. And now, son, you can see how open I have been with you, for if you marry Elsa, that money will legally be your property, and I can only claim whatever it may please you to give me. Well, as to that question, in the spirit of the glorious motto of our race, trust to God and me, I shall leave it to your sense of honour, which, whatever its troubles, has never yet failed the house of Montalvo. What does it matter to me who is the legal owner of the stuff, so long as it remains in the family?" "Of course not," replied Adrian loftily, "especially as I am not mercenary." "Ah, well," went on Ramiro, "we have talked for a long while, and if I continue to live, there are affairs to which I ought to attend. You have heard all I have to say, and you have the swords in your hand, and of course I am only your prisoner on parole. So now, my son, be so good as to settle this matter without further delay. Only, if you make up your mind to use the steel, allow me to show you where to thrust, as I do not wish to undergo any unnecessary discomfort." And he stood before him and bowed in a very courtly and dignified fashion. Adrian looked at him and hesitated. "I don't trust you," he said. "You have tricked me once, and I dare say that you will trick me again. Also, I don't think much of people who masquerade under false names and lay such traps as you laid to get my evidence against the rest of them. But I am in a bad place and without friends. I want to marry Elsa and recover my position in the world. Also, as you know well, I can't cut the throat of my own father in cold blood," and he threw down one of the swords. "Your decision is just as I would have expected from my knowledge of your noble nature, son Adrian," remarked Ramiro as he picked up his weapon and restored it to the scabbard. "But now, before we enter upon this perfect accord, I have two little stipulations to make on my side." "What are they?" asked Adrian. "First, that our friendship should be complete, such as ought to exist between a loving father and son, a friendship without reservations. Secondly, this is a condition that I fear you may find harder, but although fortune has led me into stony paths and I fear some doubtful expedients, there was always one thing which I have striven to cherish and keep pure, and that in turn has rewarded me for my devotion in many a dangerous hour, my religious belief. Now I am a Catholic, and I could wish that my son should be a Catholic also. These horrible errors, believe me, are as dangerous to the soul as just now they happen to be fatal to the body. May I hope that you, who were brought up, not born in heresy, will consent to receive instruction in the right faith?" "Certainly you may," answered Adrian, almost with enthusiasm. I have had enough of conventicles, psalm singing, and the daily chance of being burned. Indeed, from the time when I could think for myself, I always wished to be a Catholic." "Your words make me a happy man," answered Ramiro. "Allow me to unbolt the door. I hear our hosts. Worthy Simon and Vrouw, I make you parties to a solemn and joyful celebration. This young man is my son, and in token of my fatherly love, which he has been pleased to desire, I now take him in my arms and embrace him before you." And he suited the action to the word. But Black Meg, watching his face in astonishment from over Adrian's shoulder, saw its one bright eye suddenly become eclipsed. Could it be that the noble master had winked? End of chapter 23. Book 3, Chapter 24 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Martha preaches a sermon and tells a secret. 2 days after his reconciliation with his father, Adrian was admitted as a member of the Catholic Church. His preparation had been short. Indeed, it consisted of 3 interviews with a priest who was brought to the house at night. The good man found in his pupil so excellent a disposition, and a mind so open to his teaching, that, acting on a hint given him by Ramiro, who, for reasons of his own, not altogether connected with religion, was really anxious to see his son a member of the true and Catholic Church, he declared it unnecessary to prolong the period of probation. Therefore, on the 3rd day, as the dusk of evening was closing, for in the present state of public feeling they dared not go out while it was light, Adrian was taken to the baptistry of the Groote Kerk. Here he made confession of his sins to a certain Abbe known as Father Dominic. A simple ceremony, for although the list of them which he had prepared was long, its hearing proved short. Thus all his offences against his family, such as his betrayal of his stepfather, were waved aside by the priest as matters of no account. Indeed, crimes of this nature, he discovered, to the sacerdotal eye wore the face of virtue. Other misdoings also, such as a young man might have upon his mind, were not thought weighty. What really was considered important proved to be the earnestness of his recantation of heretical errors, and when once his confessor was satisfied upon that point, the penitent soul was relieved by absolution full and free. After this came the service of his baptism, which, because Ramiro wished it, for a certain secret reason, was carried out with as much formal publicity as the circumstances would allow. Indeed, several priests officiated at the rite, Adrian's sponsors being his father and the estimable Hague Simon, who was paid a gold price for his pains. While the sacrament was still in progress, an untoward incident occurred. From its commencement the trampling and voices of a mob had been heard in the open space in front of the church, and now they began to hammer on the great doors and to cast stones at the painted windows, breaking the beautiful and ancient glass. Presently a beadle hurried into the baptistry and whispered something in the ear of the Abbe, which caused that ecclesiastic to turn pale and to conclude the service in a somewhat hasty fashion. "What is it?" asked Ramiro. "Alas, my son," said the priest, "these heretic dogs saw you, or our new-found brother, I know not which, enter this holy place, and a great mob of them have surrounded it, ravening for our blood." "Then we had best be gone," said Ramiro. "Señor, it is impossible," broke in the sacristan. "They watch every door. Hark! Hark! Hark!" And as he spoke there came the sound of battering on the oaken portals. "Can your reverences make any suggestions?" asked Ramiro, "for if not," and he shrugged his shoulders. "Let us pray," said one of them in a trembling voice. "By all means, but I should prefer to do so as I go. Fool, is there any hiding place in this church, or must we stop here to have our throats cut?" Then the sacristan, with white lips and knocking knees, whispered, "Follow me, all of you. Stay, blow out the lights." So the candles were extinguished, and in the darkness they grasped each other's hands and were led by the verger, whither they knew not. Across the wide spaces of the empty church they crawled, its echoing silence contrasting strangely with the muffled roar of angry voices without, and the dull sound of battering on the doors. One of their number, the fat Abbé Dominique, became separated from them in the gloom, and wandered away down an arm of the vast transept, whence they could hear him calling to them. The sacristan called back, but Ramiro fiercely bade him to be silent, adding, "Are we all to be snared for the sake of one priest?" So they went on till presently in that great place his shouts grew fainter and were lost in the roar of the multitude without. "Here is the spot," muttered the sacristan, after feeling the floor with his hands, and by a dim ray of moonlight which just then pierced the windows of the choir, Adrian saw that there was a hole in the pavement before him. "Descend, there are steps," said their guide. "I will shut the stone," and one by one they passed down 6 or 7 narrow steps into some dark place. "Where are we?" asked a priest of the verger, when he had pulled the stone close and joined them. "In the family vault of the noble Count von Valkenburg, whom your reverence buried 3 days ago. Fortunately the masons have not yet come to cement down the stone. If your Excellencies find it close, you can get air by standing upon the coffin of the noble Count." Adrian did find it close, and took the hint, to discover that in a line with his head was some filigree stonework, pierced with small apertures, the front doubtless of the marble tomb in the church above, for through them he could see the pale moon rays wavering on the pavement of the choir. As he looked, the priest at his side muttered, "Hark, the doors are down. Aid us, St. Pancras," and falling upon his knees he began to pray very earnestly. Yielding at last to the blows of the battering beam, the great portals had flown open with a crash, and now through them poured the mob. On they came with a rush and a roar like that of the sea breaking through a dike, carrying in their hands torches, lanterns hung on poles, axes, swords, and staves, till at length they reached the screen of wonderful carved oak, on the top of which, rising to a height of 60 feet above the floor of the church, stood the great Rood, with the images of the Virgin and St. John on either side. Here, of a sudden, the vastness and the silence of the holy place which they had known, every one from childhood, with its echoing aisles, the moonlit picture windows, its consecrated lamps twinkling here and there like fisher lights upon the darkling waters, seemed to take hold of them. As at the sound of the voice divine sweeping down the wild waves at night, the winds ceased their raving and the seas were still, so now beneath the silent reproach of the effigy of the white Christ, standing with uplifted hand above the altar, hanging thorn-crowned upon the Rood, kneeling agonized within the garden, seated at the Holy Supper, on his lips the new commandment, "As I have loved you, so ye also love one another." Their passions flickered down, and their wrath slept. "They are not here, let us be going," said a voice. "They are here," answered another voice, a woman's voice with a note of vengeance in it. "I tracked them to the doors, the Spanish murderer Ramiro, and the spy Hague Simon, the traitor Adrian called van Goorl, and the priests who butcher us." "Let God deal with them," said the first voice, which to Adrian sounded familiar. "We have done enough. Go home in peace." Now, muttering, "The pastor is right. Obey the Pastor Arentz," the more orderly of the multitude turned to depart, when suddenly from the far end of the transept arose a cry, "Here's one of them! Catch him! Catch him!" A minute more, and into the circle of the torchlight rushed the Abbé Dominique, his eyes starting from his head with terror, his rent robe flapping on the ground. Exhausted and bewildered, he cast himself down, and grasping the pedestal of an image, began to cry for mercy, till a dozen fierce hands dragged him to his feet again. "Let him go," said the voice of the Pastor Arentz. "We fight the Church, not its ministers." "Hear me first," she answered who had spoken before, and men turned to see, standing above them in the great pulpit of the church, a fierce-eyed, yellow-toothed hag, grey-haired, skinny-armed, long-faced like a horse, and behind her two other women, each of whom held a torch in her right hand. "It is the Mare!" roared the multitude. "It is Martha of the Mere! Preach on, Martha! What's your text?" "Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed," she answered in a ringing, solemn voice, and instantly a deep silence fell upon the place. "You call me the Mare," she went on. "Do you know how I got that name? They gave it me after they had shrivelled up my lips and marred the beauty of my face with irons. And you know what they made me do? They made me carry my husband to the stake upon my back, because they said that a horse must be ridden. And do you know who said this? That priest who stands before you." As the words left her lips, a yell of rage beat against the roof. Martha held up her thin hand, and again there was silence. "He said it, the Holy Father Dominic. Let him deny it if he can. What? He does not know me? Perchance not, for time and grief and madness and hot pincers have changed the face of Vrouw Martha of Van Muyden, who was called the Lily of Brussels. Ah, look at him now. He remembers the Lily of Brussels. He remembers her husband and her son also, for he burned them. O God, judge between us. O people, deal with that devil as God shall teach you. Who are the others? He who is called Ramiro, the governor of the Gevangenhuis, the man who years ago would have thrust me beneath the ice to drown, had not the Vrouw van Goorl bought my life. He who set her husband, Dirk van Goorl, the man you loved, to starve to death sniffing the steam of kitchens. O people, deal with that devil as God shall teach you. And the third, the half Spaniard, the traitor Adrian called van Goorl, he who has come here tonight to be baptized anew into the bosom of the Holy Church, he who signed the evidence upon which Dirk was murdered." Here again the roar of hate and rage went up and beat along the roof. "Upon which too his brother Foy was taken to the torture, whence Red Martin saved him. O people, deal with that devil also as God shall teach you. And the fourth, Hague Simon the spy, the man whose hands for years have smoked with innocent blood, Simon the butcher, Simon the false witness." "Enough, enough!" roared the crowd. "A rope, a rope! Up with him to the arm of the Rood!" "My friends," cried Arentz, "let the man go. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, and I will repay." "Yes, but we will give him something on account," shouted a voice in bitter blasphemy. "Well climbed, Jan, well climbed." And they looked up to see, 60 feet above their heads, seated upon the arm of the lofty Rood, a man with a candle bound upon his brow and a coil of rope upon his back. "He'll fall," said one. "Pish!" answered another. "It is Steeplejack Jan, who can hang on a wall like a fly." "Look out for the ends of the rope," cried the thin voice above, and down they came. "Spare me!" screamed the wretched priest, as his executioners caught hold of him. "Yes, yes, as you spared the Heer Jansen a few months ago." "It was to save his soul," groaned Dominic. "Quite so, and now we are going to save yours. Your own medicine, Father, your own medicine." "Spare me, and I will tell you where the others are." "Well, where are they?" asked the ringleader. pushing his companions away. "Hidden in the church, hidden in the church." "We knew that, you traitorous dog. Now then for the soul's saving. Catch hold there and run away with it. A horse shall be ridden, father, your own saying, and an angel must learn to fly." Thus ended the life of the Abbé Dominic at the hands of avenging men. Without a doubt they were fierce and bloody-minded, for the reader must not suppose that all the wickedness of those days lies on the heads of the Inquisition and the Spaniards. The adherents of the new religion did evil things also, things that sound dreadful in our ears. In excuse of them, however, this can be urged, that, compared to those of their oppressors, they were as single trees to a forest full. Also that they who worked them had been maddened by their sufferings. If our fathers, husbands, and brothers had been burned at the stake, or done to death under the name of Jesus in the dens of the Inquisition, or slaughtered by thousands in the sack of towns, if our wives and daughters had been shamed, if our houses had been burned, our goods taken, our liberties trampled upon, and our homes made a desolation, then, my reader, is it not possible that even these different days you and I might have been cruel when our hour came? God knows alone, and God be thanked that so far as we can foresee, except under the pressure, perhaps, of invasion by semi-barbarian hordes, or of dreadful and sudden social revolutions, civilized human nature will never be put to such a test again. Far aloft in the gloom there, swinging from the arm of the cross, whose teachings his life had mocked, like some mutinous sailor at the yard of the vessel he had striven to betray, the priest hung dead, but his life did not appease the fury of the triumphant mob. "The others!" they cried, "find the others!" and with torches and lanterns they hunted round the great church. They ascended the belfry, they rummaged the chapels, they explored the crypt. Then, baffled, drew together in a countless crowd in the nave, shouting, gesticulating, suggesting. "Get dogs!" cried a voice. "Dogs will smell them out." And dogs were brought, which yapped and ran to and fro, but, confused by the multitude and not knowing what to seek, found nothing. Then someone threw an image from a niche, and next minute, with a cry of "Down with the idols!" the work of destruction began. Fanatics sprang at the screens and the altars. All the carved work thereof they brake down with hatchet and hammer. They tore the hangings from the shrines, they found the sacred cups, and filled them with sacramental wine, drank with gusts of ribald laughter. In the centre of the choir they built a bonfire, and fed it with pictures, carvings, and oaken benches, so that it blazed and roared furiously. On to it, for this mob did not come to steal, but to work vengeance, they threw utensils of gold and silver, the priceless jewelled offerings of generations, and danced around its flames in triumph, while from every side came the crash of falling statues and the tinkling of shattered glass. The light of that furnace shone through the latticed stonework of the tomb, and in its lurid and ominous glare Adrian beheld the faces of those who refuged with him. What a picture it was! The niches filled with mouldering boxes, the white gleam of human bones that here and there had fallen from them, the bright furnishings and velvet pall of the coffin of the newcomer on which he stood. And then those faces, the priests still crouched in corners, rolling on the ground, their white lips muttering who knows what. The sacristan in a swoon, Hog Simon hugging a coffin in a niche, as a drowning man hugs a plank, and standing in the midst of them, calm, sardonic, and watchful, a drawn rapier in his hand, his father Ramiro. "We are lost," moaned a priest, losing control of himself. "We are lost. They will kill us. They have killed the holy Abbé." "We are not lost," hissed Ramiro. "We are quite safe, but, friend, if you open that cursed mouth of yours again, it shall be for the last time," and he lifted his sword, adding, "Silence! He who speaks dies. How long did it last? Was it 1 hour, or 2 or 3? None of them knew. But at length the image breaking was done, and it came to an end. The interior of the church, with all its wealth and adornments, was utterly destroyed, but happily the flames did not reach the roof, and the walls could not catch fire. By degrees the iconoclasts wearied. There seemed to be nothing more to break, and the smoke choked them. 2 or 3 at a time they left the ravaged place, and once more it became solemn and empty, a symbol of eternity mocking time, of peace conquering tumult, of the patience and purpose of God triumphant over the passions and ravings of man. Little curls of smoke went up from the smouldering fire. Now and again a fragment of shattered stonework fell with an echoing crash, and the cold wind of the coming winter sighed through the gaping windows. The deed was done. The revenge of a tortured multitude had set its seal upon the ancient fane in which their forefathers worshipped for a score of generations, and once more quiet brooded upon the place, and the shafts of the sweet moonlight pierced its desecrated solitudes. One by one, like ghosts arising at a summons of the spirit, the fugitives crept from the shelter of the tomb, crept across the transepts to the little door of the baptistry, and with infinite peeping and precaution out into the night, to vanish this way and that, hugging their hearts as though to feel whether they still beat safely in their bosoms. As he passed the rood, Adrian looked up, and there, above the broken carvings and the shattered statue of the Virgin, hung the calm face of the Saviour crowned with thorns. There, too, not far from it, looking small and infinitely piteous at that great height, and revolving slowly in the sharp draught from the broken windows, hung another dead face, the horrid face of the Abbé Dominique, lately the envied, prosperous dignitary and pluralist, who not 4 hours since had baptized him into the bosom of the Church, and who now himself had been born again into the bosom of whatever world awaited him beyond the gates. It terrified Adrian. No ghost could have frightened him more, but he set his teeth and staggered on, guided by the light gleaming faintly on the sword of Ramiro, to whatever haven that sword should lead him. Before dawn broke, it had led him out of Leyden. It was after 10 o'clock that night when a woman, wrapped in a rough frieze coat, knocked at the door of the house in the Bree Straat, and asked for the Vrouw van Goorl. "My mistress lies between life and death with the plague," answered the servant. "Get you gone from this pest house, whoever you are." "I do not fear the plague," said the visitor. "Is the Jufvrouw Elsa Brant still up? Then tell her that Martha, called the Mare, would speak with her." "She can see none at such an hour," answered the servant. "Tell her I come from Foy van Goorl." "Enter," said the servant, wondering, and shut the door behind her. A minute later Elsa, pale-faced, worn, but still beautiful, rushed into the room, gasping, "What news? Does he live? Is he well?" "He lives, lady, but he is not well, for the wound in his thigh has festered and he cannot walk or even stand. Nay, have no fear, time and clean dressing will heal him, and he lies in a safe place." In the rapture of her relief, Elsa seized the woman's hand and would have kissed it. "Touch it not, it is blood-stained," said Martha, drawing her hand away. "Blood? Whose blood is on it?" asked Elsa, shrinking back. "Whose blood?" answered Martha, with a hollow laugh. "Why, that of many a Spanish man. Where, think you, lady, that the Mare gallops of nights? Ask it of the Spaniards who travel by the Haarlemer Meer. Aye, and now Red Martin is with me, and we run together, taking our tithe where we can gather it." "Oh, tell me no more," said Elsa. "From day to day it is ever the same tale, a tale of death. Nay, I know your wrongs have driven you mad, but that a woman should slay—" "A woman? I am no woman. My womanhood died with my husband and my son. Girl, I tell you that I am no woman. I am a sword of God, myself appointed to the sword, and so to the end I kill, and kill, and kill till the hour where I am killed. Go, look in the church yonder, and see who hangs to the high arm of the rood, the fat Abbe Dominic. Well, I sent him there tonight. Tomorrow you will hear how I turned parson and preached a sermon. I, and Ramiro and Adrian called Van Goorl, and Simon the spy should have joined him there, only I could not find them because their hour has not come. But the idols are down and the paintings burnt, and the gold and silver and jewels are cast upon the dung heap. Swept and garnished is the temple, made clean and fit for the Lord to dwell in." "Made clean with the blood of murdered priests, and fit by the smoke of sacrilege," broke in Elsa. "Oh, woman, how can you do such wicked things and not be afraid?" "Afraid?" she answered. "Those who have passed through hell have no more fear. Death I seek, and when judgment comes I will say to the Lord, what have I done that the voice which speaks to me at night did not tell me to do? Look down, the blood of my husband and my son still smokes upon the ground. Hearken, Lord God, it cries to thee for vengeance." And as she spoke she lifted her blackened hands and shook them. Then she went on. "They murdered your father. Why do you not kill them also? You are small and weak and timid, and could not run by night and use the knife as I do, but there is poison. I can brew it and bring it to you, made from marsh herbs, white as water and deadly as death itself. What? You shrink from such things? Well, girl, once I was beautiful as you, and as loving and beloved, and I can do them for my love's sake, for my love's sake. Nay, I do not do them, they are done through me. The sword am I, the sword. And you, too, are a sword, though you know it not, though you see it not. You, maiden, so soft and white and sweet, are a sword of vengeance, working the death of men. I in my way, you in yours, paying back, full measure pressed down and running over to those appointed to die. The treasure of Hendrik Brant, your treasure, it is red with blood and every piece of it. I tell you that the deaths that I have done are but as a grain of sand to a bowlful compared to those which your treasure shall do. There, maid, I fright you. Have no fear, it is but Mad Martha, who when she sees must speak, and through the flames in the kirk tonight I saw visions such as I have not seen for years." "Tell me more of Foy and Martin," said Elsa, who was frightened and bewildered. At her words a change seemed to come over this woman, at once an object of pity and of terror, for the scream had went out of her voice, and she answered quietly, "They reached me safe enough 5 days ago. Red Martin carrying Foy upon his back. From afar I saw him, a naked man with a named sword, and knew him by his size and beard. And oh, when I heard his tale I laughed as I have not laughed since I was young." "Tell it me," said Elsa. And she told it, while the girl listened with clasped hands. "Oh, it was brave, brave," she murmured. "Red Martin forcing to the door, and Foy, weak and wounded, slaying the warder. Was there ever such a story?" "Men are brave and desperate with the torture pit behind them," answered Martha grimly. "But they did well, and now they are safe with me, where no Spaniard can find them, unless they hunt in great companies after the ice forms and the reeds are dead." "Would that I could be there also," said Elsa, "but I tend his mother, who is very sick, so sick that I do not know whether she will live or die." "Nay, you are best here among your people," answered Martha. "And now that the Spaniards are driven out, here Foy shall return also, so soon as it is safe for him to travel, but as yet he cannot stir, and Red Martin stays to watch him. Before long, however, he must move, for I have tidings that the Spaniards are about to besiege Haarlem with a great army, and then the Mere will be no longer safe for us, and I shall leave it to fight with the Haarlem folk." "And Foy and Martin will return?" I think so, if they are not stopped." "Stopped?" and she put her hand upon her heart. "The times are rough, Jufvrouw Elsa. Who that breathes the air one morning can know what breath will pass his nostrils at the nightfall? The times are rough, and death is king of them. The hoard of Hendrik Brant is not forgotten, nor those who have its key. Ramiro slipped through my hands tonight, and doubtless by now is far away from Leyden, seeking the treasure." "The treasure! Oh, that thrice accursed treasure!" broke in Elsa, shivering as though beneath an icy wind. "Would that we were rid of it." "That you cannot be until it is appointed, for is this not the heritage which your father died to save? Listen, do you know, lady, where it lies hid?" and she dropped her voice to a whisper. Elsa shook her head, saying, "I neither know nor wish to know." "Still, it is best that you should be told, for we three who have the secret may be killed, every one of us. No, not the place, but where to seek a clue to the place." Elsa looked at her questioningly, and Martha, leaning forward, whispered in her ear, "It lies in the hilt of the sword Silence. If Red Martin should be taken or killed, seek out his sword and open the hilt. Do you understand?" Elsa nodded and answered, "But if aught happens to Martin, the sword may be lost." Martha shrugged her shoulders. "Then the truth will be lost also. That is, if I am gone. It is as God wills, but at least in name you are the heiress, and you should know where to find its secret, which may serve you or your country in good stead in time to come. I give you no paper, I tell you only where to seek a paper. And now I must be gone to reach the borders of the Mere by daybreak. Have you any message for your love, lady?" "I would write a word, if you can wait. They will bring you food." "Good. Ride on, and I will eat. Love for the young and meat for the old, and for both let God be thanked." End of chapter 24. Book 3, Chapter 25 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. The Red Mill. After a week's experience of that delectable dwelling and its neighbourhood, Adrian began to grow weary of the Red Mill. 9 or 10 Dutch miles to the northwest of Haarlem is a place called Velsen, situated on the borders of the sand dunes to the south of what is known today as the North Sea Canal. In the times of which this page of history tells, however, the canal was represented by a great drainage dike, and Velsen was but a deserted village. Indeed, hereabouts all the country was deserted, for some years before a Spanish force had passed through it, burning, slaying, laying waste, so that few were left to tend the windmills and repair the dike. Holland is a country won from swamps and seas, and if the water is not pumped out of it and the ditches are not cleaned, very quickly it relapses into primeval marsh. Indeed, it is fortunate if the ocean, bursting through the feeble barriers reared by the industry of man, does not turn it into vast lagoons of salt water. Once the Red Mill had been a pumping station, which, when the huge sails worked, delivered the water from the fertile meadows into the great dike, whence it ran through sluice gates to the North Sea. Now, although the embankment of this dike still held, the meadows had gone back into swamps. Rising out of these, for it was situated upon a low mound of earth, raised doubtless as a point of refuge by marsh dwellers, who lived and died before history began, towered the wreck of a narrow waisted windmill, built of brick below and wood above, of very lonesome and commanding appearance in its gaunt solitude. There were no houses near it, no cattle grazed about its foot. It was a dead thing in a dead landscape. To the left, but separated from it by a wide and slimy dike, whence in times of flood the thick, brackish water trickled to the plain, stretched an arid area of sand dunes, clothed with sparse grass that grew like bristles upon the back of a wild hog. Beyond these dunes the ocean roared and moaned and whispered hungrily as the wind and weather stirred its depths. In front, not 50 paces away, ran the big dike like a raised road, secured by embankments, and discharging day by day its millions of gallons of water into the sea. But these embankments were weakening now, and here and there could be seen a spot which looked as though a giant ploughshare had been drawn up them, for a groove of brown earth scarred the face of green, where in some winter flood the water had poured over to find its level, cutting them like cheese, but when its volume sank, leaving them still standing and as yet sufficient for their purpose. To the right again and behind were more marshes, broken only in the distance by the towers of Haarlem and the spires of village churches, marshes where the snipe and bittern boomed, and the herons fed, and in summer the frogs croaked all night long. Such was the refuge to which Ramiro and his son Adrian had been led by Hague Simon and Black Meg, after they had escaped with their lives from Leyden upon the night of the image breaking in the church, that ominous night when the Abbe Dominic gave up the ghost on the arm of the lofty Rood, and Adrian had received absolution and baptism from his consecrated hand. On the journey hither Adrian asked no questions as to their destination. He was too broken heart and too shaken in body to be curious. Life in those days was for him too much of a hideous phantasmagoria of waste and blackness, out of which appeared vengeful, red-handed figures, out of which echoed dismal, despairing voices calling him to doom. They came to the place and found its great basement and the floors above, or some of them, furnished after a fashion. The mill had been inhabited, and recently, as Adrian gathered, by smugglers or thieves with whom Meg and Simon were in alliance, or some such outcast evildoers who knew that here the arm of the law could not reach them. Though, indeed, while Alva ruled in the Netherlands, there was little law to be feared by those who were rich or who dared to worship God after their own manner. "Why have we come here, Father?" Adrian was about to add, but the word stuck in his throat. Ramiro shrugged his shoulders and looked around him with his one criticizing eye. "Because our guides and friends, the worthy Simon and his wife, assure me that in this spot alone our throats are for the present safe, and by St. Pancras, after what we saw in the church yonder, I am inclined to agree with them. He looked a poor thing up under the roof there, the holy Father Dominic, didn't he, hanging up like a black spider from the end of his cord? Bah! My backbone aches when I think of him." "And how long are we to stop here?" Till Don Frederick has taken Haarlem, and these fat Hollanders, or those who are left of them, lick our boots for mercy," and he ground his teeth, then added, "Son, do you play cards? Good. Well, let us have a game. Here are dice. It will serve to turn our thoughts. Now then, 100 guilders on it." So they played, and Adrian won, whereon, to his amazement, his father paid him the money. "What is the use of that?" asked Adrian. "Gentlemen should always pay their debts at cards." "And if they cannot?" "Then they must keep score of the amount and discharge it when they are able. Look you, young man, everything else you may forget, but what you lose over the dice is a debt of honour. There lives no man who can say that I cheated him of a guilder at cards, though I fear some others have my name standing in their books." When they rose from their game that night, Adrian had won between 300 and 400 florins. Next day his winnings amounted to 1,000 florins, for which his father gave him a carefully executed note of hand. But at the third sitting the luck changed, or perhaps skill began to tell, and he lost 2,000 florins. These he paid up by returning his father's note, his own winnings, and all the balance of the purse of gold which his mother had given to him when he was driven from the house, so that now he was practically penniless. The rest of the history may be guessed. At every game the stakes were increased, for since Adrian could not pay, it was a matter of indifference to him how much he wagered. Moreover, he found a kind of mild excitement in playing at the handling of such great sums of money. By the end of a week he had lost a queen's dowry. As they rose from the table that night, his father filled in the usual form, requested him to be so good as to sign it, and a sour-faced woman who had arrived at the mill, Adrian knew not whence, to do the household work, to put her name as witness. "What is the use of this farce?" asked Adrian. "Brant's treasure would scarcely pay that bill." His father pricked his ears. "Indeed, I lay it at as much. What is the use? Who knows? One day you might become rich, for, as the great emperor said, fortune is a woman who reserves her favours for the young. And then, doubtless, being the man of honour that you are, you would wish to pay your old gambling debts." "Oh, yes, I should pay it if I could," answered Adrian with a yawn. "But it seems hardly worth while talking about, does it?" And he sauntered out of the place into the open air. His father rose, and standing by the great peat fire, watched him depart thoughtfully. "Let me take stock of the position," he said to himself. "The dear child hasn't a farthing left. Therefore, although he is getting bored, he can't run away. Moreover, he owes me more money than I ever saw. Therefore, if he should chance to become the husband of the Jufvrouw Brant, and the legal owner of the parents' wealth, whatever disagreements may ensue between him and me, I shall have earned my share of it in a clean and gentlemanly fashion. If, on the other hand, it should become necessary for me to marry the young lady, which God forbid, at least no harm is done, and he will have had the advantage of some valuable lessons from the most accomplished card player in Spain. And now, what we need to enliven this detestable place is the presence of Beauty herself. Our worthy friends should be back soon, bringing their sheaves with them, let us hope, for otherwise matters will be complicated. Let me see, have I thought of everything? For in such affairs one oversight. He is a Catholic, therefore can contract a legal marriage under the proclamations. It was lucky I remembered that point of law, though it nearly cost us all our lives. And the priest, I could lay my hands on him, a discreet man who won't hear if the lady says no, but filled beyond a question with the power and virtue of his holy office. No, I have nothing to reproach myself with in the way of precaution, nothing at all. I have sown the seed well and truly. It remains only for Providence to give the increase, or shall I say, no, I think not, for between the general and the private familiarity is always odious. Well, it is time that you met with a little success and settled down, for you have worked hard, Juan, my friend, and you are getting old. Yes, Juan, you are getting old. Bah! What a hole and what weather!" And Montalvo established himself by the fireside to doze away his ennui. When Adrian shut the door behind him, the late November day was drawing to its close, and between the rifts in the sullen snow clouds, now and again an arrow from the westering sun struck upon the tall, skeleton-like sails of the mill, through which the wind rushed with a screaming noise. Adrian had intended to walk on the marsh, but finding it too sodden, he crossed the western dyke by means of a board laid from bank to bank, and struck into the sand dunes beyond. Even in the summer, when the air was still and flowers bloomed and larks sang, these dunes were fantastic and almost unnatural in appearance, with their deep, wind-scooped hollows of pallid sand, their sharp angles, miniature cliffs, and their crests crowned with coarse grasses. But now, beneath the dull pall of the winter sky, no spot in the world could have been more lonesome or more desolate, for never a sign of man was to be seen upon them. And save for a solitary curlew, whose sad notes reached Adrian's ears as it beat up wind from the sea, even the beasts and the birds that dwelt there had hidden themselves away. Only the voices of nature remained in all their majesty, the drear screams and moan of the rushing wind, and above it, now low and now voluminous as the gale veered, the deep and constant roar of the ocean. Adrian reached the highest crest of the ridge, whence the sea, hidden hitherto, became suddenly visible, a vast slate-coloured expanse, twisted here and there into heaps, hollowed here and there into valleys, and broken everywhere with angry lines and areas of white. In such trouble, for after its own fashion his heart was troubled, some temperaments might have found a kind of consolation in this sight, for while we witness them, at any rate, the throes and moods of nature in their greatness declare a mastery of our senses, and stun or hush to silence the petty turmoil of our souls. This, at least, is so with those who have eyes to read the lesson written on nature's face, and ears to hear the message which day by day she delivers with her lips, gifts given only to such as hold the cipher key of imagination, and pray for grace to use it. In Adrian's case, however, the weirdness of the sand-hills and the grandeur of the seascape, with the bitter wind that blew between and the solid which brooded over all, served only to exasperate nerves that already were strained well nigh to breaking. Why had his father brought him to this hideous swamp bordered by a sailless sea? To save their lives from the fury of the mob? This he understood, but there was more in it than that. Some plot which he did not understand, and which the ruffian, Hog Simon, and that she-fiend, his companion, had gone away to execute. Meanwhile he must sit here day after day playing cards with the wretch Ramiro, whom, for no fault of his own, God had chosen out to be his parent. By the way, why was the man so fond of playing cards? And what was the meaning of all that nonsense about notes of hand? Yes, here he must sit, and for company he had the sense of his unalterable shame, the memory of his mother's face as she spurned and rejected him, the vision of the woman whom he loved and had lost, and the ghost of Dirk van Goorl. He shivered as he thought of it. Yes, his hair lifted and his lip twitched involuntarily, for to Adrian's racked nerves and distorted vision, this ghost of the good man whom he had betrayed was no child of fantasy. He had woken in the night and seen it standing at his bedside, plague defiled and hunger wasted, and because of it he dreaded to sleep alone, especially in that creaking, rat-haunted mill, whose very boards seemed charged with some tale of death and blood. Heavens, at this very moment he thought he could hear that dead voice calling down the gale. No, it must be the curlew, but at least he would be going home. Home. That place home, with not even a priest near to confess to and be comforted. Thanks be to the saints, the wind had dropped a little, but now in place of it came the snow, dense, whirling, white, so dense indeed that he could scarcely see his path. What an end that would be, to be frozen to death in the snow on these sand-hills, while the spirit of Dirk van Goorl sat near and watched him die with those hollow, hungry eyes. The sweat came upon Adrian's forehead at the thought, and he broke into a run, heading for the bank of the great dyke that pierced the dunes half a mile or so away, which bank must, he knew, lead him to the mill. He reached it and trudged along what had been the tow-path, though now it was overgrown with weeds and rushes. It was not a pleasant journey, for the twilight had closed in with speed, and the thick flakes that seemed to heap into his face and sting him turned it into a darkness mottled with faint white. Still he stumbled forward with bent head and close-wrapped cloak till he judged that he must be near to the mill, and halted staring through the gloom. Just then the snow ceased for a while, and light crept back to the cold face of the earth, showing Adrian that he had done well to halt. In front of where he stood, within a few paces of his feet, indeed, for a distance of quite 20 yards, the lower part of the bank had slipped away, washed from the stone core with which it was faced at this point, by a slow and neglected percolation of water. Had he walked on, therefore, he would have fallen his own height or more into a slough of mud, whence he might or might not have been able to extricate himself. As it was, however, by such light as remained he could crawl upon the coping of the stonework, which was still held in place with old struts of timber that, until they had been denuded by the slow and constant leakage, were buried and supported in the vanished earthwork. It was not a pleasant bridge, for to the right lay the mud-bottomed gulf, and to the left, almost level with his feet, were the black and peaty waters of the rain-fed dyke pouring onwards to the sea. "Next flood this will go," thought Adrian to himself, "and then the marsh must become a mere, which will be bad for whomever happens to be living in the Red Mill." He was on firm ground again now, and there, looming tall and spectral against the gloom, not 500 yards away, rose the gaunt sails of the mill. To reach it he walked on 60 paces or more to the little landing quay, where a raised path ran to the building. As he drew near to it, he was astonished to hear the rattle of oars working in rowlocks, and a man's voice say, "Steady, here is the place, praise the saints. Now then, out, passengers, and let us be gone." Adrian, whom events had made timid, drew beneath the shadow of the bank and watched, while from the dim outline of the boat arose 3 figures, or rather 2 figures arose, dragging a third between them. "Hold her," said a voice that seemed familiar, "while I give these men their hire." And there followed a noise of clinking coin, mingled with some oaths and grumbling about the weather and the distance, which were abated with more coin. Then again the oars rattled and the boat was pushed off, whereon a sweet voice cried in anguished tones, "Sirs, you who have wives and daughters, will you leave me in the hands of these wretches? In the name of God, take pity upon my helplessness." "It is a shame, and she so fair a maid," grumbled another thick and raucous voice, but the steersman cried, "Mind your business, Marsh Jan. We have done our job and got our pay, so leave the gentry to settle their own love affairs. Good night to you, passengers. Give way, give way." And the boat swung round and vanished into the gloom. For a moment Adrian's heart stood still, then he sprang forward to see before him Hog Simon the butcher, Black Meg his wife, and between them a bundle wrapped in shawls. "What is this?" he asked. "You ought to know, Heer Adrian," answered Black Meg with a chuckle, "seeing that this charming piece of goods has been brought all the way from Leyden, regardless of expense, for your especial benefit." The bundle lifted its head, and the faint light shone upon the white and terrified face of Elsa Brant. "May God reward you for this evil deed, Adrian called van Goorl," said the pitiful voice. "This deed? What deed?" he stammered in answer. "I knew nothing of it, Elsa Brant." "You know nothing of it? Yet it was done in your name, and you are here to receive me, who was kidnapped as I walked outside Leyden to be dragged hither with force by these monsters. Oh, have you no heart and no fear of judgment that you can speak thus?" "Free her!" roared Adrian, rushing at the butcher to see a knife gleaming in his hand and another in that of Black Meg. "Stop your nonsense, Master Adrian, and stand back. If you have anything to say, say it to your father the Count. Come, let us pass, for we are cold and weary." And taking Elsa by the elbows, they brushed past him. Nor, indeed, even had he not been too bewildered to interfere, could Adrian have stayed them, for he was unarmed. Besides, where would be the use, seeing that the boat had gone, and that they were alone on a winter's night in the wind-swept wilderness, with no refuge for miles save such as the mill house could afford. So Adrian bent his head, for the snow had begun to fall again, and, sick at heart, followed them along the path. Now he understood at length why they had come to the Red Mill. Simon opened the door and entered, but Elsa hung back at its ill-omened threshold. She even tried to struggle a little, poor girl, whereon the ruffian in front jerked her towards him with an oath, so that she caught her foot and fell upon her face. This was too much for Adrian. Springing forward, he struck the butcher full in the mouth with his fist, and next moment they were rolling over and over each other upon the floor, struggling fiercely for the knife which Simon held. During all her life Elsa never forgot that scene. Behind her the howling blackness of the night, and the open door, through which flake by flake the snow leapt into the light. In front the large round room, fashioned from the basement of the mill, lit only by the great fire of turfs and a single horned lantern hung from the ceiling that was ribbed with beams of black and massive oak. And there, in this forbidding, naked-looking place, that rocked and quivered as the gale caught the tall arms of the mill above, seated by the hearth in a rude chair of wood, and sleeping, one man, Ramiro, the Spanish sleuth-hound, who had hunted down her father, he whom above every other she held in horror and in hate, and two, Adrian, and the spy at death grips on the floor, between them the sheen of a naked knife. Such was the picture. Ramiro awoke at the noise, and there was fear on his face as though some ill dream lingered in his brain. Next instant he saw and understood. "I will run the man through who strikes another blow," he said in a cold, clear voice as he drew his sword. "Stand up, you fools, and tell me what this means." "It means that this brute beast but now threw Elsa Brant on her face," gasped Adrian as he rose, "and I punished him." "It is a lie," hissed the other. "I pulled the minx on, that is all, and so would you have done if you had been cursed with such a wild cat for 24 hours. Why, when we took her she was more trouble to hold than any man." "Oh, I understand," interrupted Ramiro, who had recovered his composure. "A little maidenly reluctance, that is all, my worthy Simon, and as for this young gentleman, a little lover-like anxiety. Doubtless in bygone years you have felt the same," and he glanced mockingly at Black Meg. "So do not be too ready to take offence, good Simon. Youth will be youth." "And youth will get a knife between its ribs if it is not careful," grumbled Hague Simon, as he spat out a piece of broken tooth. "Why am I brought here, Señor?" broke in Elsa, "in defiance of laws and justice?" "Laws? I did not know that there were any left in the Netherlands. Justice? Well, all is fair in love and war, as any lady will admit, and the reason why, I think you must ask Adrian. He knows more about it than I do." "He says that he knows nothing, Señor." "Does he? The rogue, does he indeed? Well, it would be rude to contradict him, wouldn't it? So I, for one, unreservedly accept his statement that he knows nothing, and I advise you to do the same. No, no, my boy, do not trouble to explain. We all quite understand. Now, my good dame," he went on, addressing the serving woman who had entered the place, "take this young lady to the best room you have above, and listen, both of you, she is to be treated with all kindness, do you hear? For if any harm comes to her, either at her hands or your own, by heaven you shall pay for it to the last drop of your blood. Now, no excuses and no mistakes." The two women, Meg and the other, nodded and motioned to Elsa to accompany them. She considered a moment, looking first at Ramiro and next at Adrian. Then her head dropped upon her breast, and turning without a word, she followed them up the creaking oaken stair that rose from a niche near the wall of the ingle nook. "Father," said Adrian, when the massive door had closed behind her and they were left alone. "Father, for I suppose that I must call you so." "There is not the slightest necessity," broke in Ramiro. "Facts, my dear son, need not always be paraded in the cold light of day, fortunately. But proceed." "What does all this mean?" I wish I could tell you. It appears to mean, however, that without any effort upon your part, for you seem to me a young man singularly devoid of resource, your love affairs are prospering beyond expectation. I have had nothing to do with the business. I wash my hands of it." "That is as well. Some sensitive people might think they need a deal of washing. You young fool," he went on, dropping his mocking manner, "listen to me. You are in love with this pink and white piece of goods, and I have brought her here for you to marry." "And I refuse to marry her against her will." "As to that, you can please yourself, but somebody has got to marry her, you or I." "You! You!" gasped Adrian. "Quite so. The adventure is not one, to be frank, that attracts me. At my age memories are sufficient, but material interests must be attended to, so if you decline, well, I am still eligible and hardy. Do you see the point?" "No. What is it?" "It is a sound title to the inheritance of the departed Hendrik Brant. That wealth we might, it is true, obtain by artifice or by arms, but how much better that it should come into the family in a regular fashion, thereby ousting the claim of the crown. Things in this country are disturbed at present, but they will not always be disturbed, for in the end somebody must give way and order will prevail. Then questions might be asked, for persons in possession of great riches are always the mark of envy. But if the heiress is married to a good Catholic and loyal subject of the king, who can cavil at rights sanctified by the laws of God and man? Think it over, my dear Adrian, think it over. Stepmother or wife, you can take your choice." With impotent rage, with turmoil of heart and torment of conscience, Adrian did think it over. All that night he thought, tossing his rat-haunted pallet, while, without, the snow swirled and the wind beat. If he did not marry Elsa, his father would, and there could be no doubt as to which of these alternatives would be best and happiest for her. Elsa married to that wicked, cynical, devil-possessed, battered, fortune-hunting adventurer with a nameless past. This must be prevented at any cost. With his father her lot must be a hell. With himself, after a period of storm and doubt perhaps, it could scarcely be other than happy, for was he not young, handsome, sympathetic, and devoted? Ah, there was the real point. He loved this lady with all the earnestness of which his nature was capable, and the thought of her passing into the possession of another man gave him the acutest anguish. That the man should be Foy, his half-brother, was bad enough. That it should be Ramiro, his father, was insupportable. At breakfast the following morning, when Elsa did not appear, the pair met. "You look pale, Adrian," said his father presently. "I fear that this wild weather kept you awake last night, as it did me, although at your age I have slept through the roar of a battle. Well, have you thought over our conversation? I do not wish to trouble you with these incessant family matters, but time presses, and it is necessary to decide." Adrian looked out of the lattice at the snow, which fell and fell without pause. Then he turned and said, "Yes, of the two it is best that she should marry me, though I think that such a crime will bring its own reward." "Wise young man," answered his father. "Under all your cloakings of vagary I observe that you have a foundation of common sense, just as the giddiest weathercock is bedded on a stone. As for the reward, considered properly, it seems to be one upon which I can heartily congratulate you." "Peace to that talk," said Adrian angrily. "You forget that there are two parties to such a contract. Her consent must be gained, and I will not ask it." "No? Then I will. A few arguments occur to me. Now look here, friend, we have struck a bargain, and you will be so good as to keep it, or take the consequences. Oh, never mind what they are. I will bring this lady to the altar, or rather to that table, and you will marry her, after which you can settle matters just exactly as you please. Live with her as your wife, or make your bow and walk away, which I care nothing so long as you are married. Now, I am weary of all this talk, so be so good as to leave me in peace on the subject." Adrian looked at him, opened his lips to speak, then changed his mind and marched out of the house into the blinding snow. "Thank Heaven he is gone at last," reflected his father, and called for Hague Simon, with whom he held a long and careful interview. "You understand?" he ended. "I understand," answered Simon sulkily. "I am to find this priest, who should be waiting at the place you name, and to bring him here by nightfall to-morrow, which is a rough job for a Christian man in such weather as this." "The pay, friend Simon, remember the pay." "Oh yes, it all sounds well enough, but I should like something on account." "You shall have it. Is it not such a labourer worthy of his hire?" replied his employer with enthusiasm, and producing from his pocket the purse which Lysbeth had given Adrian, with a smile of peculiar satisfaction, for really the thing had a comic side, he counted a handsome sum into the hand of this emissary of Venus. Simon looked at the money, concluded, after some reflection, that it would scarcely do to stand out for more at present, pouched it, and having wrapped himself in a thick frieze coat, opened the door and vanished into the falling snow. End of chapter 25. Book 3, Chapter 26 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. The Bridegroom and the Bride. The day passed, and through every hour of it the snow fell incessantly. Night came, and it was still falling in large, soft flakes that floated to the earth gently as thistledown, for now there was no wind. Adrian met his father at meals only. The rest of the day he preferred to spend out of doors in the snow, or hanging about the old sheds at the back of the mill, rather than endure the society of this terrible man, this man of mocking words and iron purpose, who was forcing him into the commission of a great crime. It was at breakfast time on the following morning that Ramiro inquired of Black Meg whether the Jufvrouw Brant had sufficiently recovered from the fatigues of her journey to honour them with her presence. The woman replied that she absolutely refused to leave her room, or even to speak more than was necessary. "Then," said Ramiro, "as it is important that I should have a few words with her, be so good as to tell the young lady, with my homage, that I will do myself the honour of waiting on her in the course of the forenoon." Meg departed on her errand, and Adrian looked up suspiciously. "Calm yourself, young friend," said his father. "Although the interview will be private, you have really no cause for jealousy. At present, remember, I am but the second string in the bow case, the understudy who has learnt the part, a humble position, but one which may prove useful." At all of which jibes Adrian winced, but he did not reply, for by now he had learned that he was no match for his father's bitter wit. Elsa received the message, as she received everything else, in silence. 3 days before, as after a fearful illness, during which on several occasions she was at the very doors of death, Lysbeth van Goorl had been declared out of danger, Elsa, her nurse, ventured to leave her for a few hours. That evening the town seemed to stifle her, and feeling that she needed the air of the country, she passed the Morsch poort and walked a little way along the banks of the canal, never noticing, poor girl, that her steps were dogged. When it began to grow dusk, she halted and stood a while gazing towards the Haarlemer Meer, letting her heart go out to the lover who, as she thought and hoped, within a day or two would be at her side. Then it was that something was thrown over her head, and for a while all was black. She woke to find herself lying in a boat, and watching her, two wretches whom she recognized as those who had assailed her when first she came to Leyden from The Hague. "Why have you kidnapped me, and where am I going?" she asked. "Because we are paid to do it, and you are going to Adrian van Goorl," was the answer. Then she understood and was silent. Thus they brought her to this lonesome, murderous-looking place, where, sure enough, Adrian was waiting for her, waiting with a lie upon his lips. Now, doubtless, the end was at hand. She, who loved his brother with all her heart and soul, was to be given forcibly in marriage to a man whom she despised and loathed, the vain, furious-tempered traitor, who, for revenge, jealousy, or greed, she knew not which, had not hesitated to send his benefactor and mother's husband to perish in the fires of the Inquisition. What was she to do? Escape seemed out of the question, imprisoned as she was on the third story of a lofty mill standing in a lonely, snow-shrouded wilderness, cut off from the sight of every friendly face, and spied on hour after hour by two fierce-eyed women. No, there was only one escape for her, through the gate of death. Even this would be difficult, for she had no weapon, and day and night the women kept guard over her, one standing sentinel while the others slept. Moreover, she had no mind to die, being young and healthy, with a love to live for, and from her childhood up she had been taught that self-slaughter is a sin. No, she would trust in God, and, overwhelming though it was, fight her way through this trouble as best she might. The helpless find friends sometimes. Therefore, that her strength might be preserved, Elsa rested and ate of her food, and drank the wine which they brought to her, refusing to leave the room or to speak more than she was obliged, but watching everything that passed. On the second morning of her imprisonment, Ramiro's message reached her, to which, as usual, she made no answer. In due course, also, Ramiro himself arrived, and stood bowing in the doorway. "Have I your permission to enter, Jufvrouw?" he asked. Then Elsa, knowing that the moment of trial had come, steeled herself for the encounter. "You are master here," she answered in a voice cold as the falling snow without. "Why then do you mock me?" He motioned to the women to leave the room, and when they had gone, replied, "I have little thought of such a thing, lady. The matter in hand is too serious for smart sayings." And with another bow he sat himself down on a chair near the hearth, where a fire was burning. Whereon Elsa rose and stood over against him, for upon her feet she seemed to feel stronger. "Will you be so good as to set out this matter, Señor Ramiro? Am I brought here to be tried for heresy?" "Even so, for heresy against the God of love, and the sentence of the court is that you must expiate your sin, not at the stake, but at the altar." "I do not understand." "Then I will explain. My son Adrian, a worthy young man on the whole, you know that he is my son, do you not? Has had the misfortune, or should I say the good fortune, to fall earnestly in love with you, whereas you have the bad taste, or perhaps the good taste, to give your affections elsewhere. Under the circumstances, Adrian, being a youth of spirit and resource, has fallen back upon primitive methods in order to bring his suit to a successful conclusion. He is here, you are here, and this evening I understand that the priest will be here. I need not dwell upon the obvious issue. Indeed, it is a private matter upon which I have no right to intrude, except, of course, as a relative and a well-wisher." Elsa made an impatient movement with her hand, as though to brush aside all this web of words. "Why do you take so much trouble to force an unhappy girl into a hateful marriage?" she asked. "How can such a thing advantage you?" "Ah," answered Ramiro briskly, "I perceive I have to do with a woman of business, one who has that rarest of gifts, common sense. I will be frank. Your esteemed father died possessed of a very large fortune, which today is your property as his sole issue and heiress. Under the marriage laws, which I myself think unjust, that fortune will pass into the power of any husband whom you choose to take. Therefore, so soon as you are made his wife, it will pass to Adrian. I am Adrian's father, and as it happens, he is pecuniarily indebted to me to a considerable amount, so that in the upshot, as he himself has pointed out more than once, this alliance will provide for both of us. But business details are wearisome, so I need not enlarge. The fortune you speak of, Señor Ramiro, is lost. It is lost, but I have reason to hope that it will be found. You mean that this is purely a matter of money? So far as I am concerned, purely. For Adrian's feelings I cannot speak, since who knows the mystery of another's heart? Then, if the money were forthcoming, or a clue to it, there need be no marriage? So far as I am concerned, none at all. And if the money is not forthcoming, and I refuse to marry the Heer Adrian, or he to marry me, what then? That is a riddle, but I think I see an answer, at any rate, to half of it. Then the marriage would still take place, but with another bridegroom. Another bridegroom? Who? Your humble and devoted adorer. Elsa shuddered and recoiled a step. "Ah," he said, "I should not have bowed. You saw my white hairs, to the young a hateful sight." Elsa's indignation rose, and she answered, "It is not your white hair that I shrink from, Señor, which in some would be a crown of honour, but in my case suggests to you other reflections. Be gentle and spare me them. In a world of rough actions, what need to emphasize them with rough words?" For a few minutes there was silence, which Ramiro, glancing out of the lattice, broke by remarking that the snowfall was extraordinarily heavy for the time of year. Then followed another silence. "I understood you just now, dear lady, to make some sort of suggestion which might lead to an arrangement satisfactory to both of us. The exact locality of this wealth is at present obscure. You mentioned some clue. Are you in a position to furnish such a clue?" "If I am in a position, what then?" "Then, perhaps, after a few days' visit to an interesting but little explored part of Holland, you might return to your friends as you left them, in short, as a single woman." A struggle shook Elsa, and do what she would, some trace of it appeared in her face. "Do you swear that?" she whispered. "Most certainly." "Do you swear before God that if you have this clue you will not force me into a marriage with the Heer Adrian, or with yourself, that you will let me go unharmed?" "I swear it before God." "Knowing that God will be revenged upon you if you break the oath, you still swear?" "I still swear. Why these needless repetitions?" Then, and she leant towards him, speaking in a hoarse whisper, "believing that you, even you, will not dare to be false to such an oath, for you, even you, must fear death, a miserable death, and vengeance, eternal vengeance, I give you the clue. It lies in the hilt of the sword Silence." "The sword Silence? What sword is that?" "The great sword of Red Martin." Stirred out of his self-control, Ramiro struck his hand upon his knee. "And to think," he said, "that for over 12 hours I had it hanging on the wall of the Gevangenhuis. Well, I fear that I must ask you to be more explicit. Where is this sword?" "Wherever Red Martin is. That is all I know. I can tell you no more. The plan of the hiding place is there." "Or was there. Well, I believe you, but to win a secret from the hilt of the sword of the man who broke his way out of the torture chamber of the Gevangenhuis is a labour that would have been not unworthy of Hercules. First Red Martin must be found, then his sword must be taken, which, I think, will cost men their lives. Dear lady, I am obliged for your information, but I fear that the marriage must still go through." "You swore, you swore," she gasped. "You swore before God." "Quite so, and I shall leave the power you refer to manage the matter. Doubtless he can attend to his own affairs. I must attend to mine. I hope that about 7 o'clock this evening will suit you, by which time the priest and a bridegroom will be ready." Then Elsa broke down. "Devil!" she cried in the torment of her despair. "To save my honour I have betrayed my father's trust. I have betrayed the secret for which Martin was ready to die by torment, and given him over to be hunted like a wild beast. Oh, God, forgive me, and God, help me!" "Doubtless, dear young lady, he will do the first, for your temptations were really considerable. I, who have more experience, outwitted you, that is all. Possibly also he may do the second, though many have uttered that cry unheard. For my own sake I trust that he was sleeping when you uttered yours. But it is your affair and his. I leave it to be arranged between you. Till this evening, Jufvrouw," and he bowed himself from the room. But Elsa, shamed and broken-hearted, threw herself upon the bed and wept. At midday she arose, hearing upon the stair the step of the woman who brought her food, and to hide her tear-stained face, went to the barred lattice and looked out. The scene was dismal indeed, for the wind had veered suddenly, the snow had ceased, and in place of it rain was falling with a steady persistence. When the woman had gone, Elsa washed her face, and although her appetite turned from it, ate of the food, knowing how necessary it was that she should keep her strength. Another hour passed, and there came a knock on the door. Elsa shuddered, for she thought that Ramiro had returned to torment her. Indeed, it was almost a relief when, instead of him, appeared his son. One glance at Adrian's nervous, shaken face, yes, and even the sound of his uncertain step, brought hope to her heart. Her woman's instinct told her that now she had no longer to deal with the merciless and terrible Ramiro, to whose eyes she was but a pretty pawn in a game that he must win, but with a young man who loved her, and whom she held therefore at a disadvantage, with one, moreover, who was harassed and ashamed, and upon whose conscience therefore she might work. She turned upon him, drawing herself up, and although she was short and Adrian was tall, of a sudden he felt as though she towered over him. "Your pleasure?" asked Elsa. In the old days Adrian would have answered with some magnificent complaint or far-fetched simile, lifted from the pages of romancers. In truth, he had thought of several such while, like a half-starved dog seeking a home, he wandered round and round the mill-house in the snow. But he was now far beyond all rhetoric or gallantries. "My father wished," he began humbly, "I mean that I have come to speak to you about our marriage." Of a sudden Elsa's delicate features seemed to turn to ice, while to his fancy, at any rate, her brown eyes became fire. "Marriage," she said in a strange voice. "Oh, what an unutterable coward you must be to speak that word. Call what is proposed by any foul title which you will, but at least leave the holy name of marriage undefiled." "It is not my fault," he answered sullenly, but shrinking beneath her words. "You know, Elsa, that I wish to wed you honourably enough." "Yes," she broke in, "and because I would not listen, because you do not please me, and you could not win me as a man wins a maid, you laid a trap and kidnapped me, thinking to get by brute force that which my heart withheld. Oh, in all the Netherlands lives there another such an abject as Adrian called van Goorl, the base-born son of Ramiro the galley slave?" "I have told you that it is false," he replied furiously. "I had nothing to do with your capture. I knew nothing of it till I saw you here." Elsa laughed a very bitter laugh. "Spare your breath," she said, "for if you swore it before the face of the recording angel, I would not believe you. Remember that you are the man who betrayed your brother and your benefactor, and then guess, if you can, what worth I put upon your words." In the bitterness of his heart Adrian groaned aloud, and from that groan Elsa, listening eagerly, gathered some kind of hope. "Surely," she went on, with a changed and softened manner, "surely you will not do this wickedness. The blood of Dirk van Goorl lies on your head. Will you add mine to his? For be sure of this, I swear it by my Maker, that before I am indeed a wife to you, I shall be dead, or mayhap you will be dead, or both of us. Do you understand?" "I understand, but—" "But what? Where is the use of this wickedness? For your soul's sake refuse to have aught to do with such a sin." "But if so, my father will marry you." It was a chance arrow, but it went home, for of a sudden Elsa's strength and eloquence seemed to leave her. She ran to him with her hands clasped, and she flung herself upon her knees. "Oh, help me to escape," she moaned, "and I will bless you all my life." "It is impossible," he answered. "Escape from this guarded place. Through those leagues of melting snow I tell you that it is impossible." "Then," and her eyes grew wild, "then kill him and free me. He is a devil, he is your evil genius. It would be a righteous deed. Kill him and free me." "I should like to," answered Adrian. "I nearly did once, but for my soul's sake I can't put a sword through my own father. It is the most horrible of crimes. When I confessed—" "Then," she broke in, "if this farce, this infamy must be gone through, swear at least that you will treat it as such, that you will respect me." "It is a hard thing to ask of a husband who loves you more than any woman in the world," he answered, turning aside his head. "Remember," she went on, with another flash of defiant spirit, "that if you do not, you will soon love me better than any woman out of the world, or perhaps we shall both settle what lies between us before the judgment seat of God. Will you swear?" He hesitated. Oh, she reflected, what if he should answer, "Rather than this I hand you over to Ramiro"? What if he should think of that argument? Happily for her, at the moment he did not. "Swear," she implored, "swear," clinging with her hands to the lappet of his coat and lifting to him her white and piteous face. "I make it an offering in expiation of my sins," he groaned. "You shall go free of me." Elsa uttered a sigh of relief. She put no faith whatever in Adrian's promises, but at the worst it would give her time. "I thought that I should not appeal in vain—" "To so amusing and egregious a donkey," said Ramiro's mocking voice, speaking from the gloom of the doorway, which now Elsa observed for the first time had swung open mysteriously. "My dear son and daughter-in-law, how can I thank you sufficiently for the entertainment with which you have enlivened one of the most dreary afternoons I remember? Don't look dangerous, my boy. Recall what you have just told this young lady, that the crime of removing a parent is one which, though agreeable, is not lightly to be indulged. Then, as to your future arrangements, how touching! The soul of a Diana, I declare, and the self-sacrifice of a—no, I fear that the heroes of antiquity can furnish no suitable example. And now, adieu. I go to welcome the gentleman who both of you so eagerly expect." He went, and in a minute later, without speaking, for the situation seemed beyond words, Adrian crept down the stairs after him, more miserable and crushed even than he had crept up them half an hour before. Another 2 hours went by. Elsa was in her apartment with Black Meg for company, who watched her as a cat watches a mouse in a trap. Adrian had taken refuge in the place where he slept above. It was a dreary, vacuous chamber that once had held stones and other machinery of the mill, now removed, the home of spiders and half-starved rats that a lean black cat hunted continually. Across its ceiling ran great beams whereof the interlacing ends, among which sharp draughts whistled, lost themselves in gloom, while, with an endless and exasperating sound, as of a knuckle upon a board, the water dripped from the leaky roof. In the round living chamber below, Ramiro was alone. No lamp had been lit, but the glow from the great turf fire played upon his fire as he sat there, watching, waiting, and scheming in the chair of black oak. Presently a noise from without caught his quick ear, and calling to the serving woman to light the lamp, he went to the door, opened it, and saw a lantern floating towards him through the thick steam of falling rain. Another minute, and the bearer of the lantern, Hague Simon, arrived, followed by 2 other men. "Here he is," said Simon, nodding at the figure behind him, a short, round figure, wrapped in a thick frieze coat from which water ran. "The other is the head boatman." "Good," said Ramiro. "Tell him and his companions to wait in the shed without, where liquor will be sent to them. They may be wanted later on." Then followed talk and oaths, and at length the man retreated, grumbling. "Enter, Father Thomas," said Ramiro. "You have had a wet journey, I fear. Enter and give us your blessing." Before he answered, the priest threw off his dripping hooded cape of Frisian cloth, revealing a coarse, wicked face, red and blear-eyed from intemperance. "My blessing," he said in a raucous voice. "Here it is, Señor Ramiro, or whatever you call yourself now. Curse you all for bringing out a holy priest upon one of your devil's errands in weather which is only fit for a bald-headed coot to travel through. There is going to be a flood. Already the water is running over the banks of the dam, and it gathers every moment as the snow melts. I tell you there is going to be such a flood as we have not seen for years." "The more reason, Father, for getting through this little business quickly. But first you will wish for something to drink." Father Thomas nodded, and Ramiro, filling a small mug with brandy, gave it to him. He gulped it off. "Another," he said. "Don't be afraid. A chosen vessel should always be a seasoned vessel. At any rate this one is. Ah, that's better. Now then, what's the exact job?" Ramiro took him apart, and they talked together for a while. "Very good," said the priest at length. "I will take the risk and do it, for where heretics are concerned such things are not too closely inquired into nowadays. But first down with the money. No paper or promises, if you please." "Ah, you churchmen," said Ramiro with a faint smile, "in things spiritual or temporal, how much have we poor laity to learn of you?" With a sigh he produced the required sum, then paused and added, "No, with your leave, we will see the papers first. You have them with you?" "Here they are," answered the priest, drawing some documents from his pocket. "But they haven't been married yet. The rule is marry first, then certify. Until the ceremony is actually performed, anything might happen, you know." "Quite so, Father. Anything might happen either before or after, but still, with your leave, I think that in this case we may as well certify first. You might want to be getting away, and it will save so much trouble later. Will you be so kind as to write your certificate?" Father Thomas hesitated, while Ramiro gently clinked the gold coins in his hand, and murmured, "I should be sorry to think, Father, that you had taken such a rough journey for nothing." "What trick are you at now?" growled the priest. "Well, after all, it is a mere form. Give me the names." Ramiro gave them. Father Thomas scrawled them down, adding some words and his own signature, then said, "There you are. That will hold good against anyone except the Pope." "A mere form?" repeated Ramiro. "Of course, but the world attaches so much importance to forms, so I think that we will have this one witnessed. No, not by myself, who am an interested party, by someone independent." And calling Hague Simon and the waiting woman, he bade them set their names at the foot of the documents. "Papers signed in advance, fees paid in advance," he went on, handing over the money. "And now just one more glass to drink the health of the bride and bridegroom also in advance. You will not refuse, nor you, worthy Simon, nor you, most excellent Abigail? Ah, I thought not. The night is cold." "And the brandy strong," muttered the priest thickly, as this third dose of raw spirit took effect upon him. "Now get on with the business, for I want to be out of this hole before the flood comes." "Quite so. Friends, will you be so good as to summon my son and the lady? The lady first, I think, and all three of you might go to escort her. Brides sometimes consider it right to feign a slight reluctance, you understand. On second thoughts, you need not trouble the Señor Adrian. I have a few words of ante-nuptial advice to offer, so I will go to him." A minute later father and son stood face to face. Adrian leapt up, he shook his fist, he raved and stormed at the cold, impassive man before him. "You fool, you contemptible fool," said Ramiro when he had done. "Heavens, to think that such a creature should have sprung from me, a human jackass only fit to bear the blows and burdens of others, to fill the field with empty brains, and wear himself out by kicking at the air. Oh, don't twist up your face at me, for I am your master as well as your father, however much you may hate me. You are mine, body and soul. Don't you understand? A bond slave, nothing more. You lost the only chance you ever had in the game when you got me down at Leyden. You daren't draw a sword on me again, for your soul's sake, dear Adrian, for your soul's sake, and if you dared, I would run you through. Now, are you coming?" "No," answered Adrian. "Think a minute. If you don't marry her, I shall, and before she is half an hour older. Also," and he leant forward and whispered into his son's ear. "Oh, you devil!" Adrian gasped. Then he moved towards the door. "What? Changed your mind, have you, Mr. Weathercock? Well, it is the prerogative of all feminine natures, but your doublet is awry, and allow me to suggest that you should brush your hair. There, that's better. Now come on. No, you go first, if you please. I'd rather have you in front of me." When they reached the room below, the bride was already there. Gripped on either side by Black Meg and the other woman, white as death and trembling, but still defiant, stood Elsa. "Let's get through with this," growled the half-drunken ruffian priest. "I take the willingness of the parties for granted." "I am not willing," cried Elsa. "I have been brought here by force. I call everyone present to witness that whatever is done is against my will. I appeal to God to help me." The priest turned upon Ramiro. "How am I to marry them in the face of this?" he asked. "If only she were silent it might be done." "The difficulty has occurred to me," answered Ramiro. He made a sign whereon Simon seized Elsa's wrist, and Black Meg, slipping behind her, deftly fastened a handkerchief over her mouth in such a fashion that she was gagged, but could still breathe through her nostrils. Elsa struggled a little, then was quiet, and turned her piteous eyes on Adrian, who stepped forward and opened his lips. "You remember the alternative," said his father in a low voice, and he stopped. "I suppose," broke in Father Thomas, "that we may at any rate reckon upon the consent, or at least upon the silence of the Heer bridegroom." "You may reckon on his silence, Father Thomas," replied Ramiro. Then the ceremony began. They dragged Elsa to the table. Thrice she flung herself to the ground, and thrice they lifted her to her feet, but at length, weary of the weight of her body, suffered her to rest upon her knees, where she remained as though in prayer, gagged like some victim on the scaffold. It was a strange and brutal scene, and every detail of it burned itself into Adrian's mind. The round, rude room, with its glowing fire of turfs and its rough oaken furniture, half in light and half in dense shadow, as the lamp rays chanced to fall. The death-like kneeling bride, with a white cloth across her tortured face. The red-chopped, hanging-lipped hedge priest gabbling from a book, his back almost turned that he might not see her attitude and struggles. The horrible, unsexed women, the fat-faced villain Simon grinning by the hearth, Ramiro, cynical, mocking, triumphant, and yet somehow anxious, his one bright eye fixed in mingled contempt and amusement upon him, Adrian. Those were its outlines. There was something else also that caught and oppressed his sense, a sound which at the time Adrian thought he heard in his head alone, a soft, heavy sound with a moan in it, not unlike that of the wind, which grew gradually to a dull roar. It was over. A ring had been forced onto Elsa's unwilling hand, and, until the thing was undone by some competent and authorized court, she was in name the wife of Adrian. The handkerchief was unbound, her hands were loosed. Physically, Elsa was free again, but in that day and land of outrage, tied, as the poor girl knew well, by a chain more terrible than any that hemp or steel could fashion. "Congratulations, Señora," muttered Father Thomas, eyeing her nervously. "I fear you felt a little faint during the service, but a sacrament—" "Cease your mockings, you false priest," cried Elsa. "Oh, let the swift vengeance of God fall upon every one of you, and first of all upon you, false priest." Drawing the ring from her finger as she spoke, she cast it down upon the oaken table, where it sprang up to drop again and rattle itself to silence. Then, with one tragic motion of despair, Elsa turned and fled back to her chamber. The red face of Father Thomas went white, and his yellow teeth chattered. "A virgin's curse," he muttered, crossing himself. "Misfortune always follows, and it is sometimes death. Yes, by St. Thomas, death. And you brought me here to do this wickedness, you dog, you galley slave." "Father," broke in Ramiro, "you know I have warned you against it before at The Hague. Sooner or later it always breaks up the nerves," and he nodded toward the flagon of spirits. "Bread and water, Father, bread and water for 40 days, that is what I prescribe, and—" As he spoke the door was burst open, and 2 men rushed in, their eyes starting, their very beards bristling with terror. "Come forth," they cried. "What has chanced?" screamed the priest. "The great dike has burst. Hark! 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 The floods are upon you. The mill will be swept away." God in heaven, it was true. Now through the open doorway they heard the roar of waters, whose note Adrian had caught before. Yes, and in the gloom appeared their foaming crest, as they rushed through the great and ever-widening breach in the lofty dike down upon the flooded lowland. Father Thomas bounded through the door, yelling, "The boat! The boat!" For a moment Ramiro thought, considering the situation. Then he said, "Fetch the Jufvrouw. No, not you, Adrian. She would die rather than come with you. You, Simon, and you, Meg. Swift, obey." They departed on their errand. "Men," went on Ramiro, "take this gentleman and lead him to the boat. Hold him if he tries to escape. I will follow with the lady. Go, you fool, go, there is not a second to be lost." And Adrian, hanging back and protesting, was dragged away by the boatmen. Now Ramiro was alone, and though, as he had said, there was little time to spare, again for a few moments he thought deeply. His face flushed and went pale, then entered into it a great resolve. "I don't like doing it, for it is against my vow, but the chance is good. She is safely married. and at best she would be very troublesome hereafter, and might bring us to justice or to the galleys, since others seek her wealth," he muttered with a shiver, adding, "as for the spies, we are well rid of them and their evidence." Then, with swift resolution, stepping to the door at the foot of the stairs, Ramiro shut it and shot the great iron bolt. He ran from the mill. The raised path was already 3 feet deep in water. He could scarcely make his way along it. Ah, there lay the boat. Now he was in it, and now they were flying before the crest of a huge wave. The dam of the cutting had given altogether, and fed from the sea and land at once. By snow, by rain, and by the inrush of the high tide, its waters were pouring in a measureless volume over the doomed marshes. "Where is Elsa?" screamed Adrian. "I don't know. I couldn't find her," answered Ramiro. "Row, row for your lives. We can take her off in the morning, and the priest too, if he won back." At length the cold winter sun rose over the watery waste, calm enough now, for the floods were out, in places 10 and 15 feet deep. Through the mist that brooded on the face of them, Ramiro and his crew groped their way back to where the Red Mill should be. It was gone. There stood the brick walls of the bottom story rising above the flood level, but the wooden upper part had snapped before the first great wave when the bank went bodily, and afterwards been swept away by the rushing current, swept away with those within. "What is that?" said one of the boatmen, pointing to a dark object which floated among the tangled debris of sere weeds and woodwork collected against the base of the mill. They rowed toward the thing. It was the body of Father Thomas, who must have missed his footing as he ran along the pathway and fallen into deep water. Said Ramiro, "a virgin's curse. Observe, friends, how the merest coincidences may give rise to superstition. Allow me," and holding the dead man by one hand, he felt in his pockets with the other, till with a smile of satisfaction he found the purse containing the gold which he had paid him on the previous evening. "Oh, Elsa, Elsa," moaned Adrian. "Comfort yourself, my son," said Ramiro, as the boat put about, leaving the dead Father Thomas bobbing up and down in the ripple. "You have indeed lost a wife whose temper gave you little prospect of happiness, but at least I have your marriage papers duly signed and witnessed, and you are her heir." He did not add that he, in turn, was Adrian's, but Adrian thought of it, and even in the midst of his shame and misery, wondered with a shiver how long he, who was Ramiro's next of kin, was likely to adorn this world. Till he had something that was worth inheriting, perhaps. End of chapter 26. Book 3, Chapter 27 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. What Elsa Saw in the Moonlight. It will be remembered that some weeks before Elsa's forced marriage in the Red Mill, Foy, on their escape from the Gevangenhuis, had been carried upon the naked back of Martin to the shelter of Mother Martha's lair in the Haarlemer Meer. Here he lay sick many days, for the sword cut in his thigh festered so badly that at one time his life was threatened by gangrene, but in the end his own strength and healthy constitution, helped with mother's simples, cured him. So soon as he was strong again, accompanied by Martin, he travelled into Leyden, which now it was safe enough for him to visit, since the Spaniards were driven from the town. How his young heart swelled as, still limping a little and somewhat pale from the recent illness, he approached the well-known house in the Bree Straat, the home that sheltered his mother and his love. Presently he would see them again, for the news had been brought to him that Lysbeth was out of danger, and Elsa must still be nursing her. Lysbeth he found indeed turned into an old woman by grief and sore sickness, but Elsa he did not find. She had vanished. On the previous night she had gone out to take the air, and returned no more. What had become of her none could say. All the town talked of it, and his mother was half crazed with anxiety and fear of the worst. Hither and thither they went inquiring, seeking, tracking, but no trace of Elsa could they discover. She had been seen to pass the Morsch poort, then she disappeared. For a while Foy was mad. At length he grew calmer and began to think. Drawing from his pocket the letter which Martha had brought to him on the night of the church burning, he reread it in the hope of finding a clue, since it was just possible that for private reasons Elsa might have set out on some journey of her own. It was a very sweet letter, telling him of her deep joy and gratitude at his escape, of the events that had happened in the town, of the death of his father in the Gevangenhuis, and ending thus: "Dear Foy, my betrothed, I cannot come to you because of your mother's sickness, for I am sure that it would be your wish, as it is my desire and duty, that I should stay to nurse her. Soon, however, I hope that you will be able to come to her and me. Yet in these dreadful times who can tell what may happen? Therefore, Foy, whatever chances, I am sure you will remember that in life or in death I am yours only. Yes, to you, dead or living, you dead and I living, or you living and I dead. While or wherever I have sense or memory, I will be true, through life, through death, through whatever may lie beyond our deaths. I will be true as woman may be to man. So, dear Foy, for this present, fare you well until we meet again in the days to come, or after all earthly days are done with for you and me. My love be with you, the blessing of God be with you, and when you lie down at night and when you wake at morn, think of me and put up a prayer for me as your true lover Elsa does for you. Martha waits. Most loved, most dear, most desired, fare you well." Here was no hint of any journey, so if such had been taken, it must be without Elsa's consent. "Martin, what do you make of it?" asked Foy, staring at him with anxious, hollow eyes. "Ramiro, Adrian, stolen away," answered Martin. "Why do you say that?" "Hague Simon was seen hanging about outside the town yesterday, and there was a strange boat upon the river. Last night the Jufvrouw went through the Morsch poort. The rest you can guess." "Why would they take her?" asked Foy hoarsely. "Who can tell?" said Martin, shrugging his great shoulders. "Yet I see two reasons. Hendrik Brant's wealth is supposed to be hers when it can be found. Therefore, being a thief, Ramiro would want her. Adrian is in love with her. Therefore, being a man, of course he would want her. These seem enough, the pair being what they are." "When I find them I will kill them both," said Foy, grinding his teeth. "Of course, so will I, but first we have got to find them, and her, which is the same thing." "How, Martin, how?" "I don't know." "Can't you think, man?" "I am trying to, master. It's you who don't think. You talk too much. Be silent a while." "Well," asked Foy 30 seconds later, "have you finished thinking?" "No, master, it's no use. There's nothing to think about. We must leave this and go back to Martha. If anyone can track her out, she can. Here we can learn no more." So they returned to the Haarlemer Meer and told Martha their sad tale. "Bide here a day or two and be patient," she said. "I will go out and search." "Never," answered Foy. "We will come with you." "If you choose, but it will make matters more difficult. Martin, get ready the big boat." 2 nights had gone by, and it was an hour or more past noon on the third day, the day of Elsa's forced marriage. The snow had ceased falling, and the rain had come instead, rain pitiless, bitter, and continual. Hidden in a nook at the north end of the Haarlemer Meer, and almost buried beneath bundles of reeds, partly as a protection from the weather, and partly to escape the eyes of the Spaniards, of whom companies were gathering from every direction to besiege Haarlem, lay the big boat. In it were Red Martin and Foy van Goorl. Mother Martha was not there, for she had gone alone to an inn at a distance, to gather information if she could. To hundreds of the Boers in these parts she was a known and trusted friend, although many of them might not choose to recognise her openly, and from among them, unless, indeed, she had been taken right away to Flanders, or even to Spain, she hoped to gather tidings of Elsa's whereabouts. For 2 weary nights and days the Mare had been employed thus, but as yet without a shadow of success. Foy and Martin sat in the boat staring at each other gloomily. Indeed, Foy's face was piteous to see. "What are you thinking of, master?" asked Martin presently. "I am thinking," he answered, "that even if we find her now it will be too late. Whatever was to be done, murder or marriage, will be done." "Time to trouble about that when we have found her," said Martin, for he knew not what else to say, and added, "Listen, I hear footsteps." Foy drew apart 2 of the bundles of reeds and looked out into the driving rain. "All right," he said, "it is Martha and a man." Martin let his hand fall from the hilt of the sword Silence, for in those days hand and sword must be near together. Another minute and Martha and her companion were in the boat. "Who is this man?" asked Foy. "He is a friend of mine, named Marsh Jan." "Have you news?" "Yes, at least Marsh Jan has." "Speak and be swift," said Foy, turning on the man fiercely. "Am I safe from vengeance?" asked Marsh Jan, who was a good fellow enough, although he had drifted into evil company, looking doubtfully at Foy and Martin. "Have I not said so?" answered Martha, "and does the Mare break her word?" Then Marsh Jan told his tale, how he was one of the party that 2 nights before had rowed Elsa, or at least a young woman who answered to her description, to the Red Mill, not far from Velzen, and how she was in the immediate charge of a man and a woman who could be no other than Hague Simon and Black Meg. Also he told of her piteous appeal to the boatmen in the names of their wives and daughters, and at the telling of it Foy wept with fear and rage, and even Martha gnashed her teeth. Only Martin cast off the boat and began to punt her out into deep water. "Is that all?" asked Foy. "That is all, Mynheer. I know nothing more, but I can explain to you where the place is." "You can show us, you mean," said Foy. The man expostulated. The weather was bad, there would be a flood, his wife was ill and expected him, and so forth. Then he tried to get out of the boat, whereon, catching hold of him suddenly, Martin threw him into the stern sheets, saying, "You could travel to this mill once, taking with you a girl whom you knew to be kidnapped. Now you can travel there again to get her out. Sit still and steer straight, or I will make you food for fishes." Then Marsh Jan professed himself quite willing to sail to the Red Mill, which he said they ought to reach by nightfall. All that afternoon they sailed and rowed, till, with the darkness, before ever the mill was in sight, the great flood came down upon them and drove them hither and thither, such a flood as had not been seen in those districts for a dozen years. But Marsh Jan knew his bearings well. He had the instinct of locality that is bred in those whose forefathers for generations have won a living from the fens, and through it all he held upon a straight course. Once Foy thought they heard a voice calling for help in the darkness, but it was not repeated, and they went forward. At last the sky cleared, and the moon shone out upon such a waste of waters as Noah might have beheld from the ark. Only there were things floating in them that Noah would scarcely have seen: hayricks, dead and drowning cattle, household furniture, and once even a coffin washed from some graveyard, while beyond stretched the dreary outline of the sand dunes. "The mill should be near," said Marsh Jan. "Let us put about." So they turned, rowing with weary arms, for the wind had fallen. Let us go back a little. Elsa, on escaping from the scene of her mock marriage, fled to her room and bolted its door. A few seconds later she heard hands hammering at it, and the voices of Hague Simon and Black Meg calling to her to open. She took no note. The hammering ceased, and then it was that for the first time she became aware of a dreadful roaring noise, a noise of many waters. Time passed as it passes in a nightmare, till suddenly, above the dull roar, came sharp sounds as of wood cracking and splitting, and Elsa felt the whole fabric of the mill had tilted. Beneath the pressure of the flood it had given where it was weakest, at its narrow waist, and now its red cap hung over like a wind-laid tree. Terror took hold of Elsa, and running to the door she opened it, hoping to escape down the stairs. Behold, water was creeping up them. She could see it by the lantern in her hand. Her retreat was cut off. But there were other stairs leading to the top story of the mill that now lay at a steep angle, and along these she climbed, since the water was pouring through her doorway and there was nowhere else to go. In the very roof of the place was a manhole with a rotten hatch. She passed through this to find herself upon the top of the mill, just where one of the great naked arms of the sails projected from it. Her lantern was blown out by now, but she clung to the arm and became aware that the wooden cap of the structure, still anchored to its brick foundation, lay upon its side, rocking to and fro like a boat upon an angry sea. The water was near her, that she knew by its seethe and rush, although she could not see it, but as yet it did not even wet her feet. The hours went by, how many she never learned, till at length the clouds cleared, the moon became visible, and by its light she saw an awful scene. Everywhere around was water. It lapped within a yard, and it was rising still. Now Elsa saw that in the great beam she clasped were placed short spokes for the use of those who set the sails above. Up these she climbed as best she might, till she was able to pass her body between two of the vanes and support her breast upon the flat surface of one of them, as a person does who leans out of a window. From her window there was something to see. Quite near to her, but separated by 15 or 20 feet of yellow, frothing water, a little portion of the swelling shape of the mill stood clear of the flood. To this foam-lapped island clung two human beings, Hague Simon and Black Meg. They saw her also and screamed for help, but she had none to give. Surely it was a dream. Nothing so awful could happen outside a dream. The fabric of the mill tilted more and more. The space to which the two vile creatures hung grew less and less. There was no longer room for both of them. They began to quarrel, to curse and gibber at each other, their fierce bestial faces not an inch apart as they crouched there on hands and knees. The water rose a little. They were kneeling in it now, and the man, putting down his bald head, butted at the woman, almost thrusting her from her perch. But she was strong and active. She struggled back again. She did more. With an eel-like wriggle she climbed upon his back, weighing him down. He strove to shake her off, but could not, for on that heaving, rolling surface he dared not lose his hand grip. So he turned his flat and florid face, and seizing her leg between his teeth, bit and worried at it. In her pain and rage Meg screeched aloud. That was the cry which Foy had heard. Then suddenly she drew a knife from her bosom. Elsa saw it flash in the moonlight, and stabbed downwards, once, twice, thrice. Elsa shut her eyes. When she opened them again, the woman was alone upon the little patch of red boarding, her body splayed out over it like that of a dead frog. So she lay a while, till suddenly the cap of the red mill dipped slowly like a lady who makes a court curtsy, and she vanished. It rose again, and Meg was still there, moaning in her terror and water running from her dress. Then again it dipped, this time more deeply, and when the patch of rusty boarding slowly reappeared, it was empty. No, not quite, for clinging to it, yowling and spitting, was the half-wild black cat which Elsa had seen wandering about the mill. but of Black Meg there was no trace. It was dreadfully cold up there, hanging to the sail bar, for now that the rain had finished it began to freeze. Indeed, had it not chanced that Elsa was dressed in her warm winter gown with fur upon it, and dry from her head to her feet, it is probable that she would have fallen off and perished in the water. As it was, gradually her body became numb and her senses faded. She seemed to know that all this matter of her forced marriage, of the flood, and of the end of Simon and Meg was nothing but a dream, a very evil nightmare, from which she would awake presently to find herself snug and warm in her own bed in the Bree Straat. Of course, it must be a nightmare, for look, there on the bare patch of boarding beneath, that hideous struggle repeated itself. There lay Hog Simon gnawing at his wife's foot, only his fat, white face was gone, and in place of it he wore the head of a cat, for she, the watcher, could see its glowing eyes fixed upon her. And Meg, look how her lean limbs gripped him round the body. Listen to the thudding noise as the great knife fell between his shoulders. And now see, she was growing tall, she had become a giantess, her face shot across the gulf of water and swam upwards through the shadows, till it was within a foot of her. Oh, she must fall, but first she would scream for help. Surely the dead themselves could hear that cry. Better not have uttered it, it might bring Ramiro back. Better go to join the dead. What did the voice say? Meg's voice? But how changed! That she was not to be afraid? That the thudding was the sound of oars, not of knife thrusts? This would be Ramiro's boat coming to seize her. Of him and Adrian she could bear no more. She would throw herself into the water and trust to God. 1, 2, 3, then utter darkness. Elsa became aware that light was shining about her, also that somebody was kissing her upon the face and lips. A horrible doubt struck her that it might be Adrian. She opened her eyes ever so little to look. No, no, how very strange! It was not Adrian, it was Foy. Well, doubtless this must be all part of her vision, and as in a dream or out of it, Foy had a perfect right to kiss her if he chose. She saw no reason to interfere. Now she seemed to hear a familiar voice, that of Red Martin, asking some one how long it would take them to make Haarlem with this wind, to which another voice answered, about 3/4 of an hour. It was very cold, and why did he say Haarlem and not Leyden? Next, the second voice, which also seemed familiar, said, "Look out, Foy, she's coming to herself." Then someone poured wine down her throat, whereupon, unable to bear this bewilderment any longer, Elsa sat up and opened her eyes wide to see before her Foy, and none other than Foy in the flesh. She gasped and began to sink back again with joy and weakness, whereon he cast his arms about her and drew her to his breast. Then she remembered everything. "Oh, Foy, Foy," she cried, "you must not kiss me." "Why not?" he asked. Because I am married." Of a sudden his happy face became ghastly. "Married?" he stammered. "Who to?" "To your brother Adrian." He stared at her in amazement, then asked slowly, "Did you run away from Leyden to marry him?" "How dare you ask such a question?" replied Elsa with a flash of spirit. "Perhaps, then, you would explain." "What is there to explain? I thought that you knew. They dragged me away, and last night, just before the flood burst, I was gagged and married by force." "Oh, Adrian, my friend," groaned Foy. "Wait till I catch you, my friend Adrian." "To be just," explained Elsa, "I don't think Adrian wanted to marry me much, but he had to choose between marrying me himself or seeing his father Ramiro marry me. So he sacrificed himself, the good, kind-hearted man," interrupted Foy, grinding his teeth. "Yes," said Elsa. And where is your self-denying, oh, I can't say the word." "I don't know. I suppose that he and Ramiro escaped in the boat, or perhaps he has drowned." "In which case you are a widow sooner than you could have expected," said Foy more cheerfully, edging himself towards her. But Elsa moved a little away, and Foy saw with a sinking of the heart that, however distasteful it might be to her, clearly she attached some weight to this marriage. "I do not know," she answered. "How can I tell? I suppose that we shall hear sometime, and then, if he is still alive, I must set to work to get free of him. But till then, Foy," she added warningly, "I suppose that I am his wife in law, although I will never speak to him again. Where are we going?" "To Haarlem. The Spaniards are closing in upon the city, and we dare not try to break through their lines. Those are Spanish boats behind us. But eat and drink a little, Elsa, then tell us your story." "One question first, Foy. How did you find me?" "We heard a woman scream twice, once far away and once near at hand, and rowing to the sound, saw someone hanging to the arm of an overturned windmill only 3 or 4 feet above the water. Of course we knew that you had been taken to the mill. That man there told us. Do you remember him? But at first we could not find it in the darkness and the flood." Then, after she had swallowed something, Elsa told her story, while the three of them clustered round her forward of the sail, and Marsh Jan managed the helm. When she had finished it, Martin whispered to Foy, and as though by a common impulse, all 4 of them kneeled down by the boards in the bottom of the boat and returned thanks to the Almighty that this maiden, quite unharmed, had been delivered out of such manifold and terrible dangers, and this by the hands of her own friends and of the man to whom she was affianced. When they had finished their service of thanksgiving, which was as simple as it was solemn and heartfelt, they rose, and now Elsa did not forbid that Foy should hold her hand. "Say, sweetheart," he asked, "is it true that you think anything of this forced marriage?" "Hear me before you answer," broke in Martha. "It is no marriage at all, for none can be wed without the consent of their own will, and you gave no such consent." "It is no marriage," echoed Martin, "and if it be, and I live, then the sword shall cut its knot." "It is no marriage," said Foy, "for although we have not stood together before the altar, yet our hearts are wed, so how can you be made the wife of another man?" "Dearest," replied Elsa, when they had all spoken, "I too am sure that it is no marriage, yet a priest spoke the marriage words over me, and a ring was thrust upon my hand, so to the law, if there be any law left in the Netherlands, I am perhaps in some sort a wife. Therefore before I can become wife to you these facts must be made public, and I must appeal to the law to free me, lest in days to come others should be troubled." "And if the law cannot or will not, Elsa, what then?" "Then, dear, our consciences being clean, we will be a law to ourselves. But first we must wait a while. Are you satisfied now, Foy?" "No," answered Foy sulkily, "for it is monstrous that such devil's work should keep us apart, even for an hour. Yet in this, as in all, I will obey you, dear." "Marrying and giving in marriage," broke in Martha in a shrill voice. "Talk no more of such things, for there is other work before us. Look yonder, girl, what do you see?" and she pointed to the dry land. "The hosts of the Amalekites marching in their thousands to slaughter us and our brethren, the children of the Lord. Look behind you, what do you see? The ships of the tyrant sailing up to encompass the city of the children of the Lord. It is the day of death and desolation, the day of Armageddon, and ere the sun sets red upon it, many a thousand must pass through the gates of doom, we mayhap among them. Then up with the flag of freedom, out with the steel of truth, gird on the buckler of righteousness, and snatch the shield of hope. Fight, fight for the liberty of the land that bore you, for the memory of Christ, the King who died for you, for the faith to which you are born. Fight, and fight. When the fray is done, then, and not before, think of peace and love. Nay, children, look not so fearful, for I, the mad mere-wife, tell you by the grace of God that you have naught to fear. Who preserved you in the torture den, Foy van Goorl? What hand was it that held your life and honour safe when you sojourned among the devils in the Red Mill yonder, and kept your head above the waters of the flood, Elsa Brant? You know well, and I, Martha, tell you that this same hand shall hold you safe until the end. Yes, I know it, I know it. Thousands shall fall upon your right hand, and tens of thousands upon your left, but you shall live through the hunger. The arrows of pestilence shall pass you by, the sword of the wicked shall not harm you. For me it is otherwise. At length my doom draws near, and I am well content. But for you twain, Foy and Elsa, I foretell many years of earthly joy." Thus spoke Martha, and it seemed to those who watched her that her wild, disfigured face shone with a light of inspiration. Nor did they who knew her story, and still believed that the spirit of prophecy could open the eyes of chosen seers, deem it strange that vision of the things to be should visit her. At the least they took comfort from her words, and for a while were no more afraid. Yet they had much to fear. By a fateful accident they had been delivered from great dangers, only to fall into dangers greater still. For as it chanced on this 10th of December, 1572, they sailed straight into the grasp of the thousands of the Spanish armies which had been drawn like a net round the doomed city of Haarlem. There was no escape for them. Nothing that had not wings could pass those lines of ships and soldiers. Their only refuge was the city, and in that city they must bide till the struggle, one of the most fearful of all that hideous war, was ended. But at least they had this comfort: they would face the foe together, and with them were two who loved them, Martha, the Spanish scourge, and Red Martin, the free Frisian, the mighty man of war whom God had appointed to them as a shield of defence. So they smiled on each other, these two lovers of long ago, and sailed bravely on to the closing gates of Haarlem. End of chapter 27. Book 3, Chapter 28 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. Atonement. 7 months had gone by, 7 of the most dreadful months ever lived through by human beings. For all this space of time, through the frosts and snows and fogs of winter, through the icy winds of spring, and now deep into the heart of summer, the city of Haarlem had been closely beleaguered by an army of 30,000 Spaniards, most of them veteran troops under the command of Don Frederick, the son of Alva, and other generals. Against this disciplined host were opposed the little garrison of 4,000 Hollanders and Germans, aided by a few Scotch and English soldiers, together with a population of about 20,000 old men, women, and children. From day to day, from week to week, from month to month, the struggle was waged between these unequal forces, marked on either side by the most heroic efforts and by cruelties that would strike our age as monstrous. For in those times the captive prisoner of war could expect no mercy. Indeed, he was fortunate if he was not hung from a gibbet by the leg to die slowly within eyeshot of his friends. There were battles without number. Men perished in hecatombs. Among the besieging armies alone over 12,000 lost their lives, so that the neighbourhood of Haarlem became one vast graveyard, and the fish in the lake were poisoned by the dead. Assault, sortie, ambuscade, artifice of war, combats to the death upon the ice between skate-shod soldiers, desperate sea fights, attempts to storm, the explosion of mines and countermines that brought death to hundreds, all these became the familiar incidents of daily life. Then there were other horrors, cold from insufficient fuel, pestilences of various sorts such as always attend a siege, and, worst of all for all the beleaguered, hunger. Week by week as the summer aged, the food grew less and less, till at length there was nothing. The weeds that grew in the street, the refuse of tanneries, the last ounce of offal, the mice and the cats, all had been devoured. On the lofty steeple of St. Bavon for days and days had floated a black flag to tell the Prince of Orange in Leyden that below it was despair as black. The last attempt at succour had been made. Battenberg had been defeated and slain, together with the seigneurs of Clotingen and Carloo, and 500 or 600 men. Now there was no more hope. Desperate expedients were suggested, that the women, children, aged, and sick should be left in the city, while the able-bodied men cut a way through the battalions of their besiegers. On these non-combatants it was hoped that the Spaniard would have mercy, as though the Spaniard could have mercy, he who afterwards dragged the wounded and the ailing to the door of the hospital, and there slaughtered them in cold blood, ay, and here and elsewhere did other things too dreadful to write down. Says the old chronicler, but this being understood by the women, they assembled all together, making the most pitiful cries and lamentations that could be heard, the which would have moved a heart of flint, so as it was not possible to abandon them. Next another plan was formed, that all the females and helpless should be set in the centre of a square of the fighting men, to march out and give battle to the foe till every one was slain. Then the Spaniards, hearing this, and growing afraid of what these desperate men might do, fell back on guile. If they would surrender, the citizens of Haarlem were told, and pay 240,000 florins, no punishment should be inflicted. So, having neither food nor hope, they listened to the voice of the tempter and surrendered, they who had fought until their garrison of 4,000 was reduced to 1,800 men. It was noon and past on the fatal 12th of July. The gates were open. The Spaniards, those who were left of them, Don Frederick at their head, with drums beating, banners flying, and swords sharpened for murder, were marching into the city of Haarlem. In a deep niche between two great brick piers of the cathedral were gathered four people whom we know. War and famine had left them all alive, yet they had borne their share of both. In every enterprise, however desperate, Foy and Martin had marched or stood or watched side by side, and well did the Spaniards know the weight of the great sword Silence, and the red-headed giant who wielded it. Mother Martha, too, had not been idle. Throughout the siege she had served as the lieutenant of the widow Hasselaer, who, with a band of 300 women, fought day and night alongside of their husbands and brothers. Even Elsa, who, although she was too delicate and by nature timid and unfitted to go out to battle, had done her part, for she laboured at the digging of mines and the building of walls till her soft hands were rough and scarred. How changed they were! Foy, whose face had been so youthful, looked now like a man on the wrong side of middle age. The huge Martin might have been a great skeleton on which hung clothes, or rather rags, and a rent bull's hide, with his blue eyes shining in deep pits beneath the massive projecting skull. Elsa, too, had become quite small, like a child. Her sweet face was no longer pretty, only pitiful, and all the roundness of her figure had vanished. She might have been an emaciated boy. Of the four of them, Martha the mare, who was dressed like a man, showed the least change. Indeed, except that now her hair was snowy, that her features were rather more horse-like, that the yellow, lipless teeth projected even further, and the thin, nervous hands had become almost like those of an Egyptian mummy. She was much as she always had been. Martin leaned upon the great sword and groaned. "Curses on them, the cowards," he muttered. "Why did they not let us go out and die fighting? Fools, mad fools, who would trust to the mercy of the Spaniard." "Oh, Foy," said Elsa, throwing her thin arms about his neck, "you will not let them take me, will you? If it comes to the worst, you will kill me, won't you? Otherwise I must kill myself, and Foy, I am a coward, I am afraid to do that." "I suppose so," he answered in a harsh, unnatural voice. "But, O God, if thou art, have pity upon her. O God, have pity." "Blaspheme not, doubt not," broke in the shrill voice of Martha. "Has it not been as I told you last winter in the boat? Have you not been protected, and shall you not be protected to the end? Only blaspheme not, doubt not." The niche in which they were standing was out of sight of the great square and those who thronged it, but as Martha spoke a band of victorious Spaniards, 7 or 8 of them, came round the corner and caught sight of the party in the nook. "There's a girl," said the sergeant in command of them, "who isn't bad looking. Pull her out, men." Some fellows stopped forward to do his bidding. Now Foy went mad. He did not kill Elsa, as she had prayed him. He flew straight at the throat of the brute who had spoken, and next instant his sword was standing out a foot behind his neck. Then after him, with a kind of low cry, came Martin, plying the great blade Silence, and Martha after him with her long knife. It was all over in a minute, but before it was done there were 5 men down, 3 dead, and 2 sore wounded. "A tithe and an offering," muttered Martha, as, bounding forward, she bent over the wounded men, and their comrades fled around the corner of the cathedral. There was a minute's pause. The bright summer sunlight shone upon the faces and armour of the dead Spaniards, upon the naked sword of Foy, who stood over Elsa, crouched to the ground in a corner of the niche, her face hidden in her hands, upon the terrible blue eyes of Martin, alight with a dreadful fire of rage. Then there came the sound of marching men, and a company of Spaniards appeared before them, and at their head Ramiro and Adrian called van Goorl. "There they are, captain," said a soldier, one of those who had fled. "Shall we shoot them?" Ramiro looked, carelessly enough at first, then again a long, scrutinizing look. So he had caught them at last. Months ago he had learned that Elsa had been rescued from the Red Mill by Foy and Martin, and now, after much seeking, the birds were in his net. "No," he said, "I think not. Such desperate characters must be reserved for a separate trial." "Where can they be kept, captain?" asked the sergeant sulkily. "I observed, friend, that the house which my son and I have taken as our quarters has excellent cellars. They can be imprisoned there for the present. That is, except the young lady, whom the Señor Adrian will look after. As it chances, she is his wife." At this the soldiers laughed openly. "I repeat, his wife, for whom he has been searching these many months," said Ramiro, "and therefore to be respected. Do you understand, men?" Apparently they did understand. At least no one made any answer. Their captain, as they had found, was not a man who loved argument. "Now then, you fellows," went on Ramiro, "give up your arms." Martin thought a while. Evidently he was wondering whether it would not be best to rush at them and die fighting. At that moment, as he said afterwards, indeed, the old saying came into his mind, "A game is not lost until it is won," and remembering that dead men can never have another chance of winning games, he gave up the sword. "Hand that to me," said Ramiro. "It is a curious weapon to which I have taken a fancy." So sword silence was handed to him, and he slung it over his shoulder. Foy looked at the kneeling Elsa, and he looked at his sword. Then an idea struck him, and he looked at the face of Adrian, his brother, whom he had last seen when the said Adrian ran to warn him and Martin at the factory, for though he knew that he was fighting with his father among the Spaniards during the siege, they had never met. Even then, in that dire extremity, with a sudden flash of thought, he wondered how it happened that Adrian, being the villain that he was, had taken the trouble to come and warn them yonder in Leyden, thereby giving them time to make a very good defence in the shot tower. Foy looked up at his brother. Adrian was dressed in the uniform of a Spanish officer, with a breastplate over his quilted doublet, and a steel cap, from the front of which rose a frayed and weather-worn plume of feathers. The face had changed. There was none of the old pomposity about those handsome features. It looked worn and cowed, like that of an animal which has been trained to do tricks by hunger and the use of the whip. Yet through all the shame and degradation Foy seemed to catch the glint of some kind of light, a light of good desire shining behind that piteous mask, as the sun sometimes shines through a sullen cloud. Could it be that Adrian was not quite so bad after all? That he was, in fact, the Adrian that he, Foy, had always believed him to be? Vain, silly, passionate, exaggerated, born to be a tool and think himself the master, but beneath everything well-meaning? Who could say? At the worst, too, was it not better that Elsa should become the wife of Adrian than that her life should cease there and then by her lover's hand? These things passed through his brain as the lightning passes through the sky. In an instant his mind was made up, and Foy flung down his sword at the feet of a soldier. As he did so his eyes met the eyes of Adrian, and to his imagination they seemed to be full of thanks and promise. They took them all. With gibes and blows the soldiers haled them away through the tumult and the agony of the fallen town and its doomed defenders. Out of the rich sunlight they led them into a house that still stood not greatly harmed by the cannon shot, but a little way from the shattered ravelin and the gate which had been the scene of such fearful conflict. A house that was the home of one of the wealthiest merchants in Haarlem. Here Foy and Elsa were parted. She struggled to his arms, whence they tore her and dragged her away up the stairs, but Martin, Martha, and Foy were thrust into a dark cellar, locked in, and left. A while later the door of the cellar was unbarred, and some hand, they could not see whose, passed through it water and food, good food such as they had not tasted for months. Meat and bread and dried herrings, more than they could eat of them. "Perhaps it is poisoned," said Foy, smelling at it hungrily. "What need to take the trouble to poison us?" answered Martin. "Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die." So like starving animals they devoured the food with thankfulness, and then they slept. Yes, in the midst of all their misery and doubts, they slept. It seemed but a few minutes later, in fact it was 8 hours, when the door opened again, and there entered Adrian, carrying a lantern in his hand. "Foy, Martin," he said, "get up and follow me if you would save your lives." Instantly they were wide awake. "Follow you? You?" stammered Foy in a choked voice. "Yes," Adrian answered quietly. "Of course you may not escape, but if you stop here what chance have you? Ramiro, my father, will be back presently, and then—" "It is madness to trust ourselves to you," interrupted Martin, and Adrian seemed to wince at the contempt in his voice. "I knew that you would think that," he answered humbly, "but what else is to be done? I can pass you out of the city. I have made a boat ready for you to escape in, all at the risk of my own life. What more can I do? Why do you hesitate?" "Because we do not believe you," said Foy. "Besides, There is Elsa. I will not go without Elsa." "I have thought of that," answered Adrian. "Elsa is here. Come, Elsa, show yourself." Then from the stairs Elsa crept into the cellar, a new Elsa, for she too had been fed, and in her eyes there shone a light of hope. A wild jealousy filled Foy's heart. Why did she look thus? But she ran to him, she flung her arms about his neck and kissed him, and Adrian did nothing. He only turned his head aside. "Foy," she gasped, "he is honest after all. He has only been unfortunate. Come quickly, there is a chance for us. Come before that devil returns. Now he is at a council of the officers, settling with Don Frederick who are to be killed. But soon he will be back, and then—" So they hesitated no more, but went. They passed out of the house, none stopping them. The guard had gone to the sack. At the gate by the ruined Ravelin there stood a sentry, but the man was careless, or drunken, or bribed, who knows? At least Adrian gave him a password, and nodding his head he let them by. A few minutes later they were at the Mere side, and there among some reeds lay the boat. "Enter and be gone," said Adrian. They scrambled into the boat and took the oars, while Martha began to push off. "Adrian," said Elsa, "what is to become of you?" "Why do you trouble about that?" he asked with a bitter laugh. "I go back to my death. My blood is the price of your freedom. Well, I owe it to you." "Oh, no," she cried, "come with us." "Yes," echoed Foy, although again that bitter pang of jealousy gripped his heart. "Come with us, brother." "Do you really mean it?" Adrian asked, hesitating. "Think, I might betray you." "If so, young man, why did you not do it before?" growled Martin, and stretching out his great bony arm he gripped him by the collar and dragged him into the boat. Then they rowed away. "Where are we going?" asked Martin. "To Leyden, I suppose," said Foy, "if we can get there, which, without a sail or weapons, seems unlikely." "I have put some arms in the boat," interrupted Adrian, "the best I could get," and from a locker he drew out a common heavy axe, a couple of Spanish swords, a knife, a smaller axe, a crossbow, and some bolts. "Not so bad," said Martin, rowing with his left hand as he handled the big axe with his right. "But I wish that I had my sword Silence, which that accursed Ramiro took from me and hung about his neck. I wonder why he troubled himself with the thing. It is too long for a man of his inches." "I don't know," said Adrian, "but when I last saw him he was working at its hilt with a chisel, which seemed strange. He always wanted that sword. During the siege he offered a large reward to any soldier who could kill you and bring it to him." "Working at the hilt with a chisel!" gasped Martin. "By Heaven, I had forgotten. The map, the map! Some wicked villain must have told him that the map of the treasure was there. That is why he wanted the sword." "Who could have told him?" asked Foy. "It was only known to you and me and Martha, and we are not of the sort to tell. What? Give away the secret of Hendrik Brant's treasure, which he could die for, and we were sworn to keep to save our miserable lives? Shame upon the thought." Martha heard and looked at Elsa, a questioning look beneath which the poor girl turned a fiery red, though by good fortune in that light none could see her blushes. Still she must speak, lest the suspicion should lie on others. "I ought to have told you before," she said in a low voice, "but I forgot. I mean that I have always been so dreadfully ashamed. It was I who betrayed the secret of the sword Silence." "You? How did you know it?" asked Foy. "Mother Martha told me on the night of the church burning after you escaped from Leyden." Martin grunted. One woman to trust another, and at her age too. What a fool! "Fool yourself, you thick-brained Frisian," broke in Martha angrily. "Where did you learn to teach your betters wisdom? I told the Jufvrouw because I knew that we might all of us be swept away, and I thought it well that then she should know where to look for a key to the treasure." "A woman's kind of reason," answered Martin imperturbably, "and a bad one at that, for if we had been finished off she must have found it difficult to get hold of the sword. But all this is done with. The point is, why did the Jufvrouw tell Ramiro?" "Because I am a coward," answered Elsa with a sob. "You know, Foy, I always was a coward, and I never shall be anything else. I told him to save myself." "From what?" "From being married." Adrian winced palpably, and Foy, noting it, could not resist pushing the point. "From being married? But I understand. Doubtless Adrian will explain the thing," he added grimly, "that you were forced through some ceremony." "Yes," answered Elsa feebly, I was. I tried to buy myself off by telling Ramiro the secret, which will show you all how mad I was with terror at the thought of this hateful marriage." Here a groan burst from the lips of Adrian, and something like a chuckle from those of Red Martin. "Oh, I am so sorry," went on Elsa in confusion. "I am sure that I did not wish to hurt Adrian's feelings, especially after he has been so good to us." "Never mind Adrian's feelings and his goodness, but go on with the story," interrupted Foy. "There isn't much more to tell. Ramiro swore before God that if I gave him the clue he would let me go, and then after I had fallen into the pit and disgraced myself, he said that it was not sufficient and that the marriage must take place." At this point Foy and Martin laughed outright. Yes, even there they laughed. "Why, you silly child," said Foy, "what else did you expect him to say?" "Oh, Martin, do you forgive me?" said Elsa. "Immediately after I had done it I knew how shameful it was, and that he would try to hunt you down, and that is why I have been afraid to tell you ever since. But I pray you believe me. I only spoke because, between shame and fear, I did not know right from wrong. Do you forgive me?" "Lady," answered the Frisian, smiling in his slow fashion, "if I had been there, unknown to Ramiro, and you had offered him this head of mine on a dish as a bribe, not only would I have forgiven you, but I would have said that you did right. You are a maid, and you had to protect yourself from a very dreadful thing. Therefore, who can blame you?" "I can," said Martha. "Ramiro might have torn me to pieces with red-hot pincers before I told him." "Yes," said Martin, who felt that he had a debt to pay. "Ramiro might, but I doubt whether he would have gone to that trouble to persuade you to take a husband. No, don't be angry. Frisian thick of head, Frisian free of speech, goes the saying." Not being able to think of any appropriate rejoinder, Martha turned again upon Elsa. "Your father died for that treasure," she said, "and Dirk van Goorl died for it, and your lover and his serving man there went to the torture den for it, and well, I have done a thing or two, but you, girl, why at the first pinch you betray the secret. But, as Martin says, I was a fool enough to tell you." "Oh, you are hard," said Elsa, beginning to weep under Martha's bitter reproaches, "but you forget that at least none of you were asked to marry—oh, I mustn't say that, I mean to become the wife of one man." Then her eyes fell upon Foy, and an inspiration seized her. Here at least was one of whom she could make a friend. "When you happened to be very much in love with another." "Of course not," said Foy. "There is no need for you to explain." "I think there is a great deal to explain," went on Martha, "for you cannot fool me with pretty words. But now hark you, Foy van Goorl, what is to be done? We have striven hard to save that treasure, all of us. Is it to be lost at the last?" "Ay," echoed Martin, growing very serious, "is it to be lost at the last? Remember what the worshipful Hendrik Brant said to us yonder on that night at The Hague, that he believed that in a day to come thousands and tens of thousands of our people would bless the gold he entrusted to us." I remember it all," answered Foy, "and other things too. His will, for instance," and he thought of his father and of those hours which Martin and he had spent in the Gevangenhuis. Then he looked up at Martha and said briefly, "Mother, though they call you mad, you are the wisest among us. What is your counsel?" She pondered a while and answered, "This is certain, that so soon as Ramiro finds that we have escaped, having the key to it, he will take boat and sail to the place where the barrels are buried, knowing well that otherwise we shall be off with them. Yes, I tell you that by dawn, or within an hour of it, he will be there," and she stopped. "You mean," said Foy, "that we ought to be there before him." Martha nodded and answered, "If we can, but I think that at best there must be a fight for it." "Yes," said Martin, "a fight. Well, I should like another fight with Ramiro. That fork-tongued adder has got my sword, and I want to get it back again." "Oh," broke in Elsa, "is there to be more fighting? I hoped that at last we were safe and going straight to Leyden, where the Prince is. I hate this bloodshed. I tell you, Foy, it frightens me to death. I believe that I shall die of it." "You hear what she says?" asked Foy. "We hear," answered Martha. "Take no heed of her. The child has suffered much. She is weak and squeamish. Now although I believe that my death lies before me, I say go on and fear not." "But I do take heed," said Foy. "Not for all the treasures in the world shall Elsa be put in danger again if she does not wish it. She shall decide, and she alone." "How good you are to me," she murmured. Then she mused a moment. "Foy," she said, "will you promise something to me?" "After your experience of Ramiro's oaths, I wonder that you ask," he answered, trying to be cheerful. "Will you promise," she went on, taking no note, "that if I say yes and we go, not to Leyden but to seek the treasure, and live through it, that you will take me away from this land of bloodshed and murder and torments to some country where folk may live at peace and see no one killed, except it be now and again an evildoer? It is much to ask, but oh, Foy, will you promise?" "Yes, I promise," said Foy, for he too was weary of this daily terror. Who would not have been that had passed through the siege of Haarlem? Foy was steering, but now Martha slipped off and took the tiller from his hand. For a moment she studied the stars that grew clearer in the light of the sinking moon, then shifted the helm a point or two to port and sat still. "I am hungry again," said Martin presently. "I feel as though I could eat for a week without stopping." Adrian looked up from over his oar, at which he was labouring dejectedly, and said, "There are food and wine in the locker. I hid them there. Perhaps Elsa could serve them to those who wish to eat." So Elsa, who was doing nothing, found the drink and victuals and handed them round to the rowers, who ate and drank as best they might with a thankful heart, but without ceasing from their task. To men who have starved for months, the taste of wholesome provender and sound wine is a delight that cannot be written in words. When at length they had filled themselves, Adrian spoke. "If it is your good will, brother," he said, addressing Foy, "as we do not know what lies in front, nor how long any of us have to live, I, who am an outcast and a scorn among you, wish to tell you a story." "Speak on," said Foy. So Adrian began from the beginning and told them all his tale. He told them how at the first he had been led astray by superstitions, vanity and love, how his foolish confidences had been written down by spies, how he had been startled and terrified into signing them with results of which they knew. Then he told them how he was hunted like a mad dog through the streets of Leyden after his mother had turned him from her door, how he took refuge in the den of Hague Simon, and there had fought with Ramiro and been conquered by the man's address and his own horror of shedding a father's blood. He told them of his admission into the Roman faith, of the dreadful scene in the church when Martha had denounced him, of their flight to the Red Mill. He told them of the kidnapping of Elsa, and how he had been quite innocent of it, although he loved her dearly; of how at last he was driven into marrying her, meaning her no harm, to save her from the grip of Ramiro, and knowing at heart that it was no marriage; of how, when the flood burst upon them, he had been hustled from the mill, where, since she could no longer be of service to him and might work him injury, as he discovered afterwards, Ramiro had left Elsa to her fate. Lastly, in a broken voice, he told them of his life during the long siege, which, so he said, was as the life of a damned spirit, and of how, when death thinned the ranks of Spaniards, he had been made an officer among them, and by the special malice of Ramiro forced to conduct the executions and murders of such Hollanders as they took. Then at last his chance had come. Ramiro, thinking that now he could never turn against him, had given him Elsa, and left him with her while he went about his duties and to secure a share of the plunder, meaning to deal with his prisoners on the morrow. So he, Adrian, a man in authority, had provided the boat and freed them. That was all he had to say, except to renounce any claim upon her who was called his wife, and to beg their forgiveness. Foy listened to the end. Then, dropping his oar for a moment, he put his arm about Adrian's waist and hugged him, saying in his old cheery voice, "I was right after all. You know, Adrian, I always stood up for you, notwithstanding your temper and queer ways. No, I never would believe that you were a villain, but neither could I have believed that you were quite such an ass." To this outspoken estimate of his character, so fallen and crushed was he, his brother had not the spirit to reply. He could merely tug at his oar and groan, while the tears of shame and repentance ran down his pale and handsome face. "Never mind, old fellow," said Foy consolingly. "It all went wrong, thanks to you, and thanks to you I believe that it will all come right again. So we will cry quits and forget the rest." Poor Adrian glanced up at Foy and at Elsa, sitting on the thwart of the boat by his side. "Yes, brother," he answered, "for you and Elsa it may come right, but not for me in this world, for I have sold myself to the devil and got no pay." After that, for a while, no one spoke. All felt that the situation was too tragic for speech. Even the follies, and indeed the wickedness of Adrian were covered up, were blotted out in the tragedy of his utter failure, yes, and redeemed by the depth of his atonement. The grey light of the summer morning began to grow on the surface of the great inland sea. Far behind them they beheld the sun's rays breaking upon the gilt crown that is set above the tower of St. Bavon's church, soaring over the lost city of Haarlem, and the doomed patriots who lay there presently to meet their death at the murderer's sword. They looked and shuddered. Had it not been for Adrian, they would be prisoners now, and what that meant they knew. If they had been in doubt, what they saw around must have enlightened them, for here and there upon the misty surface of the lake, or stranded in its shallows, were the half-burnt out hulls of ships, the remains of the conquered fleet of William the Silent, a poor record of the last desperate effort to relieve the starving city. Now and again, too, something limp and soft would cumber their oars, the corpse of a drowned or slaughtered man, still clad perchance in its armour. At length they passed out of these dismal remains of lost men, and Elsa could look about her without shuddering. Now they were in fleet water, and in among the islands whereon the lush summer growth of weeds and the beautiful marsh flowers grew as greenly and bloomed as bright as though no Spaniard had trampled their roots under foot during all those winter months of siege and depth. These islets, scores and hundreds of them, appeared on every side, but between them all Martha steered an unerring path. As the sun rose she stood up in the boat, and shading her eyes with her hand to shut out its level rays, looked before her. "There is the place," she said, pointing to a little bulrush-clad isle, from which a kind of natural causeway, not more than 6 feet wide, projected like a tongue among muddy shallows, peopled by coots and water hens with their red-beaked young. Martin rose too, then he looked back behind him and said, "I see the cap of a sail upon the skyline. It is Ramiro." "Without doubt," answered Martha calmly. "Well, we have the half of an hour to work in. Pull, bow oar, pull. We will go round the island and beach her in the mud on the further side. They will be less likely to see us there, and I know a place where we can push off in a hurry." Chapter 28. Book 3, Chapter 29 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. Adrian comes home again. They landed on the island, wading to it through the mud, which at this spot had a gravelly bottom. All of them except Elsa, who remained on the boat to keep watch. Following otter paths through the thick rushes, they came to the centre of the islet, some 30 yards away. Here, at a spot which Martha ascertained by a few hurried pacings, grew a dense tuft of reeds. In the midst of these reeds was a duck's nest, with the young just hatching out, off which the old bird flew with terrified quackings. Beneath this nest lay the treasure, if it were still there. "At any rate, the place has not been disturbed lately," said Foy. Then, even in his frantic haste, lifting the little fledglings, for he loved all things that had life, and did not wish to see them hurt, he deposited them where they might be found again by the mother. "Nothing to dig with," muttered Martin, "not even a stone." Thereon Martha pushed her way to a willow bush that grew near, and with the smaller of the two axes which she held in her hand, cut down the thickest of its stems and ran back with them. By the help of these sharpened stakes and with their axes they began to dig furiously, till at length the point of Foy's implement struck upon the head of a barrel. "The stuff is still here. Keep to it, friends," he said, and they worked on with a will, till 3 of the 5 barrels were almost free from the mud. "Best make sure of these," said Martin. "Help me, master." And between them, one by one, they rolled them to the water's edge, and with great efforts, Elsa aiding them, lifted them into the boat. As they approached with the third cask, they found her staring white-faced over the tops of the feathery reeds. "What is it, sweet?" asked Foy. "The sail, the following sail," she answered. They rested the barrel of gold upon the gunwale and looked back across the little island. Yes, there it came, sure enough, a tall, white sail, not 800 yards away, and bearing down straight upon the place. Martin rolled the barrel into position. "I hoped that they would not find it," he said, "but Martha draws maps well, too well. Once, before she married, she painted pictures, and that is why." "What is to be done?" asked Elsa. "I don't know," he answered, and as he spoke Martha ran up, for she also had seen the boat. "You see," he went on, "if we try to escape they will catch us, for oars can't race a sail." "Oh," said Elsa, "must we be taken after all?" "I hope not, girl," said Martha, "but it is as God wills. Listen, Martin," and she whispered into his ear. "Good," he said, "if it can be done, but you must watch your chance. Come now, there's no time to lose, and you, lady, come also, for you can help to roll the last 2 barrels." Then they ran back to the hole, whence Foy and Adrian with great toil had just dragged the last of the tubs, for they too had seen the sail and knew that time was short. "Here, Adrian," said Martin, "you have the crossbow and the bolts, and you used to be the best shot of all 3 of us. Will you help me to hold the causeway?" Now Adrian knew that Martin said this not because he was a good shot with the crossbow, but because he did not trust him and wished to have him close to his hand, but he answered, "With all my heart, as well as I am able." "Very good," said Martin. Now let the rest of you get those 2 casks into the boat, leaving the Jufvrouw hidden in the reeds to watch by it, while you, Foy and Martha, come back to help us. Lady, if they sail round the island, call and let us know." So Martin and Adrian went down to the end of the little gravelly tongue and crouched among the tall meadowsweet and grasses, while the others, working furiously, rolled the 2 barrels to the water edge and shipped them, throwing rushes over them that they might not catch the eye of the Spaniards. The sailing boat drew on. In the stern sheets of it sat Ramiro, an open paper, which he was studying, upon his knee, and still slung about his body the great sword Silence. "Before I am half an hour older," reflected Martin, for even now he did not like to trust his thoughts to Adrian, "either I will have that sword back again, or I shall be a dead man. But the odds are great, 11 of them, all tough fellows, and we but 3, and 2 women." Just then Ramiro's voice reached them across the stillness of the water. "Down with the sail," he cried cheerily, "for without a doubt that is the place. There are 6 islets in a line, there in front the other island shaped like a herring, and there the little promontory marked landing place. How well this artist draws, to be sure." The rest of his remarks were lost in the creaking of the blocks as the sail came down. "Shallow water ahead, Señor," said a man in the bows sounding with a boat hook. "Good," answered Ramiro, throwing out the little anchor. "We will wade ashore." As he spoke, the Spanish soldier with the boat hook suddenly pitched head first into the water, a quarrel from Adrian's crossbow through his heart. "Ah," said Ramiro, "so they are here before us. Well, there can't be many of them. Now then, prepare to land." Another quarrel whistled through the air and stuck in the mast, doing no hurt. After this no more bolts came, for in his eagerness Adrian had broken the mechanism of the bow by overwinding it, so that it became useless. They leapt into the water, Ramiro with them, and charged for the land, when of a sudden, almost at the tip of the little promontory, from among the reeds rose the gigantic shape of Red Martin, clad in his tattered jerkin and bearing in his hand a heavy axe, while behind him appeared Foy and Adrian. "Why, by the saints," cried Ramiro, "there's my weathercock's son again, fighting against us this time. Well, weathercock, this is your last veer." Then he began to wade towards the promontory. "Charge!" he cried, but not a man would advance within reach of that axe. They stood here and there in the water looking at it doubtfully, for although they were brave enough, there was none of them but knew of the strength and the deeds of the red Frisian giant, and half starved as he was, feared to meet him face to face. Moreover, he had a position of advantage, of that there could be no doubt. "Can I help you to land, friends?" said Martin, mocking them. "No, it is no use looking right or left. The mud there is very deep." "An arquebus! Shoot him with an arquebus!" shouted the men in front, but there was no such weapon in the boat, for the Spaniards, who had left in a hurry and without expecting to meet Red Martin, had nothing but their swords and knives. Ramiro considered a moment, for he saw that to attempt to storm this little landing place would cost many lives, even if it were possible. Then he gave an order. "Back aboard!" The men obeyed with alacrity. "Out oars and up anchor!" he cried. "He is clever," said Foy. "He knows that our boat must be somewhere, and he is going to seek for it." Martin nodded, and for the first time looked afraid. Then, as soon as Ramiro had begun to row around the islet, leaving Martha to watch that he did not return and rush the landing stage, they crossed through the reeds to the other side and climbed into their boat. Scarcely were they there when Ramiro and his men appeared, and a shout announced that they were discovered. On crept the Spaniards as near as they dared, that is, to within a dozen fathoms of them, and anchored, for they were afraid to run their own heavy sailing cutter upon the mud, lest they might be unable to get her off again. Also, for evident reasons, being without firearms and knowing the character of the defenders, they feared to make a direct attack. The position was curious and threatened to be prolonged. At last Ramiro rose and addressed them across the water. "Gentlemen and lady of the enemy," he said, "for I think that I see my little captive of the Red Mill among you, let us take counsel together. We have both of us made this expedition for a purpose, have we not? Namely, to secure certain filthy lucre, which, after all, would be of slight value to dead men. Now, as you, or some of you, know, I am a man opposed to violence. I wish to hurry the end of none, nor even to inflict suffering, if it can be avoided. But there is money in the question, to secure which I have already gone through a great deal of inconvenience and anxiety, and, to be brief, that money I must have, while you, on the other hand, are doubtless anxious to escape hence with your lives. So I make you an offer. Let one of our party come under safe conduct on board your boat, and search it, just to see if anything lies beneath those rushes, for instance. Then, if it is found empty, we will withdraw to a distance and let you go, or the same if full, that is, upon its contents being unladen into the mud." "Are those all your terms?" asked Foy. "Not quite all, worthy Heer van Goorl. Among you I observe a young gentleman whom doubtless you have managed to carry off against his will, to wit, my beloved son Adrian, in his own interests, for he will scarcely be a welcome guest in Leyden. I ask that, before you depart, you should place this noble cavalier ashore in a position where we can see him. Now, what is your answer?" "That you may go back to hell to look for it," replied Martin rudely, while Foy added, "What other answer do you expect from folk who have escaped out of your clutches in Haarlem?" As he said the words, at a nod from Martin, Martha, who by now had crept up to them, under cover of his great form and of surrounding reeds, let go the stern of the boat and vanished. Plain words from plain, uncultivated people, not unnaturally irritated by the course of political events with which, although fortune has mixed me up in them, I have nothing whatever to do, answered Ramiro. "But once more I beg of you to consider. It is probable that you have no food upon your boat, whereas we have plenty. Also, in due course, darkness will fall, which must give us a certain advantage. Moreover, I have reason to hope for assistance. Therefore, in a waiting game like this, the cards are with me, and as I think your poor prisoner Adrian will tell you, I know how to play a hand at cards." About 8 yards from the cutter, in a thick patch of water lilies, just at this moment an otter rose to take air. An old dog otter, for it was grey-headed. One of the Spaniards in the boat caught sight of the ring it made, and picking up a stone from the ballast, threw it at it idly. The otter vanished. "We have been seeking each other a long while, but have never come to blows yet, although being a brave man I know you would wish it," said Red Martin modestly. "Señor Ramiro, will you do me the honour to overlook my humble birth and come ashore with me for a few minutes, man against man? The odds would be in your favour, for you have armour, and I have nothing but a worn bull's hide. Also, you have my good sword Silence, and I only a woodman's axe. Still, I will risk it, and what is more, trusting to your good faith, we are willing to wager the treasure of Hendrik Brant upon the issue." So soon as they understood this challenge, a roar of laughter went up from the Spaniards in the boat, in which Ramiro himself joined heartily. The idea of anyone voluntarily entering upon a single combat with the terrible Frisian giant, who for months had been a name of fear among the thousands that beleaguered Haarlem, struck them as really ludicrous. But of a sudden they ceased laughing, and one and all stared with a strange anxiety at the bottom of their boat, much as terrier dogs stare at the earth beneath which they hear invisible vermin on the move. Then a great shouting arose among them, and they looked eagerly over the gunwales, yes, and began to stab at the water with their swords. But all the while, through the tumult and voices, came a steady, regular sound as of a person knocking heavily on the further side of a thick door. "Mother of Heaven!" screamed someone in the cutter. "We are scuttled!" And they began to tear at the false bottom of their boat, while others stabbed still more furiously at the surface of the mere. Now, rising one by one to the face of that quiet water, could be seen bubbles, and the line of them ran from the cutter towards the rowing boat. Presently, within 6 feet of it, axe in hand, rose the strange and dreadful figure of a naked, skeleton-like woman, covered with mud and green weeds, and bleeding from great wounds in the back and sides. There it stood, shaking an axe at the terror-stricken Spaniards, and screaming in short gasps, "Paid back! Paid back, Ramiro! Now sink and drown, you dog, or come visit Red Martin on the shore." "Well done, Martha!" roared Martin, as he dragged her dying into the boat. While he spoke, lo, the cutter began to fill and sink. "There is but one chance for it," cried Ramiro. "Overboard and at them! It is not deep." And springing into the water, which reached to his neck, he began to wade towards the shore. "Push off!" cried Foy, and they thrust and pulled. But the gold was heavy, and their boat had settled far into the mud. Do what they might, she would not stir. Then, uttering some strange Frisian oath, Martin sprang over her stern, and putting out all his mighty strength, thrust at it to loose her. Still she would not move. The Spaniards came up. Now the water reached only to their thighs, and their bright swords flashed in the sunlight. "Cut them down!" yelled Ramiro. "At them for your lives' sake!" The boat trembled, but she would not stir. "Too heavy in the bows!" screamed Martha, and struggling to her feet, with one wild scream she launched herself straight at the throat of the nearest Spaniard. She gripped him with her long arms, and down they went together. Once they rose, then fell again, and through a cloud of mud might be seen struggling upon the bottom of the mere, till presently they lay still, both of them. The lightened boat lifted, and, in answer to Martin's mighty efforts, glided forward through the clinging mud. Again he thrust, and she was clear. "Climb in, Martin, climb in!" shouted Foy, as he stabbed at a Spaniard. "By Heaven, no!" roared Ramiro, splashing towards him with the face of a devil. For a second Martin stood still, then he bent, and the sword cut fell harmless upon his leather jerkin. Now very suddenly his great arms shot out. Yes, he seized Ramiro by the thighs and lifted, and there was seen the sight of a man thrown into the air as though he were a ball tossed by a child at play, to fall headlong upon the casks of treasure in the skiff prow where he lay still. Martin sprang forward and gripped the tiller with his outstretched hand as it glided away from him. "Row, master, row!" he cried, and Foy rowed madly until they were clear of the last Spaniard, clear by 10 yards. Even Elsa snatched a rowlock, and with it struck a soldier on the hand who tried to stay them, forcing him to loose his grip, a deed of valour she boasted of with pride all her life through. Then they dragged Martin into the boat. "Now, you Spanish dogs," the great man roared back at them as he shook the water from his flaming hair and beard, "go dig for Brant's treasure and live on ducks' eggs here till Don Frederick sends to fetch you." The island had melted away into a mist of other islands. No living thing was to be seen save the wild creatures and birds of the great lake, and no sound was to be heard except their calling and the voices of the wind and water. They were alone, alone and safe, and there at a distance towards the sky line rose the church towers of Leyden, for which they headed. "Jufvrouw," said Martin presently, "there is another flagon of wine in that locker, and we should be glad of a pull at it." Elsa, who was steering the boat, rose and found the wine and a horn mug, which she filled and handed first to Foy. "Here's a health," said Foy as he drank, "to the memory of Mother Martha, who saved us all. Well, she died as she would have wished to die, taking a Spaniard for company, and her story will live on." "Amen," said Martin. Then a thought struck him, and leaving his oars for a minute, for he rowed two against Foy's and Adrian's one, he went forward to where Ramiro lay stricken senseless on the kegs of specie and jewels in the bows, and took from him the great sword Silence. But he strapped the Spaniard's legs together with his belt. "That crack on the head keeps him quiet enough," he said in explanation, "but he might come to and give trouble, or try to swim for it, since such cats have many lives. Ah, Señor Ramiro, I told you I would have my sword back before I was half an hour older, or go where I shouldn't want one." Then he touched the spring in the hilt and examined the cavity. "Why," he said, "here's my legacy left in it safe and sound. No wonder my good angel made me mad to get that sword again." "No wonder," echoed Foy, "especially as you got Ramiro with it," and he glanced at Adrian, who was labouring at the bow oar, looking now that the excitement of the fight had gone by, most downcast and wretched. Well he might, seeing the welcome that, as he feared, awaited him in Leyden. For a while they rowed on in silence. All that they had gone through during the last 24 hours and the 7 preceding months of war and privation had broken their nerve. Even now, although they had escaped the danger and won back the buried gold, capturing the arch-villain who had brought them so much death and misery, and their home, which for the present moment at any rate was a strong place of refuge, lay before them, still they could not be at ease. Where so many had died, where the risks had been so fearful, it seemed almost incredible that they four should be living and hale, though weary with the prospect of continuing to live for many years. That the girl whom he loved so dearly, and whom he had so nearly lost, should be sitting before him safe and sound, ready to become his wife whensoever he might wish it, seemed to Foy also a thing too good to be true. Too good to be true was it, moreover, that his brother, the wayward, passionate, weak, poetical-minded Adrian, made by nature to be the tool of others, and bear the burden of their evil doing, should have been dragged before it was over late out of the net of the fowler, have repented of his sins and follies, and, at the risk of his own life, shown that he was still a man, no longer the base slave of passion and self-love. For Foy always loved his brother, knowing him better than any others knew him, had found it hard to believe that, however black things might look against him, he was at heart a villain. Thus he thought, and Elsa too had her thoughts, which may be guessed. They were silent, all of them, till of a sudden Elsa, seated in the stern sheets, saw Adrian suddenly let fall his oar, throw his arms wide and pitch forward against the back of Martin. Yes, and in place of where he had sat appeared the dreadful countenance of Ramiro, stamped with a grin of hideous hate, such as Satan might wear when souls escape him at the last. Ramiro recovered, and sitting up, for to his feet he could not rise, because of the sword strap, in his hand a thin, deadly-looking knife. "Habet," he said with a short laugh, Habes, weathercock," and he turned the knife against himself. But Martin was on him, and in 5 more seconds he lay trussed like a fowl in the bottom of the boat. "Shall I kill him?" said Martin to Foy, who with Elsa was bending over Adrian. "No," answered Foy grimly, "let him take his trial in Leyden. Oh, what accursed fools were we not to search him!" Ramiro's face turned a shade more ghastly. "It is your honour," he said in a hoarse voice. "You have won, thanks to that dog of a son of mine, who I trust may linger long before he dies, as die he must. Ah, well, this is what comes of breaking my oath to the Virgin and again lifting my hand against a woman." He looked at Elsa and shuddered, then went on. "It is your honour, make an end of me at once. I do not wish to appear thus before those boors." "Gag him," said Foy to Martin, "lest our ears be poisoned." And Martin obeyed with good will. Then he flung him down, and there the man lay, his back supported by the kegs of treasure he had worked so hard and sinned so deeply to win, making, as he knew well, his last journey to death, and to whatever may lie beyond that solemn gate. They were passing the island that many years ago had formed the turning post of the great sledge race in which his passenger had been the fair Leyden heiress, Lysbeth van Hout. Ramiro could see her now, as she was that day. He could see also how that race, which he just failed to win, had been for him an augury of disaster. Had not the Hollander again beaten him at the post, and that Hollander, Lysbeth's own son by another father, helped to it by her son born of himself, who now lay there death-stricken by him that gave him life. They would take him to Lysbeth, he knew it. She would be his judge, that woman against whom he had piled up injury after injury, whom, even when she seemed to be in his power, he had feared more than any living being. And after he had met her eyes for the last time, then would come the end. What sort of end would it be for the captain red-handed from the siege of Haarlem, for the man who had brought Dirk van Goorl to his death, for the father who had just planted a dagger between the shoulders of his son because, at the last, that son had chosen to be true to his own people and to deliver them from a dreadful doom? Why did it come back to him, that horrible dream which had risen in his mind when, for the first time after many years, he met Lysbeth face to face there in the Gevangenhuis, that dream of the pitiful little man falling through endless space, and at the bottom of the gulf two great hands hideous and suggestive, reaching through the shadows to receive him? Like his son Adrian, Ramiro was superstitious. More, his intellect, his reading, which in youth had been considerable, his observation of men and women, all led him to the conclusion that death is a wall with many doors in it, that on this side of the wall we may not linger or sleep, but must pass each of us through his appointed portal straight to the domain prepared for us. If so, what would be his lot, and who would be waiting to greet him yonder? Oh, terrors may attend the wicked after death, but in the case of some they do not tarry until death. They leap forward to him whom it is decreed must die, forcing attention with their eager, craving hands, with their obscure and ominous voices. About him the sweet breath of the summer afternoon, the skimming swallows, the meadows starred with flowers. Within him every hell at which the imagination can so much as hint. Before he passed the gates of Leyden, in those few short hours, Ramiro, to Elsa's eyes, had aged by 20 years. Their little boat was heavy laden, the wind was against them, and they had a dying man and a prisoner aboard. So it came about that the day was closing before the soldiers challenged them from the water gate, asking who they were and whither they went. Foy stood up and said, "We are Foy van Goorl, Red Martin, Elsa Brant, a wounded man and a prisoner escaped from Haarlem, and we go to the house of Lysbeth van Goorl in the Bree Straat." Then they let them through the water gate, and there, on the further side, were many gathered who thanked God for their deliverance, and begged tidings of them. "Come to the house in the Bree Straat, and we will tell you from the balcony," answered Foy. So they rode from one cut and canal to another, till at last they came to the private boat house of the van Goorls, and entered it, and thus by the small door into the house. Lysbeth van Goorl, recovered from her illness now, but aged and grown stern with suffering, sat in an armchair in the great parlour of her home in the Bree Straat, the room where as a girl she had cursed Montalvo, where too not a year ago she had driven his son, the traitor Adrian, from her presence. At her side was a table on which stood a silver bell and two brass holders with candles ready to be lighted. She rang the bell, and a woman servant entered, the same who with Elsa had nursed her in the plague. "What is that murmuring in the street?" Lysbeth asked. "I hear the sound of many voices. Is there more news from Haarlem?" "Alas, yes," answered the woman. "A fugitive says that the executioners there are weary, so now they tie the poor prisoners back to back and throw them into the mere to drown." A groan burst from Lysbeth's lips. "Foy, my son, is there," she muttered, "and Elsa Brant, his affianced wife, and Martin, his servant, and many another friend. Oh, God, how long, how long?" And her head sank upon her bosom. Soon she raised it again and said, "Light the candles, woman. This place grows dark, and in its gloom I see the ghosts of all my dead." They burned up 2 stars of light in the great room. "Whose feet are those upon the stairs?" asked Lysbeth. "The feet of men who bear burdens. Open the large doors, woman, and let that enter which it pleases God to send us." So the doors were flung wide, and through them came people carrying a wounded man, then following him Foy and Elsa, and lastly, towering above them all, Red Martin, who thrust before him another man. Lysbeth rose from her chair to look. "Do I dream?" she said, "or, son Foy, hath the angel of the Lord delivered you out of the hell of Haarlem?" "We are here, mother," he answered. "And whom," she said, pointing to the figure covered with a cloak, "do you bring with you?" "Adrian, mother, who is dying." "Then, son Foy, take him hence, alive, dying, or dead. I have done with—" Here her eyes fell upon Red Martin and the man he held. "Martin the Frisian," she muttered, "but who—" Martin heard, and by way of answer lifted up his prisoner so that the fading light from the balcony windows fell full upon his face. "What?" she cried. "Juan de Montalvo as well as his son Adrian, and in this room?" Then she checked herself and added, "Foy, tell me your story." In few words and brief he told it, or so much as she need know to understand. His last words were, "Mother, be merciful to Adrian. From the first he meant no ill. He saved all our lives, and he lies dying by that man's dagger." "Lift him up," she said. So they lifted him up, and Adrian, who since the knife pierced him had uttered no word, spoke for the first and last time, muttering hoarsely, "Mother, take back your words and forgive me before I die." Now the sorrow-frozen heart of Lysbeth melted, and she bent over him and said, speaking so that all might hear, "Welcome to your home again, Adrian. You who once were led astray have done bravely, and I am proud to call you son. Though you have left the faith in which you were bred, here and hereafter may God bless you and reward you, beloved Adrian." Then she bent down and kissed his dying lips. Foy and Elsa kissed him also in farewell before they bore him, smiling happily to himself, to the chamber, his own chamber, where within some few hours death found him. Adrian had been borne away, and for a little while there was silence. Then, none commanding him, but as though an instinct pushed him forward, Red Martin began to move up the length of the long room, half dragging, half carrying his captive Ramiro. It was as if some automaton had suddenly been put in motion, some machine of gigantic strength that nothing could stop. The man in his grip set his heels in the floor and hung back, but Martin scarcely seemed to heed his resistance. On he came, and the victim with him, till they stood together before the oaken chair, and the stern-faced, white-haired woman who sat in it, her cold countenance lit by the light of the two candles. She looked and shuddered. Then she spoke, asking, "Why do you bring this man to me, Martin?" "For judgment, Lysbeth van Goorl," he answered. "Who made me a judge over him?" she asked. "My master, Dirk van Goorl, your son Adrian, and Hendrik Brant. Their blood makes you judge of his blood." "I will have none of it," Lysbeth said passionately. "Let the people judge him." As she spoke, from the crowd in the street below there swelled a sudden clamour. "Good," said Martin, "the people shall judge," and he began to turn towards the window, when suddenly, by a desperate effort, Ramiro wrenched his doublet from his hand and flung himself at Lysbeth's feet and grovelled there. "What do you seek?" she asked, drawing back her dress so that he should not touch it. "Mercy," he gasped. "Mercy? Look, son and daughter, this man asks for mercy, who for many a year has given none. Well, Juan de Montalvo, take your prayer to God and to the people. I have done with you." "Mercy, mercy," he cried again. 8 months ago," she said, "I uttered that prayer to you, begging of you in the name of Christ to spare the life of an innocent man. And what was your answer, Juan de Montalvo?" "Once you were my wife," he pleaded. "Being a woman, does not that weigh with you?" "Once he was my husband. Being a man, did that weigh with you? The last word is said. Take him, Martin, to those who deal with murderers." Then that look came upon Montalvo, which twice or thrice before Lysbeth had seen written in his face, once when the race was run and lost, and once when in after years she had petitioned for the life of her husband. Lo, it was no longer the face of a man, but such a countenance as might have been worn by a devil or a beast. The eyeball started, the grey moustache curled upwards, the cheekbones grew high and sharp. "Night after night," he gasped, "you lay at my side, and I might have killed you, as I have killed that brat of yours, and I spared you, I spared you. God spared me, Juan de Montalvo, that he might bring us to this hour. Let him spare you also if he will. I do not judge, he judges and the people." And Lysbeth rose from her chair. "Stay," he cried, gnashing his teeth. "No, I stay not. I go to receive the last breath of him you have murdered, my son and yours." He raised himself upon his knees, and for a moment Their eyes met for the last time. "Do you remember," she said in a quiet voice, "many years ago in this very room, after you had bought me at the cost of Dirk's life, certain words I spoke to you? Now I do not think that it was I who spoke, Juan de Montalvo." And she swept past him and through the wide doorway. Red Martin stood upon the balcony gripping the man Ramiro. Beneath him the broad street was packed with people, hundreds and thousands of them, a dense mass seething in the shadows, save here and again where a torch or a lantern flared showing their white faces, for the moon, which shone upon Martin and his captive, scarcely reached those down below. As gaunt, haggard, and long-haired he stepped upon the balcony, they saw him and his burden, and there went up such a yell as shook the very roofs of Leyden. Martin held up his hand, and there was silence, deep silence, through which the breath of all that multitude rose in sighs, like the sighing of a little wind. "Citizens, my Leyden, my masters," the Frisian cried in a great deep voice that echoed down the street, "I have a word to say to you. This man here, do you know him?" Back came an answering yell of "Aye." "He is a Spaniard," went on Martin, "the noble Count Juan de Montalvo, who many years past forced one Lysbeth van Hout of this city into a false marriage, buying her at the price of the life of her affianced husband, Dirk van Goorl, that he might win her fortune." "We know it," they shouted. "Afterwards he was sent to the galleys for his crimes. He came back and was made governor of the Gevangenhuis by the bloody Alva, where he brought to death your brother and past burgomaster, Dirk van Goorl. Afterwards he kidnapped the person of Elsa Brant, the daughter of Hendrik Brant, whom the Inquisition murdered at The Hague. We rescued her from him, my master Foy van Goorl and I. Afterwards he served with the Spaniards as a captain of their forces in the siege of Haarlem yonder, Haarlem that fell 3 days ago, and whose citizens they are murdering tonight, throwing them 2 by 2 to drown in the waters of the Mere." "Kill him! Cast him down!" roared the mob. "Give him to us, Red Martin." Again the Frisian lifted his hand, and again there was silence, a sudden, terrible silence. "This man had a son. My mistress, Lysbeth van Goorl, to her shame and sorrow was the mother of him. That son, repenting, saved us from the sack of Haarlem. Yea, through him the 3 of us, Foy van Goorl, Elsa Brant, and I, Martin Roos, their servant, are alive tonight. This man and his Spaniards overtook us on the lake, and there we conquered him by the help of Martha the Mare. Martha, whom they made to carry her own husband to the fire, we conquered him, but she died in the fray. They stabbed her to death in the water as men stab an otter. Well, that son, the Heer Adrian, he was murdered in the boat with a knife blow given by his own father from behind, and he lies here in this house dead or dying. My master and I, we brought this man, who today is called Ramiro, to be judged by the woman whose husband and son he slew. But she would not judge him. She said, 'Take him to the people, let them judge.' So judge now, ye people." And with an effort of his mighty strength, Martin swung the struggling body of Ramiro over the parapet of the balcony, and let him hang there above their heads. They yelled, they screamed in their ravenous hate and rage. They leapt up as hounds leap at a wolf upon a wall. "Give him to us! Give him to us!" That was their cry. Martin laughed aloud. "Take him then," he said. "Take him, ye people, and judge him as you will." And with one great heave he hurled the thing that writhed between his hands far out into the centre of the street. The crowd below gathered themselves into a heap, like water above a boat sinking in the heart of a whirlpool. For a minute or more they snarled and surged and twisted. Then they broke up and went away, talking in short, eager sentences. And there, small and dreadful on the stones, lay something that once had been a man. Thus did the burghers of Leyden pass judgment and execute it upon that noble Spaniard, the Count Juan de Montalvo. End of chapter 29. Book 3, Chapter 30 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Two Scenes. Scene the first. Some months had gone by, and Alkmaar, that heroic little city of the north, had turned the flood of Spanish victory. Full of shame and rage, the armies of Philip and of Valdez marched upon Leyden, and from November 1573 to the end of March 1574 the town was besieged. Then the soldiers were called away to fight Louis of Nassau, and the leaguer was raised till, on the fatal field of Mook Heath, the gallant Louis, with his brother Henry and 4,000 of their soldiers, perished, defeated by d'Alva. Now, once more, the victorious Spaniards threatened Leyden. In a large bare room of the Stadhuis of that city, at the beginning of the month of May, a man of middle age might have been seen one morning walking up and down, muttering to himself as he walked. He was not a tall man, and rather thin in figure, with brown eyes and beard, hair tinged with grey, and a wide brow lined by thought. This was William of Orange, called the Silent, one of the greatest and most noble of human beings who ever lived in any age, the man called forth by God to whom Holland owes its liberties, and who forever broke the hideous yoke of religious fanaticism among the Teuton races. Sore was his trouble on this May morning. But last month 2 more of his brothers had found death beneath the sword of the Spaniard, and now this same Spaniard, with whom he had struggled for all these weary years, was marching in his thousands upon Leyden. "Money," he was muttering to himself, "give me money and I will save the city yet. With money ships can be built, more men can be raised, powder can be bought. Money, 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 and I have not a ducat. All gone, everything, even to my mother's trinkets and the plate upon my table. Nothing is left. No, not the credit to buy a dozen geldings." As he thought thus, one of his secretaries entered the room. "Well, Count," said the Prince, "have you been to them all?" "Yes, sir." "And with what success?" "The burgomaster, Van de Werff, promises to do everything he can, and he will, for he is a man to lean on, but money is short. It has all left the country, and there is not much to get." "I know it," moaned Orange. "You can't make a loaf from the crumbs beneath the table. Is the proclamation put up, inviting all good citizens to give or lend in this hour of their country's need?" "Yes, sir." "Thank you. Count, you can go. There's nothing more to do. We will ride for Delft tonight." "Sir," said the secretary, "there are 2 men in the courtyard who wish to see you." "Are they known?" "Oh yes, perfectly. One is Foy van Goorl, who went through the siege of Haarlem and escaped, the son of the worthy burgher Dirk van Goorl, whom they did to death yonder in the Gevangenhuis. And the other a Friesland giant of a man called Red Martin, his servant, of whose feats of arms you may have heard. The two of them held a shot tower in this town against 40 or 50 Spaniards, and killed I don't know how many." The Prince nodded. "I know. This Red Martin is a Goliath, a brave fellow. What do they want?" "I am not sure," said the secretary with a smile, "but they have brought a herring cart here, the Frisian in the shafts for a horse, and the Heer van Goorl pushing behind. They say that it is laden with ammunition for the service of their country." "Then why do they not take it to the burgomaster or somebody in authority?" "I do not know, but they declare that they will only deliver it to you in person." "You are sure of your men, Count? You know," he added with a smile, "I have to be careful." "Quite. They were identified by several of the people in the other room." "Then admit them. They may have something to say." "But, sir, they wish to bring in their cart." "Very well, let them bring it in, if it will come through the door," answered the Prince, with a sigh, for his thoughts were far from these worthy citizens and their cart. Presently the wide double doors were opened, and Red Martin appeared, not as he was after the siege of Haarlem, but as he used to be, well covered and bland, with a beard even longer and more fiery than of yore. At the moment he was strangely employed, for across his great breast lay the broad belly band of a horse, and by its means, harnessed between the shafts, he dragged a laden cart covered with an old sail. Moreover, the load must have been heavy, for notwithstanding his strength and that of Foy, who was no weakling and who pushed behind, they had trouble in getting the wheels up a little rise at the threshold. Foy shut the doors, then they trundled their cart into the middle of the great room, halted, and saluted. So curious was the sight, and so inexplicable, that the Prince, forgetting his troubles for a minute, burst out laughing. "I dare say it looks strange, sir," said Foy hotly, the colour rising to the roots of his fair hair, "but when you have heard our story I am not sure that you will laugh at us." "Mynheer van Goorl," said the Prince with grave courtesy, "be assured that I laugh at no true men such as yourself and your servant Martin the Frisian, and least of all at men who could hold yonder shot tower against 50 Spaniards, who could escape out of Haarlem and bring home with them the greatest devil in Don Frederick's army. It was your equipage I laughed at, not yourselves," and he bowed slightly, first to the one and then to the other. "His Highness thinks, perhaps," said Martin, "that the man who does an ass's work must necessarily be an ass," at which sally the Prince laughed again. "Sir," said Foy, "I crave your patience for a while, and on no mean matter. Your Highness has heard, perhaps, of one Hendrik Brant, who perished in the Inquisition." "Do you mean the goldsmith and banker who was said to be the richest man in the Netherlands?" "Yes, sir, the man whose treasure was lost." "I remember. Whose treasure was lost, though it was reported that some of our own people got away with it," and his eyes wandered wonderingly to the sail which hid the burden on the cart. "Sir," went on Foy, "you heard right. Red Martin and I, with a pilot man who was killed, were they who got away with it, and by the help of the water wife, who now is dead, and who was known as Mother Martha or the Mare, we hid it in the Haarlemer Meer, whence we recovered it after we escaped from Haarlem. If you care to know how, I will tell you later, but the tale is long and strange. Elsa Brant was with us at the time." "She is Hendrik Brant's only child, and therefore the owner of his wealth, I believe?" interrupted the Prince. "Yes, sir, and my affianced wife." "I have heard of the young lady, and I congratulate you. Is she in Leyden?" "No, sir. Her strength and mind were much broken by the horrors which she passed through in the siege of Haarlem, and by other events more personal to her. Therefore, when the Spaniards threatened their first leaguer of this place, I sent her and my mother to Norwich in England, where they may sleep in peace. "You were wise indeed, Heer van Goorl," replied the Prince with a sigh. "But it seems that you stopped behind?" "Yes, sir. Martin and I thought it our duty to see this war out. When Leyden is safe from the Spaniards, then we go to England, not before." "When Leyden is safe from the Spaniards," and again the Prince sighed, adding, "Well, you have a true heart, young sir, and a right spirit, for which I honour both of you. But I fear that things being thus, the Jufvrouw cannot sleep so very peacefully in Norwich after all." "We must each bear our share of the basket," answered Foy sadly. "I must do the fighting, and she the watching." "It is so, I know it, who have both fought and watched. Well, I hope that a time will come when you will both of you do the loving. And now for the rest of the story." "Sir, it is very short. We read your proclamation in the streets this morning, and learned from it for certain what we have heard before, that you are in sore want of money for the defence of Leyden and the war at large. Therefore, hearing that you were still in the city, and believing this proclamation of yours to be the summons and clear command for which we waited, we have brought you Hendrik Brant's treasure. It is there upon the cart." The Prince put his hand to his forehead and reeled back a step. "You do not jest with me, Foy van Goorl," he said. "Indeed, no." "But stay, this treasure is not yours to give. It belongs to Elsa Brant." "Sir, the legal title to it is in myself, for my father was Brant's lawful heir and executor, and I inherit his rights. Moreover, although a provision for her is charged upon it, it is Elsa's desire, I have it written here under her hand and witnessed, that the money should be used, every ducat of it, for the service of the country in such way as I might find good. Lastly, her father, Hendrik Brant, always believed that this wealth of his would in due season be of such service. Here is a copy of his will, in which he directs that we are to apply the money for the defence of our country, the freedom of religious faith, and the destruction of the Spaniards, in such fashion and at such time or times as God shall reveal to us. When he gave us charge of it also, his words to me were, 'I am certain that thousands and tens of thousands of our folk will live to bless the gold of Hendrik Brant.' On that belief too, thinking that God put it into his mind and would reveal his purpose in his own hour, we have acted, all of us, and therefore for the sake of this stuff we have gone to death and torture. Now it has come about as Brant foretold. Now we understand why all these things have happened, and why we live, this man and I, to stand before you, sir, to-day, with the hoard undiminished by a single florin, no, not even Martin's legacy." "Man, you jest," said Orange. Foy made a sign, and Martin, going to the cart, pulled off the sailcloth, revealing the 5 mud-stained barrels, painted, each of them, with the mark B. There, too, ready for the purpose, were a hammer, mallet, and chisel. Resting the shafts of the cart upon a table, Martin climbed into it, and with a few great blows of the mallet drove in the head of a cask selected at hazard. Beneath appeared wool, which he removed, not without fear lest there might be some mistake. Then, as he could wait no longer, he tilted the barrel up and shot its contents out upon the floor. As it chanced, this was the keg that contained the jewels into which, foreseeing troublous days, from time to time, Brant had converted the most of his vast wealth. Now, in one glittering stream of red and white and blue and green, breaking from their cases and wrappings that the damp had rotted, save for those pearls, the most valuable of them all, which were in the watertight copper box, they fell jingling to the open floor, where they rolled hither and thither like beans shot from a sack in the steading. "I think there is only this one tub of jewels," said Foy quietly. "The rest, which are much heavier, are full of gold coin. Here, sir, is the inventory so that you may check the list and see that we have kept back nothing." But William of Orange heeded him not, only he looked at the priceless gems and muttered, "Fleets of ships, armies of men, convoys of food, means to bribe the great and buy goodwill. Ay, and the Netherlands themselves, wrung from the grip of Spain, the Netherlands free and rich and happy. O God, I thank Thee who thus hast moved the hearts of men to the salvation of this Thy people from sore danger." Then, in a sudden ecstasy of relief and joy, the great Prince hid his face in his hands and wept. Thus it came about that the riches of Hendrik Brant, when Leyden lay at her last gasp, paid the soldiers and built the fleets which, in due time, driven by a great wind sent suddenly from heaven across the flooded meadows, raised the dreadful siege and signed the doom of Spanish rule in Holland. Therefore it would seem that not in vain was Hendrik Brant stubborn and foresighted, that his blood and the blood of Dirk van Goorl were not shed in vain, that not in vain also did Elsa suffer the worst torments of a woman's fear in the Red Mill on the marshes, and Foy and Martin play their parts like men in the shot tower, the Gevangenhuis and the siege, and Mother Martha, the sword, find a grave and rest in the waters of the Haarlem Mere. There are other morals to this story also, applicable perhaps to our life today, but the reader is left to guess them. Scene the second. Leyden is safe at last, and through the broken dykes Foy and Martin, with the rescuing ships, have sailed, shouting and red-handed, into her famine-stricken streets. For the Spaniards, those that are left of them, are broken and have fled away from their forts and flooded trenches. So the scene changes from warring, blood-stained, triumphant Holland to the quiet city of Norwich and a quaint gabled house in Tombland, almost beneath the shadow of the tall spire of the cathedral, which now for about a year had been the home of Lysbeth van Goorl and Elsa Brant. Here to Norwich they came in safety in the autumn of 1573, just before the first siege of Leyden was begun, and here they had dwelt for 12 long, doubtful, anxious months. News, or rather rumours, of what was passing in the Netherlands reached them from time to time. Twice even there came letters from Foy himself, but the last of these had been received many weeks ago, just as the iron grip of the second leaguer was closing round the city. Then Foy and Martin, so they learned from the letter, were not in the town but with the Prince of Orange in Delft, working hard at the fleet which was being built and armed for its relief. After this there was a long silence, and none could tell what had happened, although a horrible report reached them that Leyden had been taken, sacked and burnt, and all its inhabitants massacred. They lived in comfort here in Norwich, for the firm of Munt and Brown, Dirk van Goorl's agents, were honest, and the fortune which he had sent over when the clouds were gathering thick had been well invested by them and produced an ample revenue. But what comfort could there be for their poor hearts, thus agonized by doubts and sickening fears? One evening they sat in the parlour, on the ground floor of the house, or rather Lysbeth sat, for Elsa knelt by her, her head resting upon the arm of the chair, and wept. "Oh, it is cruel," she sobbed. "It is too much to bear. How can you be so calm, mother, when perhaps Foy is dead?" "If my son is dead, Elsa, that is God's will, and I am calm because now, as many a time before, I resign myself to the will of God, not because I do not suffer. Mothers can feel, girl, as well as sweethearts." "Would that I had never left him," moaned Elsa. You asked to leave, child. For my part, I should have bided the best or the worst in Leyden. It is true. It is because I am a coward. Also, he wished it. He wished it, Elsa, and therefore it is for the best. Let us await the issue in patience. Come, our meal is set." They sat themselves down to eat, these two lonely women, but at their board were laid 4 covers, as though they expected guests. Yet none were bidden. Only this was Elsa's fancy. "Foy and Martin might come," she said, "and be vexed if it seemed that we did not expect them." So for the last 3 months or more she had always set 4 covers at the table, and Lysbeth did not gainsay her. In her heart she too hoped that Foy might come. That very night Foy came, and with him Red Martin, the great sword Silence, still strapped about his middle. "Hark," said Lysbeth suddenly, "I hear my son's footsteps at the door. It seems, Elsa, that after all the ears of a mother are quicker than those of a lover." But Elsa never heard her, for now at length she was wrapped in the arms of Foy, the same Foy, but grown older and with a long, pale scar across his forehead. "Yes," went on Lysbeth to herself, with a faint smile on her white and stately face, "the son's lips are for the lover first." An hour later, or 2 or 3, for who reckoned time that night when there was so much to hear and tell, while the others knelt before her, Foy and Elsa hand in hand, and behind them Martin like a guardian giant, Lysbeth put up her evening prayer of praise and thanksgiving. "Almighty God," she said in her slow, sonorous voice, "thy awful hand, that by my faithless sin took from me my husband, hath given back his son and mine, who shall be to this child a husband, and for us, as for our country over sea, out of the night of desolation is arisen a dawn of peace. Above us throughout the years is thy everlasting will. Beneath us, when our years are done, shall be thy everlasting arms. So for the bitter and the sweet, for the evil and for the good, for the past and for the present, we, thy servants, render thee glory, thanks, and praise, O God of our fathers, that fashioneth us and all according to thy desire, remembering those things which we have forgotten, and foreknowing those things which are not yet. Therefore to thee, who through so many dreadful days hast led us to this hour of joy, be glory and thanks, O Lord of the living and the dead. Amen." And the others echoed, "To thee be glory and thanks, O Lord of the living and the dead. Amen." Then, their prayer ended, the living rose, and with separations done and fears appeased at last, leant towards each other in the love and hope of their beautiful youth. But Lysbeth sat silent in the new home, far from the land where she was born, and turned her stricken heart towards the dead. End of chapter 30. End of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. Recorded by Abigail Rasmussen, Fall 2011.